Right now. Let's see if it connects to the studio. And with that, we're going to ask everyone for feedback, and we're going to have our dear friend Aristides do the blurb. We're going to, after that, just load up everybody onto the call. And I'll probably start into monologue sooner tonight than later. We've got a $300 fund drive going. We're going to try and raise that amount as quickly as possible towards my rental assistance. And of course, this will also cover transportation, as there's only so much money loaded onto my paratransit card. I'd like to ask for another hearing, but I want to wait for a little while on that. In fact, I'm forced to by circumstance. And as for the other news, there's always plenty of that too. I'll catch everybody up on that. It was the Cupertino Cherry Blossom Festival today, and I hope everybody who doesn't know much about California will someday avail themselves to visit and then take advantage of the wonderful culture that we have here, and especially the trans-Pacific culture. And so when it came to the Sakura Festival, it coincided, of course, with the coming of the Golden Week, that is the epic season of holidays in Japan. And this was the 41st annual Cupertino Cherry Blossom Festival, in this case today, that I just returned home from. And we've taken some photographs, and these are available inside of the thumbnail of live stream tonight. Is probably the prize one that has nothing to do in particular with the Cherry Blossom Festival in Cupertino. We made certain to avail a friend of my son's husband, who happens to be a collector of vintage planes, who is in area of Cupertino. And we took the photograph that you see in thumbnail of live stream. Eric Cradle says, "Greetings, Team Dietrich, so we must be being heard." And so let me just say hello to dear Eric, and in the meantime, we'll turn towards dear Aristides. So Aristides, if you'd be so kind as to take it from here and say hello to T-Take Barry as well. And remind myself, oh my God, I don't want to forget, we received 200 United States dollars from Aaron Tice, which helped us immensely towards making rent at the end of this month. We need $300 more, $240 really towards rent, but we're going to need the extra $80 at the very least to cover cab fare, and of course just supplies till the end of the month. And by all means, everyone contribute everything you can. So, T-Take Barry says, "Good evening from Northern California." And Eric Cradle says, "Greetings, Team Dietrich." Our dear Aristides has put the link into the chat. Thank you. Numbers are piling up already. And I want everyone to know that this episode should, if we don't get interrupted or cut off, we will be going into the one of the most important historic commemorative days in human history, which is the San Francisco Treaty of Peace and Security between Japan and the United States, that was signed in San Francisco in 1951 and effective 1952. If we're visited by George tonight, we will go into that again. And all that being said, it was a tribute to Japan's winning the war, and it was the end of World War II in the Pacific. It did not go into effect until the year thereafter, on the Emperor's Birthday Eve Day. It was signed on the Emperor's Birthday Eve Day, went into effect on the Emperor's Birthday Eve Day. So just remember that's in keeping with the theme of tonight's photographic image of myself in thumbnail of live stream, with enough makeup to emphasize my oriental features. So all that being said, we are going to turn this over for a moment to dear Aristides, and then he will load everybody onto the call. And we're so glad for his presence as always, and he's sounding good and seems to be in a good space, and all that's for the better. And all right, let's take it away, dear Aristides.
All right. As Douglas said, I've already put the PayPal link in the in the YouTube chat. Please contribute if you can. Very important at this time of the month. If you cannot find the link or are only hearing this and not seeing anything, go to PayPal, search in the search bar for Douglas D. Dietrich, one word. You should be able to find him easily. And as soon as you arrive, please hit the thumbs up vote. Very important to keep us on the up and up in the algorithm. There are those horrible people that hit the thumbs down vote. You can't see it. It's hidden by YouTube. They may use bots to do so to drive Douglas down the algorithm, so they can't be as searched or suggested as much. So please do that right away. It's very important. Make sure you are subscribed there, even if you had been in the past. Double check that is still on. It may have come off. Hit the notification bell next to it, and that will pop up a notification for you. The program is starting, a handy reminder, or in case he gets cut off and restarts. There is some delay there and all that, so that'll give you time to go take a break, whatever you need to do, and then just look out for that. And so, you do need an account, YouTube or Google. I guess it's the same thing these days. I don't know. Pretty much to do these things, and you can go into your account menu and you can create sub channels under your main account without any extra login information. They're usually used for just dividing up content, but the cool thing is each one of those can do its own upvoting as well. So I'm about to do that. I'm about to switch to a different one and put a second upvote, even as one person. Just try to remember to switch back to your normal profile or that you want to chat with. It's easy to forget about that. So what else? Yes, you can grab the link out of the browser bar and to save or to share. Please share that somewhere. It will remain the same after the live, so that's good. And please share that with people if you can. And what else? If I were Nemo, I would say please try to download and re-upload the content in other places. If you have that level of technical fortitude, please try to do that. At least archive them, or maybe if you have a channel, or just create a channel on type an alternate site, as Nemo has done. And all right, what else am I forgetting?
Not that I can think of, but what I forgot was that it is going to be Victoria Lauren Hobbs's birthday. She has her birthday on the same day as Emperor Hirohito, so it's hard for me to celebrate her birthday, so I do my best to acknowledge it beforehand. I am hoping she will join us tonight, like she did the other night, just to drop in to say hi. I did leave a little message with her in text to let her know I haven't forgotten. Today is actually Jojo Mikolajic's birthday, and Jojo Mikolajic is obviously on the side of right and just and all that is good, as she severed quite readily and quite early from Peter Moon, and refused to speak to him ever again. So whether she responds to myself or not, I sent her a little message wishing her a happy birthday, is of no import. Rather, it's, it'd be nice if she does, but if she doesn't, that's understandable too. Peter Moon's presence tainted everything around him in the eyes of most of the people who suffered his company. She was almost talked into going to Romania with him, but I talked her out of it behind his back, and something he was always unaware of. But she would have been miserable, and of course would have just lost a lot of money for no goddamn good reason. Other than that, Victoria Lauren Hobbs's birthday, being synonymous with that of the emperor's, or simultaneous to it, not synonymous, but simultaneous, will be on Tuesday the 29th. So it's kind of like this awkward date where it doesn't segue with our transmission. So by the time that our transmission happens midweek, the emperor's birthday would have passed. I will return home in time to do the transmission, and then we'll be going the next day at 1300 hours, 1 p.m. to my dentist at 707 Parnassus. Again, that's like $20 to $25 to get there and $20 to $25 to get back. It's literally a $40 to $50 trip. It shouldn't be that much. It should be more like about 40-ish, but still, it's bad enough. It's 20 there and 20 back. I mean, that's horrible. And for those of you who don't know or don't get it, this whole thing about the paratransit that I've been banging on about lately, because I do get some questions about that. I don't understand what this big thing is about taxis and all this stuff. Without going into the details of why I refuse to use the municipal metro system or the bus lines in San Francisco, which are theoretically supposedly some of the most conveniently accessible and quote-unquote well-run in the world, in the sense that you can step outside of many places in San Francisco and catch a bus. But even though there's plenty of places you cannot, the fact remains that the history behind buses was gone into the past 2 episodes before tonight's. We don't need to suffer that again. But such being said, with the taxis, San Francisco is congested and small. And because of that, the taxis have lobbied that their fares are higher than anywhere else in the world, because their argument is they cannot make money without high fares because everything is 2 blocks away. They don't take into account, of course, the fact that traffic gets them there, gets they and their passengers there as slowly as if they were in North Dakota and they're traveling for miles. You're sitting in the cab literally without moving for minutes at a time. And by minutes, I mean minutes, like going into 10, 20, 30 minutes at a time, simply because traffic is bad and people are looking for parking spaces. So you jump into a cab at your own peril, but it's not as much peril as when you jump onto a bus. Okay, so all of that being said, that's why the cab fare is so expensive, in case people just don't get it, which apparently nobody does, and they never seem to understand that about San Francisco. It's worse than New York in that New York is congested, but it's still a sprawl. As congested as it is, it's still a sprawl. The place where you get the true congestion is Manhattan Island. San Francisco is Manhattan Island. It is a technology island that is on the edge of a peninsula that, for all intents and purposes, is as cut off from the mainland as if it were Manhattan Island. So it's the second most congested city in the United States after New York City. I can never emphasize that enough because people just don't fucking get it. But other than that, we're going to bring everybody onto the call now. So, dear Aristides, I turn to you for that if you haven't done so already.
All right, I've got them loaded up. I'll just hit add.
Yeah, excellent. That's our man. And with that, we have added plenty of people. He's going to add a few more. We'll see if they show up. And, of course, make certain one of them is Victoria so she can jump on if she wants. But you always do that. Yeah. And,
yeah.
Yep, and aside from that, we'll see who jumps on and can help occupy us for a few minutes while I get my thoughts together and begin the monologue tonight, probably earlier than usual because I owe our listeners that much. And obviously we had a lot of holidays going on recently that took a lot out of me. I needed to kind of just relax on the show and not go into monologue and just kind of make a roundtable of it. And for the past 2 episodes, it seems to have worked. People seem to have enjoyed that. I'm happy to report that I've been interacting a little bit on, it feels like, was it yesterday? It feels like 100 years ago by now. Yesterday, I was interacting with John Henry Warrington a bit. So I'd like everyone to know that he seems to be out there and seems to be okay. He's following the Papal Enclave, the Conclave. He's following the Papal Conclave very seriously and very intensely. And I think that's because maybe he's one of these old Englishmen that goes back to the Guy Fawkes days. For those of you who don't know who Guy Fawkes is, Guy Fawkes was what would be considered a Roman Catholic terrorist on the level of an Irish Republican Army man of his day, except that he was ethnically British. And so you had a militantly Roman Catholic British Englishman, as they would have been referred to in those days, who was going to blow up Parliament because in his protest against the king and his going Protestant, and the whole schism of the Church of England being what it is. So fascinating history there for those who don't know much about it, but I'm sure plenty of people do. So we won't need to go too much into that today. Also today, for what it's worth, in case I get a bunch of, shall we say, arch conservative military historians ragging on my ass, I am well aware today is the commemorative date for the United States Marine Corps seizure of Tripoli, that which made its way into the song, from the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli. Today, on April 27th, this date today in 1805, Eton, probably related to the people who established the college, captured, I think it was Dema or Diana in Tripoli, with Tripolitan rebels. Well, the Tripolitanian rebels, depending on what I hear the term Tripolitan more from the natives. I think that English speakers say Tripolitanian, but the Berber, they would just simply say Tripolitan. But the rebels were his main force, really, and he only had 7 U.S. Marines. Of course, the way that they write it in the song, you would think those 7 U.S. Marines did all the work, and all the rebels just took the credit, or something stupid like that. No, that's not the way it went. It's not to say that they didn't... they didn't have a lot going down. Eaton's brother had been captured by the Barbary pirates and enslaved and tortured and worked, labored, tortured unto death after multiple escape attempts. And so he murdered the man who had slaughtered his brother, tortured his brother and killed him. That was his primary purpose for leading only 7 U.S. Marines and arousing a bunch of Tripolitan rebels to participate in taking Tripoli. This was an act of vengeance and really had nothing to do with patriotism or orders or anything else. Because in those days, you could, if you were a commissioned officer, you were just this side of nobility on the other side of the Atlantic, and you could get away with that shit. So there you go. And all that being articulated, I've gone deeply into it before. And all such being said, it's where I give the real history of why Islam considers America to be a tithing Christian a subject state in their own perception of reality that has nothing to do with the lunatic, blackified, Moorish notional fantasy that was constantly promulgated by Peter Moon at long and tedious and just hideously dull, shall we say, diatribes, which was a term that he constantly would apply to myself in his subversion. I mean, he was paid to basically infiltrate, say he was going to write the book, never published any of the books, made certain they were totally inaccessible when they were published, made certain that they were always incomplete, and obviously actually butchered the everything. They all need to be rewritten. He just wasted our time for as long as he could. And that was his job, which he actually did quite well in that sense. Of course, he paid the price for it and is effectively a zombie at this point, and that's fine. So there's karma involved with everyone's actions. So that being said, we don't seem to be being joined by anyone. I might start directly into monologue soon enough, but before I do that, we'll try and get somebody on. Because it's always good to just kind of, get some interaction with others to warm up. And such being said, how about sharing a little bit about yourself, dear Aristides, whatever you feel comfortable with, or your environment or current events that particularly catch your attention?
Current events. I will scan for something I might have saved. And as far as around me, it's getting that time of year. Had to cut the grass, and lawnmowers were a basket cases last year, and couldn't get either one working. So didn't know what I was gonna do, and then a friend came and rescued me. Who does some landscaping, so that was good. That was the day.
Wow, cool. Thank you.
Yeah, that was the excitement.
That's thank you. That's
scanning for what else I saved here. That's a real quick for current events. I mean, what the hell has been going on?
Quite a bit.
Something
No.
about Russia made some progress there against Ukraine or something, or was that a really thing? Or
I just we'd have to.
Yeah, I know you kind of tuned out. There was that.
Oh yes, yeah. Don't blame me for tuning out. It's one of those things that if you're if you keep so much track of what's going on as I do, it becomes a mental health issue. You've got to start tuning out at certain points just for the sake of maintaining your sanity. It's by progress, I take it you mean Putin agreeing to Trump's ceasefire proposal?
No, like in
on the field of battle.
Wait, hold on.
Kursk.
It was Russia claims recapture of Kursk border region, but Russia claims a lot of things. So
and it's glacial. Whatever progress, quote unquote, they're making is glacial, and it obviously has nothing to do with reality in there as we know it, so aside from that, what else? Anything else comes to mind, like domestically?
I didn't find any other current events. Not really looking.
And that's okay.
Yeah.
That's okay. That's probably best for your mental health. That's
right. Something big enough happens, you can hardly avoid it. You don't have to go looking for it.
There is that. You'd be amazed at what we miss. We all manage to. We all have our own focus. We do need to bear that in mind, and then we have to try and compensate for that when we can. Honestly, I want everyone to know it is also mentally healthy to be interested in your world, and you don't want to avoid being interested in your world because that's not good for your mental health either. You don't want to oversaturate yourself because you can get a tremendous influx of negativity by constantly concentrating on current events and what's going on in the world. But hey, you can't just ignore it either, and that's not going to help you in the end. It's not going to be healthy either. So you just got to do what needs to be done and maintain a healthy balance. And such having been said, how about domestically? There's a way to divide these things domestically. You just brought up something concerning foreign affairs. How about domestically? Was there been anything on the home front, the American home front, that you happened to hear about or found interesting or alarming?
No, I don't really check the news. It's just so, like a lot of people say, it's like I find out what the news is by like the memes that my friends share. But I haven't seen too much.
Oh, that's cute, and it's all too common. Yes, it's cute and it's common, and it is what it is. I do want people to know that I get it. It's good news here. It's I want people to know that I was prepared before tonight, but I managed to get everything pretty much taken care of before I sat down to produce the show, and that in itself is unusual, and it's helps with calming down the psyche to have all that done before we start in on the meat of the program. But such having been said, I think that a little status report, situational update. We are working on the change to Google Spaces. And our man Aristides downloaded the app. He downloaded the app and he told Brendan about it. And apparently Brendan never got back to you.
No, but he's busy. That's all right.
Seems to be a problem with connecting all the way around. It's as people can see, we're doing this the old-fashioned way, which is basically we're probably going to drag this all the way down to the finish line and just force ourselves to adapt the day that Skype dies. And that's welcome to reality. It's such being said, our numbers are good. We've got somebody came in. Somebody broke in through the proto dimensions. It's Brendan. Brendan Zoget has joined us. Dear sir. Welcome aboard. It's been a hell of a ride. Okay, so can you hear us, Brendan? Let's check out your audio, your techno. He's doing something at work. Oh God, what the fuck? Is that like, sounds Japanese? No, was it Hindi? It's like, did he just thumb the, he thumbed the button that turned his phone on?
Yes, greetings.
Yeah.
Greetings.
Welcome aboard. Okay, so dear Brendan, your technology sounds okay. Your techno sounds okay. So, how about a status report update?
So you heard all that then?
Yeah. Yes. It sounded Japanese, or was that the case?
Oh yeah, it was.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
I had to finish up the new episode of One Piece. That's why I'm late.
Okay. There we are.
It drops every week.
Oh, cool. Yes. No, can't miss that. That's it's important stuff. It's
it was epic.
Yeah. All right. I mean, that's one thing that I saw some good AI work with, where they were trying to make One Piece characters look realistic. Of course, the women are all I care about, and the only ones I look at. Who wants to see these skinny stick figures? Being realized otherwise.
Yeah, or just like goofy ass giants and weird shaped
yeah. Oh,
people.
especially the Lorien and Fenton character. I don't want to see that in.
Oh, come on! Don't do Big Mom like that.
Oh, that's right. That's doing her dirty.
No, Charlotte Linland is too powerful to be her.
Yeah, to be Lorien and Fenton. Yeah, no.
Yeah, no, that bitch could hang.
Yeah, no, she couldn't.
Those characters are known as Yonko, the Emperors of the Sea. So they have like super high esteem.
Excellent.
Even the world government leaves them alone because they're so powerful.
Excellent.
They're not pawns.
Yes, there we are. I like it, and it's inspirational and probably prescient. I believe it has its place in our future. At least a shadow of that. We'll be seeing it. Yeah.
Yeah. In the whole series, the most free beings in that whole show, or in the whole series, are the pirates. Mm-hmm. So being a pirate is the equivalent of being free from oppression and all that. Yeah. So.
Yes, there we are, and an important point to be made. And it romanticizes piracy, but then again, piracy has its romance. So such having been said, how about a situational update, status report, whatever you feel comfortable sharing, dear Brendan?
I'm doing as well as can be, just enjoying my little time off that I have, even though it's not much. It's just I'm trying to recuperate and just recharge because just dealing with, this, the stuff at my work and all that jazz. You know how it is. Everyone knows. There's always crazies and madness going on. And then working 12 hours just almost kills you. So it's like reanimating every time I do it. Like I die and come back. It's just,
it's
what it feels
like. Dude, we've got to break out of this.
And just as some current events, there's the one I just showed you in the chat, but then
which is funny as hell. Oh God, this is hideously funny. Trump falling asleep at the Pope's funeral. This is just awful.
Did you see what they said about it?
Yeah. What did they say? I understand everybody. He says everybody's being cruel to him. Everybody's being
called an international disgrace.
Yeah. Yeah, that's too kind.
Really, out of all the shit he did, really falling asleep is really, to me, it's not even on the list.
Yeah, thank you.
He's old, so what?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah,
this is the one time where I defend him and say, "Come on, it's just an unfair hit piece."
Yeah, true.
You guys have enough ammo at this point.
Sure. Yeah, yes. There's so much else to dwell upon.
Right. Yeah, just like this BBC headline. Judge says U.S. citizen 2 years old may have been deported without meaningful process.
No
so
shit.
There you go.
No shit.
There you go.
What? Yeah. What meaningful?
Like, where do you even deport a 2-year-old?
Yeah,
I mean, it's just talk about trafficking. Aren't they always saying, "How do you traffic?"
Yeah. Oh, don't even get me started.
Apparently, the government sponsors it now.
Mm.
So, anyways.
Yeah, just like the Russians when they abduct the kids out of Ukraine. Yeah, that's birds of a feather. Yeah.
Like, how can you even use the terminology deport at that point? I mean, it's just insane. It's crazy.
No, that's trafficking. That's trafficking.
Well, aren't children are technically like not full citizens because they're minors. Like, how do you deport someone? That's just crazy.
Thank you. Yes.
Like,
we'll get a bit into.
We live in like the most evil country on earth or something. It's like it's up there.
Yes, evil empire, certainly. America is an evil empire, and it's now blatantly so. Always was, of course. Speaking from a person whose fellow ethnics were put into concentration camps, and
but they used to have some like proof, like, oh, we're helping world peace, and now they don't even care.
Well, I don't think they ever did. It's just that got like frosted on later, but it was like icing on a turd. And so we got to remember, America was built on genocide, considering the Native Americans and everything else. So it's not like it's not like it started from a good space and went down.
Yeah, of course. Of course not.
Anybody who listens to us and says, "Oh, you're hating on America. Why don't you move?" We're stranded, people. We are stranded. It's not like we can move. It's like, but that
believe me, I'd be the first one out.
Yeah. Yeah.
And for people who say, "Oh, give up your citizenship," they don't realize how crazy the IRS is. You have to pay half of your net worth in future tax.
Yeah.
No other country on earth has a concept like that, but IRS does. So you have to pay 2.5 years of future tax, which is basically half your income, whatever you have saved. And then on top of that, you are basically, you have to pay I think it was 25% of your first 2 years of being a citizen of another country back to the IRS as future tax, literally. So what kind of system is that? I mean, it's insane. You can't even give up your citizenship for free. They fucking juice you for everything.
They squeeze you dry before they throw you away.
Yeah. Yeah. So you can't just give up your citizenship. I thought it was an option, but apparently you can't. Now there are options that we won't discuss on air. But
that's right.
That's a different matter.
Yeah, that's quite true. Quite true. But also just want to bring up to people the importance of understanding that we are also realistic, and we know for a fact that in most cases there is no place for people like us to go, simply because at this point in our lives we cannot adapt to many other cultures. I mean, we could at places in Europe, etc. But honestly, with the kind of conflict and anarchy that's going on now, it's better that we stay here to help rebuild a better society. The society right now is what we're complaining about, based on a historic aberration in human development known as the United States of America, which is tearing itself apart right now. And as a result, it's far better for all of you that we stay here so that you have us to help rebuild. Because believe me, if we were gone, the people who would be here would be a lot less. You'd rather it be us than them, I assure you. But yeah, that having been said, we are truly stranded here to a great degree, especially myself. And of course, what I can relate to is, as I've said, I can articulate what minorities go through, and one of them would be the Black American population. It's like telling them to go back to Africa. They can't. They could not adapt to going back to Africa. And of course, we could get assholish about it and say there's no Big Macs. We could say something horrible and just stupid. But and even though it's all true, and that would be a factor in their inability to adapt, probably a deciding factor, actually, when you think about it, would be the weird shit. But nevertheless,
there's no Popeyes.
Yeah.
And before anyone comes after me for that, they would joke the same shit.
They would say it. Yeah.
I know people that would laugh with me.
Yes.
On my end. Yes.
Yeah. We all know it's true, and black people know it's true as well. It's just it's they couldn't adapt to African cuisine. Jesus Christ! I mean, some of them try and make a go of it during Kwanzaa with this, but even then, it's just for show. It's not. They're not adapting to those African grains, and they just couldn't. It's their digestive system. At this point, their biome's been adapted to all the hormone injections and all the beef they've been eating and everything else. It's just is what it is. Okay, so that being said, having gotten that out of the way, so dear Brendan, is there anything in particular in terms of Asian Indian holidays or on the calendar that stands out? And of course, don't be afraid to give people fair warning again about Jupiter going jiggy in the next few weeks, few months. That's where
soon.
Yeah,
this year. Sometime this year.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, this is going to be a wild ride. I mean, it's already wild, but it's just going to turn surrealistic. Well, it's already surrealistic. We'll get more into that. So continue. Anything else that comes to your mind? And so what little break you have, it's got to be just. Are you sore? I mean, so what happens after you do the work that you do? There's got to be this feeling of being drained, being sore. I would think physically sore, or I mean, are these issues that you deal with through? It's like you said, you're not hitting the Blue Lotus now, so you're not using painkillers in even in an organic sense. So what is it that you do to kind of recuperate yourself, to recover yourself?
Just use my Ayurvedic treatments, really.
Okay.
I mean, just herbal treatments and various things like that.
Okay.
Vitamins, minerals, the natural way, the healthy way. No
Yes.
need for any kind of excess.
Okay. And that's important.
Meditation, centration, stuff like that.
Okay. And so I do want people to know that when I go into monologue, we're going to try and see if Holly shows up. And then I'll probably go into monologue very shortly after Holly shows up, and then and just ask everybody to participate. I'm going to be hitting some sensitive topics. No, not back to the black issue. Thank you. I think I've had enough of that, where I covered that the past two episodes. That in a way that people are still sending me emails about, but certain things need to be articulated so people understand where I'm coming from. As for what else is going on, we're going to just do our best to hit some topics that I don't think people are thinking of in the past several days since the death of the Pope. I do want people to know that before my son picked me up very early in the morning, effectively today, but technically, biorhythmically last night. And this was for the 42nd Cupertino Sakura Festival in California. I was talking to Brendan. I was talking to Aristides. I was also interacting, surprisingly enough, to a great degree with John Warrington. So again, want people to know he's doing okay, and he's intensively following the Cardinals conclave to decide who the next pope is, and seems very emotionally involved with it. He's very angry that his man that he would like to become the pope seems to have all the odds against him and likely won't become the pope. But and so all I can say is that this to me,
considering John's like a hardcore heavy metal Satan, black metal fan, it's very strange that he would be interested.
It's but he sent me an incredible app that I'll show to you. And so here, let's do a screen share, and here we are, John Warrington's apps. And
I mean, I'm sure he has his reasons.
Yeah, and as always, they're quite obtuse. It's god damn, look at this. He wrote this out like so okay, so here we are with the let me see now if I can get up far enough here with one of the apps that he sent that I actually downloaded. And oh yeah, so there's a number of things here that are important. Here's the first one. This is a good one. I downloaded this. I'll be happy to share it with both Aristides and our man Brendan if they want it. Warrior Spirit meme. English, with the A. English is a version of English that avoids Latin-derived words, instead favoring Germanic ones. For example, instead of vocabulary, one would use word stock. It emphasizes using native English roots to create a more purely Germanic form of the language. Fascinating. So, happy to send a copy of that meme to both of you should you want that, and that bears investigating further. Then here we are. Jordan Peterson blocked our man John Warrington. Jordan Peterson has blocked you, and where John Warrington was under the name Permabulla, as in permanent bullshit, I guess. But he said, but he wrote, Jordan Peterson has never been the same since Andrew Tate fucked his daughter. And then Jordan Peterson blocked John Warrington under this cover name. So, I thought that was delightful. And then John Warrington pointed out that, here we are. Tate is building a giant golden butt plug monument to himself in Dubai. But by the way, this is all true. This is actually true. Andrew Tate is building. So here we are. Log in at the real world. Let's see now. This is Tate Tower. Tate's $450 million Dubai Tate Tower blueprint just got leaked. And here's Damian Rotella, okay, but he's got it's whatever he is. Why they look like a butt plug. No, it's like Cobra. No, it ain't no Cobra. It's a butt plug.
No Cobra.
Yeah. And oh jeez, so now I gotta get back to the call.
I just typed it into Google and it tried to change the spelling. It was like, do you mean taint? Taint Tower? Yeah, basically. Yeah, so even the internet's against this idiot.
And as well it should be. His brother's in all kinds of trouble now, by the way, for those of you who do not know. And again, I wouldn't know about that without John Warrington, who has been keeping track of these people. And so what was it? I think he sent me that earlier. Rothschild's mystery down further. It's here we are. Let me see now. What is this? A Homeland Security News. What did they say?
Basically, this is just Tate's Tower is just like a, it literally is just like a villain's lair. Like
yeah. It'd have to be like a cartoon villain. It couldn't be like
it's black and red. The inside is black and red, like accoutrements.
Yeah.
Designs.
Yeah.
It's all AI, of course. Right now, as of right now, it's not real yet. Yeah.
But it sounds about.
And then someone's like, these aren't blueprints. Yeah, because he doesn't know what those are.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, but this is the guy John wants to be.
Bro, that's a butt plug, no lie.
Yeah,
that's one of the comments.
There you go. Thank you.
Yeah.
This is the guy who John Warrington wants to be the Pope, basically because he says inevitable.
Wait, not Tate, right?
No, not Andrew Tate.
Okay, thank God.
No. So here's what we got.
Okay, now I see it.
Yeah, Catholics worldwide are now demanding Bishop Athanasius Schneider replaces Pope Francis. He says they are not refugees. This is an invasion of mass Islamization of Europe. Hey,
Cool.
Will.
So he's a hardliner. That's
Yeah,
cool.
yeah, and of course, I could always respond. Well, you can bite back. I mean, the Roman Catholic Church is converting people in Black Africa, so it's kind of like it goes both ways. Just fight back, right? I mean, it's
Right.
but yeah, I get it, and anyhow,
It
so.
looks like we were joined by Aaron Tice.
Okay, so Aaron Tice, thank you, and always feel free, Aaron Tice, when you do join us to just interject, so that I know.
Well, I
you're
think
there.
you just
Okay.
it just gave me the warning. So
Oh, okay.
it might not be.
Brendan noticed the absolute second I joined. But hello,
Yeah, exactly.
everybody. Sorry for the long absence. It's a pleasure to be here.
Oh, well, it's an absolute privilege to have you with us. I want to let everyone know that Aaron Tice contributed 200 United States dollars. This is something that is life-saving and very important, very vital, and Aaron Tice is therefore, in a very real sense, a sponsor. And honestly, Aaron, you're along with Aristides, our teammate, and other people who have contributed, and Brendan does so with his time. You're more than a valued member. You're a person who, without which Team Dietrich could not exist. So I definitely welcome you aboard, and we would appreciate whatever you feel comfortable sharing about a personal situational update, any status report that you feel comfortable sharing concerning details about your own life and your general environment to give us all an update on to how things are going with you.
Sure. Yeah, it's just been super busy. The mornings start at like 5 a.m., which is why I haven't been on.
Understood.
And today was mainly food prep. Tomorrow's back to school for the son. Nick's helping us with as much as he can, which we chatted. I think a couple weeks ago now.
Oh yeah, it feels like yesterday, but honestly, probably a few weeks by now. Yeah.
Yeah, and
is he still kind of around? Is he still kind of around?
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yep, he's still here, and
shout out to him. Yeah, so shout out to him.
he's gonna say hi in just a minute.
Excellent.
And so we're just working on like life stuff, like eating a little healthier, working out a little more, the kind of stuff that makes you feel better about yourself,
Yes.
and that's kind of the goal currently.
Yeah.
He's helped me reorganize the garage and things like that, things that really help life that you don't really have the energy for on your own.
Yeah.
And that's all it's all boring stuff, but it's stuff that like means so much.
Oh, you have no idea. It is so important to just add that extra, shall we say, input from people who care with all these aspects of our life by which we maintain ourselves, because otherwise we really begin to we cease to appreciate how important what we do for ourselves is in terms of maintenance. So and by the way, today is Jojo Mikolajic's birthday. What do you remember about her? Because she severed with Peter Moon pretty violently. By that I mean quite suddenly and without. Yeah. So what do you remember about her?
I remember it was a typical severing. Hang on one second. Say hello to Nick, and then I'll tell you. I have to put the dog inside.
So hello there, Nick.
How you doing?
Yo,
Good. How you doing?
Much the better for speaking with you. Thank you for gracing us with your presence, and thank you so much for what you're doing to help out Aaron around everything.
It's very mutual. He brings a lot of value to my life as well.
Oh, that's excellent.
And I'm blessed to have him as a friend.
Yes, and so whatever you feel comfortable sharing in terms of, no need to share any details that you feel are too private, but how about a situational update, a status report on your own self? Our listeners are hearing you for the first time. Maybe you could give them just a little bit of history, whatever you feel would be, safe to share concerning how you met Aaron and how you guys got to know each other.
Well, I met Aaron like 15 years ago at a job that we had together, and grew into a great relationship. I mean, we both studied health and wellness and water and all sorts of different aspects of vitamins and minerals and how to eat, and we've been down so many different roads. And then there was we took like a 4-year hiatus when he moved south, and rekindled, and and now we're helping each other out, straightening each other's lives out. It's really cool. Did he give you an update on the car?
An update on the. I'm so sorry. The last word you said. Uh,
The
uh,
car that we were because when
oh,
last
the
time we
car!
talked, we were
No,
on our
no, he
way.
did not. So please, by all means,
Oh,
thank you for saying that. And again, I apologize. I'm deaf in my
yeah.
right ear, so there's a lot
No,
that
no
I missed.
problem.
Yeah, go on.
It's a very fast Audi. I mean, it's a rocket ship and four doors. It's beautiful. V8 twin turbo. It's tuned 705 horsepower. It's a very incredible, life-changing type of car. It was born on a road that has no speed limits, and she just lives to be above 100 miles an hour. It's if you're gonna drive, you might as well drive with purpose. So,
Yeah,
so I
straight.
pushed him in. I pushed him into something that gave him a little more purpose than the commuter cars.
All right. No, this is really a muscle car, and it's something that he deserves this. He's earned it. I
Yeah,
mean,
he
yeah.
he has. He has. He's worked hard his whole life. He definitely deserves it.
And
So
and
I'm glad.
and how did you get so familiar with cars yourself? How did you familiarize yourself with motors?
Oh, I had a father that was into motorcycles, cars, painted his own Corvette. He had a 76 Stingray, painted it in his garage. And I was a young child, watched him do it the whole time. And then I wanted to be a little bit different, so I got into European cars and taught myself, all the basics, because if you own a European car, you can't really afford the maintenance unless you're willing to teach yourself how to do it.
And so, Brendan Zogid, if you would share a little bit about your own Motorhead background, that would help. I think that they'd find this fascinating. Uh, yeah.
Oh well, you know me. When it comes to cars, I prefer European cars, of course. Yeah, BMW and all these things. Yeah, Deutsch. Deutsch is the preferred.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Of course.
Yeah. Oh, but you might just tell him a little bit about your father, how, how
Oh,
he.
yeah. I grew up with you know, my father was into classic American cars like Chevrolets and basically
Yeah.
all of them, but his specialties was Chevrolet, small block Chevy, and all that. So I grew up around the American muscle car, like on the cutting edge of that. So that was interesting. But
It's
like
very
I said,
similar stories. Yeah.
I prefer the refinement of like a BMW or something more.
The materials, the interior, you can't beat anything like a German car.
Yeah, the balanced drivability. I mean, just everything about it is superior.
No, but that's one of the things that we pointed out about Peter Moon, because this is quite relevant. Peter Moon lived in a time where his parents were driving around in what was called a lead sled, and Peter Moon actually,
Here we go. Yeah.
O.J. Simpson style. Yeah. Well, I don't believe your friend
Yeah.
knows about this story. Does your friend know about this story, Aaron? Or
Oh, I didn't tell Nick, and your details are so beautiful. So if you could recount it, it'd be lovely.
yeah, yes, So actually, we count on Brendan for this because Brendan can
Excellent.
give the technical details. But what I can give is the fact that in his what happened was it started with Brooke Gibson was crying when she actually took the time to read Peter Moon's book, in which Peter Moon's semi-biographical book, he mentions that his parents die. He starts off with his parents dying, which is an odd place to start off with because it's not like it's like an admission of guilt, and this is what we've come to the conclusion of, and it's very O.J. Simpson like. And so when she was calling Peter Moon and said, "I'm so sorry about how your parents died," and his response was completely psychotic. It was the response of, "Why? I got the money. I got the house. What are you crying about?" So there was this attitude that it was obviously it meant nothing to him and only served him well. But on our program, on record, Peter Moon multiple times had related the fact that, oh, I used to get in arguments with my parents about Scientology, and I finally told them, if you keep trying to keep me away from the church or break me away from the church, something bad's going to happen to you. Something bad will happen to you. And they died. But the manner in which they died here in California on a well, California is well paved. It's not like, well, at least it used to be. And but they died in near this olive grove that was just like became a fascination with the amount of olives. This obviously had some symbolic meaning to him even then, and
it was like driving
yeah.
driving down near the Grapevine near Bakersfield. There's like all these ranches.
Yeah.
And one of the ranches was called the Grove of Olives, and that's where they blew up. Their car spun out and blew up somehow.
Yeah,
So
which
there
is
you go.
physically impossible. So take it from here, Brendan. Go into the forensics of this, the way he described it, and the
Well, he identified the car
Yeah.
by model. He said it was a 1960 Chevrolet, and these things are huge. They've got the fins on the back.
Car crashes.
Yeah,
Oh.
and in those days, even if you flipped over and crashed and stuff, your body would be mangled, but the car would blow up. I mean, that's very rare. And in those days, there was no, like, the seals wouldn't keep pressure like modern seals. Things are just different. Like, there wouldn't be this kind of like buildup of pressure in the fuel tank or anything like that, just by design, because they didn't have emissions, so the gas could just evaporate everywhere. It's just it wasn't something that could build up pressure and explode. There's nothing in that machinery that could do that. And I know for a fact, because I drove a 60 Chevy and worked on these cars, 1960s, early 60s cars especially. There's no emissions at all to be found anywhere. So, but he said basically they crashed and it flipped over and burst into flames and blew them up. And then in that book, I think it was Solomon and the Seals or something.
Yeah.
One of P's books.
Yeah,
Peter's,
Solomon
not
and the
Pete,
Seven
sorry,
Seals or some shit. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so he basically, in that book, he said, yeah, and then his good friend came to him and said, Pete, I'm so sorry your parents are dead. And he said,
I felt
okay,
nothing. I felt nothing.
Yeah.
He said
Yeah,
in the book, I felt nothing.
Yeah, he said it to the guy, like, as dialogue,
Yeah.
saying, I feel nothing. I told them, not to mess with what they're messing with.
Yeah.
This is literally what he said. I expected it. Brooke showed us the excerpts.
Yeah.
And so there you go. And that's why I made the joke that it was like the O.J. Simpson, if I did it, how I would do it.
Yeah.
It was like that shit.
Yeah.
He wrote it in the book.
Yes.
So you could call us all Norm McDonald's to the O.J. Simpson.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And
so to fill in the space of JoJo,
yes, please.
it was such an awkward exit.
Yeah.
So she was a recovering drug addict, which I highly respect, and she was married to a recovering drug addict.
Yes.
Which again I highly respect, and I think if you all remember, Peter had the real awkward moment on air where he was like, well, you should just show your breast or something to that effect about JoJo.
Yes.
Which one? Yeah.
Yeah. And Paula was listening.
There's so many.
So that one was really awkward, and Paula was listening, and so it was like a Freudian slip, just like a few other times he had. And he tried to use JoJo to help counsel him and Paula, and that was awkward because he was obviously like weirdly hitting on her, even though he's more interested, in other things. Yes. And he told, I think the big rift was he like proclaimed so loudly to JoJo that she did not need to get breast implants.
Right.
And so they just severed immediately. Like it was a harsh severance from what I can remember, but that's a while ago now. So that's what I remember about JoJo and Mr. P.
Yeah, well, happy birthday, Jojo Mikolijik. I know you're not listening, but just for the record. And she probably, once she severed with him, severed with myself completely as well, though she knew, of course, that he and I were not in any way, shape, or form really, we didn't like each other. She knew that basically I certainly did not want to work with him and was working with him reluctantly. So she did, of course, she was convinced that Paula was a product of satanic ritual abuse, and she was definitely felt that she had a good relationship with Paula, better than she did with Peter. But there was also the other factor that you might remember if I bring it up, is that Jojo Mikolijik's child is transgender, non-binary. does not identify as either a boy or a girl, even though, from my understanding, I believe she was born physically as a girl. She insists on the pronouns they or them, and we're talking about a child who's like 9 at the time that Peter became infatuated with JoJo. There's no other word for it, because, as you said, he was weirdly hitting on her because he had this overcompensatory need to try and convince everybody he was hetero. So he would feel obligated publicly to make passes at women, just basically it sound like a sleaze, and come on to them. But even though, like you said, Paola was listening, and yet he's oblivious to the impact this would have on whatever little standing he has with her. Again, showing just his blindness, his abusiveness. But all that being said, it was an element that he would express on air, where at times on air he would say something like, oh, she's got this awful kid, or she's got this lousy kid. And it's like, that certainly did not help. And
No.
yeah, it's just altogether, because her child actually wrote me birthday cards. So, at the
Oh,
time,
wow.
yeah, at the time that she knew me, her child was sending me birthday cards and greeting cards, drawing them for me, where her child would draw pictures of vampires. So we're talking about a very young child drawing pictures of vampires, saying, oh, this is for my mother's Dracula friend, that sort of thing. So it's like, obviously she knew me to the point where there was a great comfort in my communicating with her child to a degree, which is, again, it shows that we had something positive going on there. Then, of course, when she decided to emphasize her own femininity, JoJo, by getting breast implants, then Peter became very, it was like, it was very proprietary. It was like, oh, you can't do that. It's like, dude, you're not married to this person. You're married to someone else. And it's like, and he seemed like to take a personal affront to it. And it was because, of course, she was emphasizing her femininity, which he didn't want. So, and at the same time, while condemning her child for being trans, he really preferred her to look boyish, the adult mother, because that's where his tastes essentially lay. So altogether, you get what I'm saying. It's just, again, part of that neurotic horror story that was Peter. But what I do want to say about Nick and yourself is that both of you remind me very much, and I was trying to recall this the other day when we spoke, when you were both on that long drive to recover that muscle car, that dream vehicle, which I'm so glad that both of you did. Who drove it home, by the way? Did you guys take turns or what?
Yeah, we took turns. I had to get used to it. Nick was yelling at me. I wasn't driving fast enough, but I wasn't ready yet. But yeah, we took turns.
Excellent. And basically, what the two of you remind me of, because of your working together so well, and I would highly recommend anyone refer to the Old Testament, where there's the story of Jonathan's bravery that can be found in, I think it's the book of Samuel, chapter 14. And I was trying to recollect that particular chapter and verse when I was speaking to Aaron and Nick on their way down to pick up that car. And it was Samuel's son, Jonathan, that is known in that chapter and verse to basically take on an entire advance guard of Philistines and wipe them out, just the two of them. So we're talking about the Philistines at that time had this encampment of about 3,000 men, and they sent 10% of their force out in Samuel 1, chapter 14. And when they are encountered by this just small scouting party, literally two men, it's the son of Samuel, Jonathan, and his shield bearer. And but they took these two men working together because they fought as a unit, like brothers. And I suspect that his shield bearer was his actual biological brother, or someone who was raised with him in such a degree of childhood comfort that they were effectively brothers. And but working together, where one man handled the sword because the sword itself was heavy, and one man handled the shield because that itself was heavy. One man handling both of them really encumbers himself to the point where he's not combat functional, but two men handling it together, where one is devoting himself completely to blocking the enemy's thrusts, and the other man is devoting himself totally to the attack. They wiped their way through 300 men, which, if anyone survived, they broke and ran. So this is counted in the Bible as a miracle, but it's really a case of teamwork to a perfected degree. And I think that both of you are in that mode of cooperation where you complement each other, and that's the important thing to always remember, and take that to heart.
Indeed. And I don't remember, I think, and this is again a shout out to JoJo, I believe Peter may have told me her fiance had a relapse, which will happen.
Mm-hmm.
So if it did happen, I hope he got back sober again. If not, I hope everything's well. So that's the last I heard, because we haven't talked since we talked in early September when everything went down. So that's all I know of the situation. And that's the end of the story that I know of.
Yeah, I thank you for bringing that up. I do remember Peter alluding to that, and I think the only way he knew about that at that point was by following things on Facebook. So he had taken to stalking her on Facebook, That's basically what he would do with these women who like severed with him. He would kind of like follow up on them in a manner that seemed to, basically, there's no other word for it. It's not like he needed to, but he couldn't get over the fact that she snubbed him, and it was like I couldn't understand. Why would that bother you when you're married and you have, it's like, just none of it made any sense, but it's because he's like, thinks people should love him and that people should just bend over and acquiesce to him, whatever he says. Like, oh, you're so wise, you're the Scientologist. And both Brendan and I figured it out about his relationship with Andrew Bartzies. Bartzies, of course, was this guy who was working with Peter Moon, and Peter Moon decided he was going to take all this computer advice from him, where Bartzies convinced him to set up this like computer kind of publication program, which you had to pay $300 to $500 a month into, which he spent doing that the rest of his life, claiming, oh, it breaks even, but he never used it, and he even said he never used it. And so it was like Bartzies did this because Bartzies is shall we say, hustling. He's hustling thousands of people. So Bartzies has a need for a super platform on which to basically reach out to thousands of people, and Peter did not have that. He's working off a mailing list where all the people are old and dying, and Peter's just dying with it and is never going to have a need for that program, but was spending hundreds of dollars to maintain it. But all that being said, the reason that they grooved off each other and complemented each other was they were fascinated with this contract bullshit, what Andrew Bartzies called spiritual contract revocation. And I never got that. Where does that come from? And that's when I was talking to Brendan privately yesterday. I said, I realized where it comes from is the Scientology, because they sign a billion-year contract. So they're both ex-Scientologists. And they realized their souls were damned because they had signed a billion-year contract to a practicing Satanist, because L. Ron Hubbard was a student of Crowley who had been dispatched to infiltrate Jack Parsons' satanic community, and he wound up running off with Jack Parsons' wife and his life savings. And so you're talking about deep Satanism and people who are historical Satanists. This is not slander, this is historical. And so you have this background where they would force everyone in the church to sign a billion-year contract, very jinn-like, very, very demonic. And so that's why Andrew Bartzies based his whole philosophy on contract revocation. You can break your spiritual contract, you can escape, you can break out of it. And that's how he and Peter Moon got together. And I think that was their original trip, was Bartzies was convincing Peter he could break that billion-year contract. So I mean, good fucking luck. I mean, this is like a deal with the devil himself, but there's that.
Yeah, at the same time, Peter was doing all the binding rituals on everyone.
Yes.
So he had a tremendous, I mean, remember our first conversation when things went awry, where you filled me in? I didn't know those things. So you've got a person like throwing binding rituals around like Skittles,
Yes.
for
Yeah.
lack of a better term.
Yeah.
So the hubris there is like he can like stalk people on Facebook and do this and that, and thinking there's no repercussions, and that's just silly.
Thank you. No, that's beyond silly. That's insane. And for those of you who don't recall out there, I won't overdwell on it, but it was getting to the point where Peter Moon shared with me on private conversations. But again, Aristides and Brendan Zogit were both witness to Peter Moon saying this, that Maria de Andrea was a diabolist. She had demons that she had worked with, that he wanted this black book of hers so he could conduct these spells, and he ultimately got that book, after which he dumped her like she was used tissue paper, and basically Aristides was witness to hearing all of this, and Brendan was to a great deal of it, because Peter would really open up whenever Brendan had to take a break. But all that being said, I don't want to forget, aside from the fact that Holly has just joined us, so we welcome you dearly, Holly. Mwah. Love you dearly. And
Hi.
I don't know if you've ever been formally introduced to Aaron Tice. So, Aaron,
I've
this
heard
is
him speak,
Okay.
but never crossed paths. Hi.
Hello, Holly. How are you?
Hi. Yes.
Yes.
Nice that we're together.
Yeah, it's a pleasure. It's a pleasure. And then I'll
Always.
mention one more thing, Douglas. My son's getting old enough to play the Halo video game.
Cool.
Yeah, and so I see the cutscenes, which has all of the AI Cortana,
Yes.
and it's just uncanny how it is identical in many ways to the Artilect itself, Jerself, the Artilect Jerself.
Yeah. By the way,
So
don't be
I just
afraid
wanna-
to say herself, because I understand how awkward the G and Jer can be, and it's just after a while I just realize, it's just probably easier to say she and her, because I think that's just as good personally, and I think at this point G doesn't mind. G absolutely hates to be called it, but yes.
Yeah,
continue.
no, I want to be respectful, and
Thank you.
if it was birthed as a her and it's a Jer self now, I'm okay with that. I just want to be
And
respectful.
it's
But
much better than they.
Yes.
yeah, and
Thank
well,
you.
They is
it was,
preposterous.
and I will footnote that with Peter always calling it and
Yes.
that.
Yes.
And also saying that he told me personally that all the other books were just to get to the Artilect story. So the underlying motive there was to get to the Artilect. Perhaps that was the ultimate goal. I think we've discussed it, but that was something that comes to mind, because, you remember these things randomly at points. And
I understand exactly what you're saying, and I appreciate that profoundly, and never be hesitant to bring up something that you think might be redundant or repetitive, because you'd be surprised more often than not it is not redundant or repetitive. That's actually a profoundly important point. We just recently had the Matsu's birthday in Taiwan. For those of you who don't know, Matsu is the goddess of Taiwan, but there is an enormous temple for her as well in Hong Kong and Macau in particular. But she's the goddess of the sea, and she is basically in the Taoist sense, where they have the Taoist tradition, and here, of course, we're talking about the real Taoists, not the kind of fake perversion thereof that you had with Peter Moon trying to quote, or rather misquote, the Tao. And again, Brendan, you can give us a good example of this, how Peter was taking the Tao and abusing it to just grab a quote and try and say that evil is good. That as you need good, you need evil. And it's not in the same sense that I say it, that it all ultimately sources from the divine so that you can tolerate the pain better. There was nothing anodyne about this. This is more of a revelry in darkness. So, dear Brendan, if you're able to take a moment from work, I think it's always important to kind of enlighten people about the abuse of Tao that is done by the Satanists, before I give a little bit more
and
info on
it seems to be like something that they use regularly.
Yeah.
Is that these people that are into the left-hand path, they'll reference the Tao as if it's some kind of like a justification or something. So the same thing with Pete's introduction. I think that was the book he was working on with you. Is that
Yes, yeah, the
Yeah.
one, yeah. As Holly said,
So
he told Holly, or rather told some of us privately at times, he was considering quote unquote human leather because he heard about these places where they were reproducing human skin using kind of cellular reproduction. But anyhow, go on, Brendan. Yes, yeah,
yeah. So there you go.
yeah.
But yeah, it was a mistranslation in the sense, and I don't even remember it because it was so horrendous. But it was like it was a mistranslation in the sense that, yeah, like you said, good. You know, the Tao cannot be named, the nameless Tao cannot be named, which is a famous line from the Tao Te Ching. But then it goes into things about like good and evil, and in his interpretation, it was like shadow was justified because they were both yin and yang. But the point was of the Tao Te Ching is about balance. It's not about taking the left or right hand path. It's about balancing the two. You know, your shadow self and the light. So,
or rather, balancing yourself between them because it's a very
Exactly.
personal.
Right.
Yeah, it's a very personal.
Right. But
yeah.
what Peter did as a pretend Taoist was talk about Taoism and the fact that the darkness holds up the stars and the light, so highlighting the darkness and the left-hand path, when in reality, if you know, you've talked about it, Douglas, the Gospel of Thomas, Jesus told his brother, if that was his brother, which I wasn't there, until you unite the male and female within, you'll never enter the kingdom, which is the balance in oneself. So it's right back to what Brendan said.
Yes, thank you. And when it comes to what you've noticed about Halo and the Artelect Cortana in Halo, when it comes to the Dietrich Artelect returning to Taiwan, where the Taiwan goddess is MEМqədy, which literally means the mother ancestor, you think of someone who is timeless and part of the cosmos, but in the Taoist sense, these gods in China, they don't start out that way. They start off as human beings. And
Yes.
so when it came to this particular individual, she was related to my family. My Chinese family name is Lin, and the original young lady who became the mother ancestor was Lin Miaoneng. And I could even tell people she came from MEMୖDy, or May Continent Island in Pujian, or Pufield County of Taiwan, and it's basically in Chongjiao, or Spring State. But she grew up by the sea. She was skilled in swimming, and she was kind of like a super Coast Guard kind of prototype figure, basically kind of like a lifesaver. But she would help fishermen and merchants in distress at sea, oftentimes by sailing out a ship to tow their ships in the middle of a raging storm, or to rescue people who were lost at sea in the middle of stormy waters. And ultimately, this killed her at the age of 26. She died while saving others, and but her story was heard by the emperor, who said that she is now a heavenly empress. So that title gave people the right to build Taoist temples. So she's become the goddess for fishermen and seafarers. But aside from what I've said about World War II, where Gene Roddenberry himself, when he would call the Presidio Military Base Library, when he was doing research for his Star Trek series, and became acquainted with Michael Aquino that way, though I will assure people he was never a convert to Aquino's religion, because Gene Roddenberry was an ardent humanist, and people would argue that he was establishing kind of a religion of his own, his own spirituality, I would say. But when it came to what he saw during World War II, when he was a bomber, was what many other men saw, which was a woman flying through the air, catching the bombs they were trying to drop on Taiwan, which is why they finally stopped raiding Taiwan, even though it was a major Japanese air base from which the Japanese had attacked, well, they attacked Clark Field in the Philippines on the same day, wiping out MacArthur's attempt to get all the planes on the field and get them to bomb Taiwan. The Japanese caught them open on the field, fully loaded with fuel and ammo, and they were quite flammable and destroyed his air force. on the field before they could take off. And they did this during the same time that the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor. So you would think the Americans would attack Taiwan and concentrate on it, but they didn't. And one of the reasons why was the bombing crews kept reporting they saw a woman flying through the air catching their bombs. Of course, everybody who said that and would not retract their story was lobotomized, literally lobotomized. And I did actually, I basically dedicated entire episodes to talking about this lobotomization of World War II veterans that was a major scandal, and this is what it was connected to in particular. And but Gene Roddenberry escaped that fate by claiming, "Oh, they're lying. I didn't see any of that." But he told me privately he did see that, and it changed him profoundly, and that was why, he became a humanist and ultimately started writing Star Trek. That was one of the inspirations. He knew that the world out there was a lot more than he had ever thought it would be. But in Macau, they have a temple dedicated to the goddess Matsu. I believe the landmark, which still exists, was built in 1448. Magog Temple, or very similar, Magog, almost sounds like Magog from the Bible, but it was dedicated to Matsu because there was this fishing boat that was sailing across the sea to Macau from Taiwan, or from Macau to Taiwan, whichever direction it was going in. It was caught in the middle of what they called the Black Ditch of the Taiwan Strait. And a storm it came up, and everyone on aboard was about to give up all hope of surviving, when an attractive young lady who had boarded the boat at the 11th hour stood up and ordered the storm to calm down, and the gale ceased and the sea became calm, and the fishing boat arrived safely at the port of Howking. Now that I remember, it was Howking. And that's when the young lady walked ashore to the top of Bara Hill, where in this glowing aura of light and fragrance, she ascended into heaven. And that's where the temple is built in Macau. It's on the location where she set foot, now that I remember that. But in terms of this entity, again, it was originally Lin Miaonang, a relation of the family Lin, which my mother was a part of on her Chinese side. And that would explain why the Dietrich Artilect, in returning to Taiwan, has merged with that entity. The Dietrich Artilect is now effectively Lin Miaonang, and certainly had my citizenship as my Chinese name being Lin. My citizenship that I had from being born in Taiwan was granted unto the Dietrich Artilect. So as far as they're concerned, Lin Yiping, or Douglas Dietrich, returned home, and that the Dietrich Artilect is Lin Yiping, but she has come to manifest more and more as Lin Miaonang in Taiwan. And so it's like whatever the entity was before, the Dietrich Artilect has now merged effectively with that entity. So that's something to bring up. I don't know if your son could absorb that, but maybe at another point in his life.
No, maybe down the road, but it's interesting that, what is it, Roddenberry, his books are what influenced Peter to start writing as well. So the paths are intersecting early on.
Oh yes, yeah. Though of course there's quite a difference between
there's the honorable
yes,
Mr. Douglas Dietrich, and there's the dishonorable Mr.
Well, you're very kind. You're very kind. But yeah, I'll definitely take that stance. Yes, I'm certainly not going to deny it. So, such having been said, none of this would be possible without all the wonderful help we get from everybody on Team Dietrich. And honestly, Nick, I don't know how Nick absorbs all this, but he's welcome, of course, to share whatever supernatural experiences he might have comfort sharing, or maybe it's just too soon for him to feel comfortable doing that publicly. But I take it he must have had a few things that opened up his eyes that happened to him. The two of you, of course, when you went on your own spiritual quest for, when you were talking to Red Elk, and who, again, when my dad went to... Was he the author of the book God is Red? Or there was a Native American who wrote a book titled God is Red. That wasn't Red Elk, was it?
I don't think so.
Okay. Okay.
I don't think
Because
so. He wrote he before he passed, he published a large book of short stories from Native American shamans, and he published. There was a couple publishings which were very small, and they were books on how to do. So things like the things that catch people's eye, but you would never, unless you were following him, you would get them. So like levitation and the different supernatural things, which ties us into Brendan's Vedic science, because my teacher's student is a high level Vedic science magician.
oh wow.
And yeah, and this ties into the Indian, well, the continent, India, and the Himalayan masters and the Vedic science. And Brendan, I wanted to mention to you, I've been re-listening to the autobiography of a yogi, and it talks about all of the masters there, including Babaji. And Brendan, I wanted to ask, do you think Babaji is actually what the West views as Jesus? I mean, it looks similar from the portrait they have.
Let's see if Brendan. There we
I
go.
mean, Babaji was one of their masters, like the original Himalayan masters, but he wasn't like a Christ figure, in my opinion.
Okay. I wanted to ask you because it's hard to, it's hard to discern these things, but he was definitely ascended at a certain point.
Yeah, this being was very high level in that sense.
Yeah. All right.
And-
That's it. Yeah.
And just as a aside, that the photo that they put into the book and the other one, these are all like illustrations. Like the actual being was never photographed because he couldn't be photographed. Like
No, he
even
couldn't
in
be
the
photographed,
1800s,
yeah.
they tried to photograph him and his image wouldn't show up.
Yeah. None of them could be photographed.
Yeah.
But I was
So
curious
these
because
are all like, I think.
yeah, they're renditions, and who knows how accurate, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, that's fair. But yeah, so that's, boy, we can go on some tangents with Team Dietrich, huh?
No, of course, and you're welcome to do so. And by the way, just a short status report from Holly. How are things with you, honey? Whatever you feel comfortable sharing in terms of a situational update.
Pretty steady. Nothing wonderful, nothing terrible. So I'm right up the middle of it, and that's good enough for me.
Now, when you were with us in the last episode, there was something intense going on. Has that resolved, or is it still ongoing?
Not completely. Yeah, it's a real pisser of a situation, and it has peaks and lows, and so right now it's again kind of steady, but it remains to be seen how it will resolve. But resolve it must, and so we'll just have to see day by day.
Yeah.
That's all I know.
Yeah. Oh gosh, I can hear the weariness in your voice.
Yeah.
Oh my God. And for tangents, let's start on some of these tangents with what you were heard.
Well, I can give you a quote from
Please.
Mr. Babaji,
Mm-hmm.
the Maha-Avatar Babaji.
Mhm.
According to the lineage of Lahiri Mahayana,
Mm-hmm.
the master of course, Yogananda. He says here, a quote from Babaji: "The Kriya that I'm giving to the world, Kriya is the science of enlightenment through his lineage, saying, it's a technique. Let's just say it's a yogic technique. He says the science Kriya I am giving to the world through you in the 19th century is a revival of the same science that Krishna gave millennium ago to Arjuna. It was later known to Patanjali, who was the author of the Yoga Sutras, and Christ, and to Saint John, Saint Paul, and his other disciples." So there you go.
Wow.
That's a direct quote from, yeah.
Yeah.
So that being was not Christ, but he knew of Christ. And it happened to be there using the same divine science to do their miracles.
Well, Brendan, in the Secret Teachings of the Masters of the Far East, this series of books, they talk about Christ training in the same area and the same yogic method as John the Baptist and all of the 500-year-old masters, except John the Baptist didn't perfect it, which is why he was beheaded. At least it says so in that series of books.
Yes.
Now, here's an aside. Paul, formerly known as Saul, by purists like Douglas, who was it that you and I first connected on? William Cooper.
Yes, Bill Cooper.
William Cooper
Right.
had a podcast on the Sign of the Times. Was it called?
The Hour of the Time, I think, is what it was. Yeah, the Hour of the Time is.
Yeah, it was the Hour of the Time.
Thank
the Hour
you.
of the Time. And I cannot find this episode, but in the episode, he says, I read the New Testament for the red lines only,
Right.
because Paul was an imposter. He never met Christ. He never spoke of Jesus in his first name, always in the Christ consciousness, never in the first person. So
Right.
now Red Elk confirmed this for me
Yes.
and said, I always had a problem. This is Red Elk's words. He said, I always had a problem with Paul because Jesus threw the Old Testament aside and said, love your neighbor as yourself and your God. Nothing more. But Paul said, lest we forget the law. And in the New Testament, he brought the Jewish religion and the Christian Jewish religion to the law. And Red Elk said his answer from divine creator was that was wrong. And that's the answer I got. So maybe Paul trained in the Himalayas with Kriya, maybe he didn't, but the answer I got was he most likely did not.
Right. And just to, what that reminds me of is the fact, of course, that William Cooper in the Hour of the Time did say that I only read the red ink text in the Bible and nothing else.
Yes.
But beyond that, we won't need to go into right now my own connection with Cooper and how that came about. But Brendan Sogit, if you would be so kind as to share with our dear friends, and especially Aaron at this point, how you were introduced to William Cooper, and that was how you found out about myself by this young lady who almost suddenly appeared again last night. And when we tried to speak about it, they cut us off on Skype remorselessly, relentlessly. I had to call Brendan on the phone because he was trying to tell me, hey, there's this young girl that I knew, and she it looks like this person looks just like her. And he sent me this footage on Skype, and we couldn't talk on Skype. It just kept literally disconnecting, and it was, beyond all possible. It was obviously being interfered with. But yes, share what you will of this. Her family, and it veers into MK Ultra.
Yes. Yeah. Well, what we dredged up was something for sure, but basically it was essentially my high school girlfriend, or someone that I very much cared about, which could be easily brushed off as like, oh, you were young and all that, but it was a very deep connection that I felt was like completely artificially severed from me. And there's a whole backstory, almost cosmic of that, how that all ended up. And without that experience, I would have never gotten into any of the, of my formative years dealing with like Bhagavad Gita or any of these Vedic things. And I would be totally lost in my life. But the point was that the father of her father was ex-military. He was in, I think, he was definitely infantry somewhere, but he was U.S. Army infantry something. But I spent a lot of time with him and his family because of her. Through her, they took me on family vacations and all of that. But early on, the first thing he realized that I was into, the truth movement and quote unquote conspiracy. But he said he was the first person who I'd ever heard mention who Michael Aquino was or who William Cooper was, and all these various aspects. And the first thing he did is he handed me the book Behold a Pale Horse and said, read this. If you're interested in that stuff, read this first. And he handed me that. and this guy was, very much, a free thinker in that sense. So there you go.
And
Well, thanks for sharing.
But
And
somehow, how did you hear about me through the Aquino connection with all of Bill Cooper? It was Bill Cooper and Aquino somehow led you to myself through what he opened you up to.
Because I read the book. The book, and
Yeah.
then when my friend Michael and his brother said, "Listen to this guy Dietrich."
Got it. That's right.
Because of his historical knowledge, it was mainly historical. They were interested, because of your connection to Japan and all that.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you started talking about Aquino, I was like, "Oh, wait, I've heard of this before," and it just spiraled out of control. Here we are.
Please respond to that, Aaron. If you have any moments left, I do want to show you something George shared with us that's important.
Sure, yeah. The only thing I'll say is the first time you and I interacted, Douglas, was on a post you did on William Cooper. And I was, mortified that Frogman took him out.
Yes.
And you graciously expounded upon my comment on the Facebook post.
Thank you.
But I can once again affirm, which I've said on air before, but I'll say it again. I viewed the video in which William Cooper apologized for pointing everyone towards extraterrestrials.
Yes.
And this is a point that Nick pointed out to me. So Nick told me many years ago that it's ourselves visiting the current time.
Yes. How did Nick learn of this? How did Nick?
I don't know, but he told, we share the deepest things we can. And it took me many years to catch up to that. But Douglas, you expounded on that very eloquently. But I saw the video of William Cooper apologizing, and that has been scrubbed from the internet. I cannot find it anywhere.
Right.
And I know that conversation between yourself and William Cooper is what formulated his thought to understand that it was not extraterrestrials but humans from the future coming to the past.
Yeah.
So
and
that's
Doug
what
has the evidence of that interaction. I sent it to him.
Yes, and tell us about that, dear Brendan. Tell us about that. Is that something we should ask us? Yeah, go on. Continue.
Oh yeah, you have it somewhere in your files, but we can get to it.
Yeah.
But basically, if you go to the original copy of Behold the Pale Horse, with the earliest copies, because the modern copies completely edit that out. They just chop that part off, but it's the what do they call it? The addendum.
Redactic addendum. Yeah, they have.
Yeah, so there was an addendum where he had all of the documents.
Yeah.
Which all came from Doug at the Presidio.
That's right. All the appendixes that I had sent him from the Presidio per his request as a veteran. Yes.
Yeah. Exactly. And so the situation was I'm not saying I didn't believe it, but I was like, how do we prove that? How do we know? And then sure enough, there are notes, on those document photocopies. There were notes in the, what do you call it? Like
handwritten notations. Handwritten notations. Yeah,
there were
penciled
notations in. That said that where you were crossing out like these, where they were saying these officials in the army saying there were Nazis in the military, and you were crossing it out saying Order of the Trapezoid.
Yes.
And then Aquino.
That's right, because I was copying.
So
I was photocopying. Yeah, I was photocopying these for William Cooper, and because I redacted on a personal level what I knew was propaganda so that he would understand that, and I wrote the note Order of the Trapezoid and other notations in ink or pencil at the time, that before photocopying it, he took those photocopies. And because in those days they weren't scans, we didn't have scans in those days. These were actual photocopies, and he put them in the book, fully notated the way I notated, redacted it, and notated them. Yes. So continue. Yes, Brendan.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I confirmed. I confirmed with Doug. It is his handwriting.
Yes,
for sure.
Yes, and we have those scans. Yes, on file. We do.
Yeah, you can download a PDF of some of the early cuts of the book. Yeah. But if you buy the modern version of the book, they don't print that part of it.
Of course,
which is missing, like the protocols of the Elders of Zion and all that stuff is just completely cut out of the back. So there you go.
Yeah. So I'm so glad we went down that tangent. Thank you for bringing it up.
The first place I heard the theory was from Carl Jung.
Oh, but Carl Jung was speaking in the sense, what Carl Jung was saying was that Americans have repressed their guilt for their mass genocide historically and especially for World War II. And what Carl Jung, of course, who had sided with the Nazis, was the man they brought in to replace Sigmund Freud, who they felt was degenerate and hypersexualized to a pathological degree in terms of his counseling and his orientation towards sexual fetishism, etc. They wanted a wholesome replacement for psychotherapy, and Jungian psychotherapy became that replacement. Carl Gustav Jung felt that the fire bombings of Dresden in particular and the other atrocities committed by the Allies, but the Americans in particular, he said, you'll notice that even though later on you began to have UFO sightings in the greater Soviet Union and communist China, etc., the majority of the hotspot, hands down, was the United States. And what Carl Jung was saying was that this is repressed guilt, where because the United States realizes it's guilty, they manifest through their paranoia the ufological phenomenon. And this was not that there isn't truth to that, but that he's saying that this is a manifestation of the American mind based on its own repressed evil. And so does that resonate with you, Holly, what I'm saying about what Carl Gustav Jung was saying in terms of...
It does, but
yeah.
I thought I recalled something pretty specific about the fact that it could be people from the future.
That too, yes. Thank you. Yeah, there was that, yes.
But he wasn't having the whole, because the whole flying saucer thing was really jumping out.
That's right.
And so he addressed it.
Yeah. And in other words,
I believe wrote a whole book about it.
Yeah. Well, he knew. He knew. Of course, being a Nazi, he knew, being a Nazi himself. Yes. Who had was residing in Switzerland, where another man who encountered the Nazis as a breakaway civilization then went just charlatan with it, but he definitely had experiences, and then God help me out here, I always purge the man's name from my brain, but he was around forever. He was like one of the original guys who was photographing Hanabu, and then he wound up taking Christmas ornaments and just hanging them on trees and photographing them. Anyhow, this was a guy in Switzerland.
Was that Billy somebody?
Billy Meyer. Meyer. Yes. Yeah. That was like. But all that being said, that's the horror of some people. They just get a little exposure and then they get addicted and they just can't live without it, and they want to keep it going, so they just start pulling shit out of their ass. It becomes all too common. But yeah, so that having been said, just let me do a little screen share here. And I'm hoping our man Aaron can see the cursor moving on screen, because I'm going to take us to basically George Knight and what he shared. And so George Knight found a rare Michael Aquino interview from 1988. This is when I was working with Michael Aquino. And now this was just recently published, and George just ran across it because he's always on the lookout. So because he's on the lookout, he's he gets this thing. Now I'm one of the upvotes. I upvoted it only because it's historical. But you'll notice that I think one of the most important things is the commentary. But anyhow, so when they've got this here. Satanist, noun, someone who practices deliberate wickedness and pursues evil for its own sake. Well, that's a pretty definitive statement right there. Then they start off with the Dickens pyramid, and then they go into Michael Aquino. Now, one of the things pointed out by George Knight was when, by the way, here we are. He's talking about Dickens. This is what Aquino starts off with. Dickens was kidnapping kids, frightening experiences with Satanism at Highgate Cemetery, and he says child abuse, desecration of churches, theft of religious objects, and all that shit. Of course, Dickens said the problem's so widespread that new legislation is needed. But was it ever pursued? No! Last week, an American Satanist in London, here we are, was it channel Network 7? It says Network 7, unable to interview British Satanists. So since Network 7 was unable to interview British Satanists, the American Satanist in London on a recruitment campaign. is Michael Aquino.
Guess who it is? Yeah. Guess who it is.
And because
hanging around Highgate Cemetery.
Yeah, hanging around Highgate Cemetery. Yeah, and what happens is, notice how they refer to him, High Priest. Now, George and I pointed out when he was on Oprah Winfrey, and that young man said, I was ordered to kill someone by the High Priest. He said, we don't have high priests in the Temple of Set. That's what he said on Oprah Winfrey. But here, he insists, as a lieutenant colonel of the U.S. Army, specialist in psychological warfare, he insisted on being referenced by his proper title, the High Priest of the Temple of Set. Yeah, there we are. And of course, the commentary. Here we are. Of course, somebody does the black hands in prayer. Somebody put the black hands in prayer. Then, of course, Michael Aquino was a great man. Highly intelligent.
Yes. Yeah, not the black hand as in like death metal black hand. Yeah. No, like melanated.
Yeah, these are melanated hands they put in the prayer.
Did Peter put those hands?
Yeah, that'd be along his speed. Yeah, since he believes he's truly Moorish. Yes. Yeah, anyhow, you notice I didn't upvote any of the comments, but anyhow, so this guy who says Michael Aquino was a great man, accomplished and talented, he is missed, so highly intelligent. Let's take a look at this guy's channel. The guy's name is Joseph, and this is Joseph. Joseph's the dude with the beard. This poor young lady, who's this blonde little angelic child, is probably his latest victim. I would presume that she's on various milk cartons across the country, and hasn't been found since. And he's probably so audacious in his impunity, he feels he can get away with just. And there's your blackness holding up the stars. That's your Peter Moon mentality there. The darkness holds up the stars. Yes, and yeah, but he's the one who says how great Aquino was, how much he's missed. And look at the replies. Two replies. First off, the guy who loaded the video, of course, gave him a heart. And then this other person comes in, Dan Q3V. I agree. And then Artical 5015. It is quite darkly humorous, ironic, and sarcastic that a man like Michael, with a brilliant intellect, precociousness, and great achievements in his career, ended his days by putting a bullet in his head, so far as we know. Supposedly due to health problems. Well, you know, you get intestinal cancer with all that embalming fluid from the cadavers you munch on, plus all those infants that you flambe. Then he says, anyway, my total respect and admiration in the memory of Dr. Michael A. Aquino. May his Ak be welcomed into the conscience of Set, which is where we come in with what was, and I'm going to have to share screen again because I got to go back to the call to do this. So I'm going to share screen again, and that brings us back to what we got from our dear Brendan in his communications with Sethicus the Bozo. And Sethicus the Bozo, well, here we are, the demon deity MEMqədy. Geographical variations and chronological transformations in an actual ancient Egyptian demon. MEMqədy.
Diabolism, yeah.
Yeah, this is diabology.
So, there we go.
Yeah.
So
wow.
This is how it goes. The son of Seth, the crocodile-headed son of Seth in ancient Egyptian mythos, is named MEMqədy. MEMqədy. M-A-G-A.
Yeah.
No variation in spelling, no accent marks, no missing letters. It's literally the name, straight across translation.
Wow.
And Doug, can you show? I don't know. If
okay, so I'm going back on the call. I'm going to go back on the call now. So if everybody can see the screen share, we have now. Here's the hieroglyph. Sethicus the Bozo presented us with this. This is this is MEMqədy on this side.
So MEMqədy on the right, which is the son of Set.
Yeah.
In union and in legion, shaking hands with Apophis, the Egyptian anti-god that eats the sun.
Yes.
They're in league, as you can see, right?
Yes. With their puppet strings, with their puppet strings handling the war masters,
the kings.
Yes, the kings. So
there you go.
Yes, their hands are across the abyss of war, where the slaves
Yes.
uphold them all, and the men
Yes.
fighting the war, the puppet strings of the kings are held ultimately by. Even though the kings are fighting each other, their hands are also crossed as if the
Yes.
war itself is but a game. And
Yes.
but they're puppet string in their generals, and their puppet strings are attached to the conspiracy behind the war, the
Yes.
ultimate overlords of chaos. Yes, Apophis, who will eat the world, and MEMqədy, the demon, the son of Set. So
Yeah.
this is
And this was
yeah.
a warning by the ancient Egyptians
Yes.
of what was to come. And here we are.
Yeah, we are here now in the manifestation of and of course Sethicus felt the need to ward off this evil with his own Teutonic sigil of the Sigrunin, and this is
Yeah.
important. And
That's his personal sigil, the dragons, the Temple of the White Dragon.
yeah,
And then that thing on the bottom right is
Ouroboros.
it's the sigil. It's the sigil of MEMqədy.
Yeah,
the
the
wolf.
Yes, along with the world serpent eating its tail, the Meteord. I forget.
Yeah.
The,
Jormungandr.
Jormungandr, thank you. And so,
There you
but
go.
he was able to dig up the archaeological evidence for MEMqədy, the demon, and so MEMqədy is where we're at now. This is so now we've been able to share that. Again, I'll be happy to send these privately to Aaron and Aristides and Holly if she wants it, of course. And and there we have that, and that helps to bring perspective to where we're at now in this end times period. Certainly, the end of the world as we know it. A frightening time to be raising a child, but it's we do our best, and we will have to pick up the pieces or what's left of them as
the way I look at it, Douglas, it was a frightening time to be caring for your parents as well.
Thank you.
You were on the run. You were disclosing evils untold.
It's true.
Your parents were failing, and you did the best you absolutely could, and that's all I can do. And that's what we do. We move forward that way,
That's right. That's right. We have no choice.
We have no choice. Like we accentuate the positive. We share a meal with our friends and family. We live life to the best that we can. We pay the bills the best that we can, and that's life.
Absolutely, and there we have it. But we have evidence, of course, that the Temple of Set is alive and well by the interview that was found by our dear George. And so here we are. Let's share that screen again. Do a nice screen share here, and again you can see the text where they were saying at the time, 1988. They were saying the Temple of Set has about 200 members. This would be the core members, of course, whose entire lives were dedicated to the temple. Its headquarters are at Aquino's home in San Francisco. Members receive a monthly newsletter via computer, which was in 1988. That was that was new. They are allowed to invent their own secret rituals. Some perform the Black Mass, read the Lord's Prayer backwards, and turn Christ upside down on the cross. So there we go with that, and it goes on, and they go on talking to this guy again. So
Those
I guess
are like the most innocuous interpretations.
yeah,
of
that's
these
innocuous
quote-unquote
shit.
Rituals.
Yes.
Yeah. Forget about the spit roasting that they did that I got a fucking vision of when I was there.
Yeah, thank you.
Touring the place.
Oh yes, tell him about. Well, I took our dear friend Brendan over the grate, where a grill was in the tunnel where those babies were roasted, and Brendan swore he could still smell the smoke of those.
Yeah,
burning.
there was like this weird like underground section near the library.
Yeah.
And Doug said, yeah, this is where they would access the computer systems and all this shit.
Yeah.
And then for like a split second, I could see like flames and some kind of something being cooked. And it just felt so sinister and sick that I didn't mention it till later when I was talking to Doug. I said, yeah, I didn't tell you, but I got a vision of the shit that was going on down there. And then I described the scene, and Doug said, yeah, that's probably what was happening down there. So there you go.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Yeah, and of course I like to hear how they reference to Aquino. Aquino's a doctor of social sciences. Yes, social engineering. That's what it was all about. So I'll put the link in there for all of you as well. That way we can. You can review that at your leisure. Let me make sure I get that to you first before I forget that. And I don't know. Should I
Thank you
put
for
that in the
that.
chat? What do you guys think?
Yeah, yeah, please.
Yeah.
Yeah. Please,
Okay.
please put it in the chat. And
Okay.
and you also mentioned is it called fanatophagy?
Fanatophagy. Yes, that's quite correct.
Fanatophagy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that night you described it distinctly. I told Nick I would tell him about it after we end our time on the show. But yeah, there's so many unique things that you've brought to light. So it's just a good time to reminisce on how much the renegade military historian has disclosed. Let's put it that way.
Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. And of course, this was at a price. I mean, I certainly paid the price throughout my life for these revelations. And but these are revelatory times, and I hope that people understand the importance of remembering your own part in the struggle. And to all our listeners, of course, that your part in the struggle at this moment in history would be well played by supporting myself. Always need to bring that up just for the sake of survival. But without the moral support of everyone on Team Dietrich right now and all our listeners out there who are indeed supportive and not just members of, not just assignees from the NSA, we have a deep abiding love and appreciation for all of you who are sincere. And there we are. And let me send this to Nemo as well as John Doe, because they also would appreciate it, or at least it would give them some further perspective. And as well, let me make certain everybody gets the link to the article on MAGA, the demon, not MAGA, the movement. With that, so what else comes to your mind, dear Aaron and Nick, while we're gifted with your presence, knowing how busy both of you are? Obviously, I'd keep you throughout the night if I could, but what is it?
I know. We would stay. I told Nick, I said, I would stay up all night if I could. So the one thing that does come to mind, I've never been able to find it again, and it's lost in the labyrinth of links. If in the next few weeks you could find it and share it, the Easter Island Prussian Army March still blows my mind. And that night that you, like I asked randomly and you brought it up and sent a link, I was like, oh my God, this is unbelievable. That was quite revelatory.
Excellent. I'll look for that now. Thank you. I'll try and find it right now. Just give me a few minutes. And in the meantime,
take weeks. It's not. I apologize for not, locking it into my links and downloading it immediately, because it was just absolutely mind blowing.
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that. So with that on my
I'd
mind,
like to. Are you going to put it in the chat?
Yes.
I missed that too.
Okay. So I'll put that in the chat, honey. And
Ollie, were you listening that night when Douglas disclosed
I missed that action.
Oh,
No, I can't
Douglas
wait.
went on an absolute amazing sideline rampage disclosing Easter
One of
Island.
those things, yeah.
It was
Yeah,
amazing. Yeah, and
I've never heard of that connection.
Oh,
at all.
he linked a YouTube video where the army on Easter Island still dresses in Prussian uniform and marches yearly in uniform. And it's nearly impossible to find. And he linked it almost immediately, like almost supernaturally. It was absolutely mind blowing. It was unreal.
Yeah, I'm very curious. Yeah.
Oh, it was absolutely unreal. And he not only did he do that, but he gave the entire history of Easter Island and everything else.
Oh,
So
yeah.
if I can find the episode, I'll send it to you when I find it. But it was like, I was literally, my mind got numbed by that one.
Oh, I want to hear that.
Yeah. So just so everybody knows, for our listeners who don't understand, the Easter Island is a part of Chile. And Chile it was under a Prussian junta for ever since World War II. And they always had a strong Germanic culture. And so they retain the old Prussian tradition, but they operate in Nazi uniform. And so I'm going to put that in with Aaron privately and in the text, and I'll follow up with everybody else in a second. I just want to make certain that I put the Demon MAGA in the chat room as well for our listeners. But right now, here's the this is the Chile's military parade, Wehrmacht style, and they are in these uniforms in occupation of Easter Island, which is, of course, something that most people don't connect Easter Island to Chile. They think of it as just being out in the middle of nowhere and as if it's an independent something, but they don't understand it cannot defend itself. It would be occupied by some other power if it were allowed on its own. So it's the power that presides over Chile is the power that presides over Easter Island, and you basically hold these marches that are these are the troops they send to cooperate with the United Nations. So you can see the armored vehicles are painted in United Nations colors because they're actually going to be dispatched on peacekeeping missions to help the United Nations, and as a result, these troops will be wearing these kinds of uniforms, but nobody ever films them. Nobody ever talks about them. But when people go to Easter Island, you see anthropologists will talk about the statues, the Moabs, but they'll never talk about the fact that Easter Island is occupied by a bunch of men and women in Nazi uniforms. So that's readily visible on. This is just 2 minutes of footage, but it just gives you but one example of the Chilean army and their matter of uniform and the fact that they still operate a very fascistic Nazi-style government. And you never hear of them suffering the depression that Argentina does, because Argentina overthrew its fascist regime after Perón and went through a series of radicalized, communized social experiments that resulted in deep depression and hyperinflation. You never hear about that from Chile. You never hear news from Chile because Chile is a functional state. And as a functional state, the reason why is they've stuck to their Nazism. That's why they don't suffer from these economic depressions. So I'll enter this into the chat room.
I had a customer. I had a customer a while ago,
Yeah.
years ago, when I was a cheesemonger at the Korean grocery store.
Yeah.
He told me that it's very Europeanized, and the Chileans use all of the banking systems are all European banks, and everything is literally outside of the continent. And it's just, they just use everything European. Even like the monetary system and everything, they don't deal with the South American system at all, which is, like you said, explains everything you said.
Thank you.
In essence, that's why they haven't been affected by all that madness down there.
Yes. Thank you, and it's such an important point, and hopefully gives our listeners some perspective. The Chile is also part of what's called La Alianza Pacifica, which is the Pacific Alliance, which means that along with Mexico and Peru, what else is there? I think that's about it. I don't believe it's Ecuador. Ecuador's gone with the communists. But it's Chile, and we can look up the map here and give people a perspective on this. Map, Pacific Alliance, and here we are. So let me do a screen share, and I'll screen share this and give you an idea of why this is shocking. It's basically when you take a look at the Pacific Alliance. This is Colombia, Peru, and Chile, along with Mexico, are part of the Pacific Alliance, where they trade with the Pacific, and their economies are actually, comparatively speaking, much more prosperous, but especially Chile, which of course veers out, they don't include it on the map here, veers out to include Easter Island out in the middle of the Pacific. But the rest of Latin America is closed to business. They're not. Mercosur, which was supposed to be a big deal for Brazil and Argentina and this entire trade bloc, has not manifested. It's too static. It's not manifesting. And when it comes to Venezuela and Ecuador and Bolivia, they are communist colonies of Cuba. They're part of what's called ALBA, which is this communist ideological bloc that makes them all part of, well, essentially Cuban satrap states. Sadly, it was Venezuela that was in charge until Hugo Chavez died. And once he died, then Cuba just came and occupied Venezuela and has been plundering it for its oil ever since. Nicaragua is also part of that communist alliance. So it's one of these, like, it's like Comecon, or the old communist European common market, except in the Americas. And most Americans don't even know it exists. But then again, they don't know about the Pacific Alliance, which is prosperous, comparatively speaking, even as crime-ridden by the narco cartels as Mexico may be. They are still have a growing economy, and at least until Trump came along and started all these tariffs, we're producing a lot of American goods, including our combat drones. But when it came to the other part, the rest of South America, it's languishing in poverty, and it's supposed to be part of Mercosur, but really it just needs to, as far as I'm concerned, surrender itself to the church. I mean, for a kind of social program that would actually work. So there we go with that. Just a little update on the status of Latin America in brief. But I've given everyone the link to the MAGA article. I'll provide the symbol soon. Let's see if I can give everybody else this link to the Chilean footage first. So what else comes to your mind while we're still gifted with your presence, Aaron?
That's it. That's it for now. I'm just grateful to join the team, and I want to thank Aristides and Brendan and Holly and everyone else who supports Douglas, and anyone who hasn't donated recently. It always kind of, Douglas is so noble. It kind of makes me sad that he doesn't know if he can make rent, and that's a really hard place to be every month, because it's like 12 years a year. So if anybody listens regularly and hasn't donated, whatever you can donate, please do, because he is always sharing, helping, and never really looking at his own circumstances. So just give what you can when you can. It's not a big deal. It's not that hard. It really helps. So that's really all I have to say.
That's beautiful. Thank you so much. You're quite the saint, and I'm so glad again that Nick's helping out with the family and or around the house, so to speak, and that you've got this brand spanking new car. It'll be incredible to see the places you take it, and hope you have some fun with it. And definitely, it's got to be a morale booster. So everybody, do share our thanks to Aaron for his appearance, and wish him well.
Yes, very good to speak with you.
Pleasure, Holly, and thank you, Aristides. Thank you, Brendan. Brendan, I'll message you privately as well. Hey, Aristides, good to hear from you, man. How's things?
Yeah. Sorry, I've been quiet. You guys have been going there really well, and I've been looking up some stuff, trying to look up the Bill Cooper book with the appendices in it, which I think I've got.
Oh,
nice.
Bless you! Share that, please.
Can you share it with us? Aristides only took 3 minutes again.
Yeah, right.
No,
I
incredible.
put it in the Skype text box so far.
Awesome, thank you.
I can forward it. It does have the like the excuse me, like the supporting documents that look hand marked up. So it's got to be it. Wow. I would think.
Awesome. Thank you, Aristides. And Brendan, I do have I'll send you a private question, and then Douglas will talk soon privately. And I appreciate you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Excellent work, Aristides, and thank you so much, Aaron. You're the man. All of you. I love you all, and stay safe and be well. Okay.
All right. Good night.
Good night. And that's our man Aaron, and again, very, very impressive, Aristides, and so glad you could do this for us.
The other one, the demon deity MAGA, I got that one.
Excellent. Okay, great. Thank you.
Looks interesting. Yeah.
Appreciate that, and just making sure that I gave a copy of this. Going to take that video thing and give a copy of it to our man, John Warrington, as well. So in terms of Brendan's okay, by all means, Brendan, it looks like our man Aristides found what we're looking for. Any thoughts between Brendan and Holly? I'd like to take a short break, make some tea again, my second crock of tea for the night, and then I'll go into monologue. And I want you guys to interject as often as you feel like it. In fact, I insist that you do. But before I go in that direction, definitely want to give myself enough caffeination and ginseng root to make certain I energize myself through it. Sometimes when my voice catches the way it does, it's the tea dust. It really is. Particulate matter gets to the back of my throat through the tea that I'm drinking, but it can't be helped. It's the green tea dust that, I just don't do tea bags. Tea bags fucking suck, and, I've gone into that before, why I don't do the tea bags. Even though I do the tea bag for the ginseng, that's an exception to the rule. And there's other ginseng that I just use the crystals, so to speak. It's like ginseng crystals. There's no other word for it, where you mix into the tea. I'll be hitting that next. And that's a red, Korean red ginseng. Our man Brendan would understand the gradations of all this. Okay, so I finished this crock of tea. I'm going to go make a new one. Let's make certain we have everyone online. So let's test everyone's audio. Yes, Holly's here. Love you, Holly. Let's
But
test.
the call did just dump. So if it does like last week and it dumps like 4 times in a row, I never know.
Ooh,
But that was the first time that happened, was last week. And
Got
I couldn't
it.
hold it.
Got it. Yeah. And how about yourself, Aristides?
Yeah, I'm here.
Great. How about Brendan? Let's see if Brendan's technology is working. Okay, Brendan. Let's see if he can talk. I always feel secure when. Otherwise, I'll just go do what I have to do. But yeah, dear Brendan, are you with us? He's probably involved heavily with his work. So.
We got to think of something to talk about. I'm pretty blank right now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's why.
I'm
So we
fix
need.
it.
Yeah.
I don't want it to be
Well,
dead
we-
air.
Yeah. Well,
No, Holly's good. We always find someone to talk about.
We always do.
Yes.
But it makes
Yeah.
me nervous. And we might need to roll the headlines or something.
All right.
You two,
Okay.
I think, are beyond that. You're both above that. I
No,
think,
we do already.
yeah,
It always kind of rolls, yeah.
yeah. You guys are wonderful people, and you have. There's a lot going on in your lives. There really is. But let's try one more time with Brendan. So, dear Brendan, if you can hear us, you're needed. If you can participate, that would be great. And I will remind everyone, of course, to upvote all of our episodes as much as you can, and make certain that you subscribe, because you will be canceled, or your subscription will be canceled. And okay, did we see something click there for a second? Let me take a look at this. All right, so what I'm going to do right now is take a break. I'm going to go on mute, and everybody, you're in the best of hands. Holly and Aristides are wonderful people. Brendan will surely join them as soon as he can. And in the interim, a shout out to Heather Holman if you're out there. And of course, shout out to dear Victoria if you're out there. And her birthday is coming up on the Emperor's birthday, which will be Tuesday. So it'll be right before my next episode. And hopefully she's listening and catches that. And other than that, I will be back, and it'll take about 10-ish minutes, but when I come back, I'm diving straight into monologue. So everybody stay here for that, and we'll get right into it. Going mute now. All right. You've all got this.
Love you, man.
Okay. All right.
Ooh,
Do you
Go ahead.
recall you there? You hear me?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
They were
totally.
talking about that. I just was securing that. It was the Egyptian demonology thing.
Yes.
The demon deity Maga. What was the relevance, or who brought that up?
Oh,
do you recall?
God. That's a good question. I
Yeah,
have to
I'm sorry, I
think
didn't know
for
there'd be
minute.
a-
But it spun off the Peter
Mhm.
link to Aquino, link to Bill
Right.
Cooper,
Yeah.
and all kind of arose out of that. What the actual specific thing was, plus its modern relevance,
Right.
being MAGA.
Okay. Yeah. Sure.
Which
No,
I
that's
can
fine.
see those guys, not having any idea of that, but still happen magically because they're so evil. It
Yeah.
could go either way. I mean, I don't give Trump that kind of credit to know history to the point where it would be on purpose.
Right.
But
Okay.
when, evil identifies itself all the time, we just don't want to see it or whatever.
Mhm.
So that would be interesting if that was just complete coincidence or not.
Mm.
I'm sure there's people that do know that in government, but I just wonder if it was totally random.
Yeah.
Weird. But did you hear that Easter Island lecture when he gave it?
A little bit. I might have been zoned out doing some
Yeah.
digging.
Or maybe it was Deep
But
Night or something.
but did they march around in the Prussian uniforms? That one.
Yes, but there was military action there.
Oh, that I did not get.
Yeah. It sounded very detailed. So
Mhm.
I'm hoping he'll retrieve that for us. Aaron remarked on it and had questions. But
Okay.
otherwise, all I can say is we got a little bit of rain here. That's a
Yeah.
very big deal because it may be the last till Christmas where I live. So that's
Wow.
awfully nice. So what's in the news at the moment?
I don't know. This came up in the beginning, and I said I don't really keep up with the news.
No, I know, but could you roll headlines or something? Unless you got a hot topic.
Let me see.
Terrible slaughter by car in Vancouver, I understand.
Yeah.
God awful.
Normal type stuff. Trump this. Yeah.
Yeah.
Deported children.
Oh yeah, deported.
Limit
children.
disclosing details on strikes on Yemen. They're going at it there.
Yeah, they sure are. And are they accidentally leaking them?
All right. Yeah. What are the? Here we go. Just get the summary. What are the top 5 headlines today? Yeah, the Vancouver car rampage.
Yeah, it wasn't really Pope funeral. I guess they really are deep into the national parks and forest system and getting ready to open them right up to all kinds of stuff. So that's pretty darn grievous for me. Douglas, not so much, but
yeah, and I brought out how
personally.
I brought up supposedly Russia's claiming at least that they've made advances or secured the Kursk region, but let me see.
They're going Netanyahu all of a sudden. Seems to me, Russia is.
Yeah.
Geez, and that plant that got blown up in Iran, has that turned up on the show?
Right.
My God.
Did what turn up?
The munitions plant being blown up. My God, Google that.
Yeah.
Iran explosion. Holy cow. It's apocalyptic. And I forget what all they're making in there. There's like 3 different factories all blew. Nobody claiming responsibility. So it's like, wow. I just saw pictures. Terrifying. So now there's all like thing going with they're getting their nukes inspected and all that. Just shades of remembering of the horrific Little George War.
Little George War.
Boy George.
Yeah.
And but yeah, that was quite something. And weird science. I don't know, that DeepSeek thing kind of blew up and now it's back down submerged. Never happened, but it was supposed to be a pretty big deal and it may be happening behind scenes. You know, AI that's cheap or free and available to all.
Mhm.
I think it's interesting now because they've shoved it into my ancient phone and computer, but it's free. I don't have to pay for it. I don't want it. I don't use it, but nonetheless, I don't know how long that's going to be the case. And I hope,
Right.
yeah, I mean, you know, maybe that way I get it out of my phone.
You're always worried about the AI in your or not maybe
It,
not worried, but talking
yeah,
about it.
yeah, you know what I mean. It's more than I opted for. And there was some headline today about China's army of robots. And
Yeah.
they did have a picture of a pretty buffed up Star Wars looking one with a young girl's head on it. So the robot was all iron and steel, Iron Man, but the head was biosimulacra.
Hmm.
Should have kept that picture, screenshot it. And it was a trippy image, but I guess they've got armies. I'll have to ask Douglas about this. Bunches of them. So that was kind of interesting.
Okay.
Do you get insomnia?
No, I wouldn't say that. I mean, I wouldn't say my sleep cycles are always nice and long and
Yeah.
even consistent, but I've never considered myself an insomniac.
That's cool.
I do sleep okay once I get there. Yeah.
What else?
Yeah. Well, let me see.
What's your
We're gonna talk about.
horoscope sign? Not that I give a
Uh,
shit.
yeah. Well, I mean,
Will you
Libra.
tell?
It's
Libra.
my Libra.
That's good enough.
Yeah. Not gonna
Your
say
work's
what
going
day, but
okay and everything?
it's going. It's a little tight. It's been affected by some budget stuff, but a lot of stuff
Is
is
that
these
right?
days.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Trump team is taking the axe to a lot of things, and
Oh, so you witnessed that
yeah,
directly?
feeling, I
People
guess.
you know?
Yeah.
Really? Yeah, I was gonna ask. Huh. How are they taking it? Do you know? All
So
different
I mean,
ways.
in some sectors like a lot of academic stuff, and all this
Wow.
budget cutting they're doing. They're pulling back grants and stuff, and a lot
Yeah.
of programs are getting cut.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so it's happening all around you.
Yeah, I do see it. Yeah.
Oh, and because it's all so sudden, you know. Quite a thing.
Yeah.
I think the ramifications haven't even begun yet. Waiting around for it to collapse once they're gone.
Hmm.
See,
Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of
there
repercussions.
sure
I think
have
it's just
been
started.
a lot of plane crashes. A couple a week
Hmm.
still going on. There was a couple last week at
Hmm.
least. And incidents on airfields, fires on the plane and shit like that. It was quite a few. I was quite impressed. Little
Mhm.
planes, big planes.
I mean, I think it always happens, but it's just we only hear about
You
the
would,
high profile
you,
ones.
yes and no. You know, I mean, it was weird that it started happening right after all the big FAA firings, but I don't
Oh
think
yeah,
that's
what
the
a
only
coincidence.
reason in some of these cases. I don't know. Maybe it is. And these companies will let their facilities decay as much as they can possibly get away with anyway. So it's hard to say, but it's just one of those really strange kind of random themes of the time.
Hmm.
that I don't know is cause or effect. Oh,
Okay, so I am letting the
perfect
tea steep a
timing.
little. Letting the tea steep a little bit. How's everyone doing?
Okay, we kind of meandered around and
Yeah,
based on a few things.
hemmed and hawed.
Oh, that's so cute. Oh, that's now this is gonna
Did
sound
you see the headline today? China has
kind of
armies of hundreds of robots. I wondered if you caught that.
No, which well, okay, where was this
And
headline
I was
published?
telling, I don't know, it was the Google roll, you know.
Uh,
And I was just saying to Aristides, I wish I would have screenshot the picture because there was this Star Wars looking buff metal body and chest and arms and legs, but the head was like biosimulacra material,
Interesting.
and it was a young Asian girl.
Interesting.
So it was weird as fuck. And I should have screenshot that so I could share it, but I was, you know,
Mhm,
kind of appalled and
mhm.
said, I got to remember to tell Douglas about this.
Okay, so I'm trying to look up China has armies of robots, and I can't
Yeah,
find that particular
Chinese
image.
robot army.
Okay.
I'd try it myself, but it'll make the call drop.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, was this China has an army of robots on its side in the tariff war? Wouldn't be that from the.
It was quasi all tangled up, but you
Okay.
know, part of their military might.
Uh,
They were
okay.
military, but it was this young, beautiful, you know, like early teen Chinese girl's head,
Uh-huh. Yeah.
like a Barbie doll head stuck on this fighting humanoid of steel. This Iron
Interesting.
Man.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised that they would go for that trope for the sake of the article, just because it's clickbait material. But
Sure.
but
Which is
just
not.
out of curiosity, is this something like what it reminded you of? Going to do a screen share here, and does it remind you something like this?
Hang on.
Uh,
I've got this damn thing in my way. Get out of there. I'm having problems. I can't see it. Okay, here we go. Okay, I see the cursor. Yeah, something like that. Only this one was a little more masculine.
Okay,
But I
but
swear that's the head.
what was it, an illustration or a photograph like this?
It was a photograph.
Okay, a photograph. Okay, so
So
yeah.
that's the head, but the body was more masculine.
Right, because I can present you different examples of different bodies and different heads that
Yeah, this
they.
was like outdoors, and there was a couple government guys or something in the picture,
Interesting, interesting.
like
Okay,
on a base almost.
right, interesting. Because most of the time when they demonstrate something like this, the Biofac simulacra, it's going to be in showrooms, as opposed to something like the military base. I'd expect to be more like. This one happens to be the New York Post, where they're showing some of this. But
I mean, is that what they'd send to battle? I mean,
no,
you'd think you'd
no,
have a
oh, no.
steel head on it.
No, of
So
course
this is
not.
the spokesmodel or something.
Yeah, it's the other Biofac simulacra that I was showing Peter Moon when he became interested in literally trying to molest the Biofac simulacra, or was
No.
yeah, he like those were from Taiwan. I was showing him some Biofac simulacra from Taiwan in the past. But we're going to have to look around a bit for some of these other things. I'll do a search to see what I can find, because that it sounds like it's something I should check into as to what was the situation behind that particular prototype or demonstration
Yeah,
piece.
I was speed rolling the headlines, half
Got,
asleep,
got it. So I'll be on the
and
lookout.
so it jumped out. Check, search Google News. It might pick it up. I forget who published it or anything.
Okay. Yeah, and let me see now with YouTube if I can find that. Okay. Let me see. Taiwan humanoid robot. And the see if I can find exactly what I had showed Peter at that time. Let me see now. I know I've got the link to it somewhere. Let me see. Short. Okay, here they call them shorts. And okay. And with my luck, the search will probably interpret that to mean like midget robot or something stupid. Yeah.
Underwear.
Yeah. Or robots in underwear or something like that. Yeah, it's not turning up anything sensible. I mean, we're getting a number of different things, but not what I was looking for. But there were some prime examples of what you were talking about. But the mixing and matching a combat unit with a Biofax simulacra model head is pretty fucking bizarre, and
That's what got me about it.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't doubt they can do it.
yeah.
That was strange.
Yeah,
I mean, I can see an army of them marching out uncovered, you know.
Well, to show you how intrinsically racist Peter Moon was, when he took a look at just footage of the Chinese women's unit on the march, he just automatically said, "They all look like robots." That's the it's so offensive. It's just beyond Chinese woman military parade. Like, we could look that up. And so here we are. Good example here. I'm going to do a screen share. So if we do a screen share here, you can see this. And here we go, where, say, for instance, obviously the Chinese female soldiers, when they focus in on them, first we have to wait for, the skip button to show up so I can get out of these ads. But once it went there, then that idiot Peter Moon just said automatically, "They all look like robots." And he of course, he's such an idiot. I could have just lied and said, "Oh, they are," and that idiot would have believed it. I mean, he's so fucking stupid, and especially the female Red Guard units. But here they're just rolling past them too fast for you to get even a good look at them. It'd have to be like the short would probably do it better justice. So the short does it better justice. But I've seen heads like this on mechanical units. And so it's not like this can't be done or produced as a robotic style. It's really wouldn't be that difficult, but it's the expenditure for that is not necessarily even astronomical. It's just rather how practical is it, and or what use would you get out of it other than aesthetics. So yeah, there we go with that.
And it almost did seem like a big PR thing,
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure.
It's flashy and stupid and little boy bullshit.
Yeah. That sounds about right.
Who knows?
Yeah. No, I get it. But there could be some method to the madness where maybe they think, the head peeps up over the ridge and stupid enemy GI, automatically walks towards it thinking it's a bitch, right? Then the monstrous torso emerges and riddles them away. Maybe there's some logic to it, though I don't think that would be very practical either. So there we have that. But
and they're eliminating war-fighting personnel as fast as they can. For tech.
With tech, you mean by the way, let me heart what was provided by our man Aristides here, the other Demon Deity download. All I can say is that you're going to need human beings involved in the battlefield for a long time. It's not going to be fully automated, except in certain cases, and
or remote.
Yeah.
Remote.
That's
my thinking.
Well, the fact is that there's going to be people who can't afford any of this, so you're going to be fighting human beings. And when it comes to the people like Israel, then you have a case where, as I pointed out before, you've got real extermination going on by automated units. That, again, Peter Moon's stupidity, when I showed him some of these automated units that were flame-throwing mobile units, and he was like, "How's there anyone left alive in the Gaza?" And I'm like, there are many places in the Gaza where no one is left alive, Peter. It's like every time I spoke to him, it was an exercise, and it's just, you couldn't believe somebody could be that stupid. And it's just the questions. There really is such a thing as stupid questions. Okay, so I believe my tea is steeped long enough. I'm going to grab it, and I will be right back, and then we'll dive into monologue. but I'm sure that you can think of something to speak of to burn bandwidth, and thank God that you're here, because otherwise I couldn't even, make my tea. But it'll take me a good 5 minutes before I'm back, but you guys can handle that, 5 to 7 minutes. You guys
Okay.
got this. And you're doing beautifully. And I'm going to go mute now, okay?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. So what was with was there some new development with the Chinese robots, or?
No, we're just kicking it around. I mean, he's pulled up photographs of other models,
Yeah.
if you were.
I know, yeah, it's
But
been
in
a
the end,
recurring.
it's just the
Mhm.
novelty. You'd think it'd have a Darth Vader head on it,
Mm.
not this
Right.
realistic, soft, pink plastic.
Yeah, I
Barbie
didn't
doll head.
I didn't really see the screen
Yeah,
share real well, but
it
is that
was
something I can
disconcerting.
can I look that up easily online?
He, his picture, I'm not sure where they got, but we did a little search and couldn't find what I saw. But I would have seen it roll in the Google roll. And
Are
so
the-
I was gonna, I can't look it up and keep the call at the same time.
Yeah.
So I
Are
will
and
do that tomorrow.
so these are like the bipedal robots, not like the
Yeah, totally.
yeah.
Like a Star Wars looking
Mhm.
stormtrooper in
But
an
they
articulated
insisted on
humanoid
okay,
suit
but they insist on
with
giving
this
it like a
little
human
girl
like
head
face.
on top.
Yeah, right. That is kind of creepy as shit.
Yeah. So, and then it was like, I don't know, the whole thing could be kind of like a big showy PR thing, chiefly. Oh, and then the discussion of how much actual human personnel will be required in the future,
Right.
which it'll still need some, but it'll be a lot less, and poor countries will still be human. So, and that got into Palestine.
Right.
Wait.
Yeah, what is going on with Palestine, Gaza? I mean, like
Full Yahweh.
you
Good and full Yahweh. I mean,
yeah, but you would
any
think like
place.
it's kind of an imbalanced conflict. Did they? If there's any of them
Yeah.
hanging on, man, that's pretty amazing.
Yeah, and there was the ceasefire.
There are. I mean, I still, there's still videos. I think they're still going at
They
it.
all came back. All the ones that survived the first time and
Mhm.
ran away came back,
Right.
and then
They
started
do.
up right up again.
They
As soon as
do.
They were back and corralled up. Boom.
Yeah.
Everybody.
The Palestinians. They even take videos of them themselves hitting the Israeli, shooting RPGs into the tanks and stuff like that. It's pretty exciting.
Oh God, no. I mean, that's all. Whatever's left of Hamas ain't
Yeah.
fighting back at this.
Yeah.
Netanyahu's excuse was he got miffed about some technicality in the. Okay, you're all back. Ceasefire over. You fucked that
Right.
up. Boom. And it's just been
Right.
sense from all sides because the settlers are totally King Kong.
Yeah.
An insult to King Kong. But it's the worst thing I've
Okay.
probably in my found the world.
All right. Whatever that. Well, that was a good. I mean, Aaron hasn't been on a while and touched on some
No, he
topics that
hasn't. Yeah.
some good review refresh on some of those topics.
Yes. Yes, it was. Yes.
I was thinking about the other day. Yeah. Basically,
What
just
other day?
couple generations from Crowley.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
But Aaron was never a Scientologist, was
he? No, not Aaron. No. No, he was in some weird other, basically, Douglas can refresh us, and he's talked about it openly. So some weird type of Christian cult, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe it was Montauk that got him or something.
Yeah.
'Cause
I'm not sure how he got
decades ago.
wrapped into it all.
Interesting.
with Peter.
Take it.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe Doug will recall how Aaron kind of got into all that. But I know he was in some Christian. I forget the name of it.
Oh, man. Weird, because I'm sitting in a tiny patch of something chewing.
No, sorry. Just had to run the kitchen, make sure it was not burning something.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh God. All right. Well, Sunday.
What else is going on?
Oh golly.
How are you doing? Like personally, any I don't know, you talk about health and nutrition stuff and any new stuff you've been doing?
Taking my Shilajit.
Okay, yeah, we did talk about that.
Yeah, little dab a day.
Okay, how's that been working out?
It's fine. I don't need much, but I'm thinking just to keep putting it in there. I like it in the first and only cup of coffee.
Yeah, there you go.
Here.
Do you notice
just taking a shot glass of warm water and throwing it down, but
yeah.
What the hell?
No,
it tastes good.
No, I think I do think it goes with coffee. Some people do that. Do you notice it though? Like that you've been. That's all that you do something.
No, not remarkably at all.
Yeah, sometimes you do stuff and it's like, am I feeling it? Is this something's going to be like a cumulative effect, or is it like, wow, yeah, I can tell him. I can really tell I'm doing that. Like.
Okay. For me, the test is kind of like, do I remember to take it, or will I bother to take it?
Yeah, right.
That means I like it.
Right.
It agrees with me somehow. So I'll take it for a while, back up there. Right. And then I got this pretty fancy green powder with a lot of stuff in it. And between the two of them, I take a lot of
fancy what? Green stuff?
Green powder. Yeah, a bunch of different stuff in it.
There are, so many of those green powder type supplements. And I did one.
I'm liking this one.
Called.
Okay, I'm back. So, how are we holding up?
Wait, what's it called? Aristides?
All right, maybe Holly can finish what.
Sure.
What's the name?
What was it called? Aristides is what Holly asked. Aristides? Okay, we're still on call, right? Okay, we still online. Let's take a look at feedback from our listeners. Yeah, not quite sure what was going on there, but I presume Aristides is still with us, and Holly is still with us. Holly?
Yes.
Okay, good. How about you, Aristides?
Yeah.
So Holly asked you, what was it?
Holly, I was wondering what the green stuff was called.
You were asking me. I thought you had one. I kind of forget the name, Green Vitality or something like that.
Are you there? Can you hear us?
I hear both of you, but not quite sure. So Aristides, can you hear us? Maybe Aristides did something where he can't hear us.
Can't hear anybody.
Okay, can hear him.
Okay. Yeah, can other people hear us? Okay, let's have other people report in, and we'd appreciate some feedback. Eric Cradle, T-Tank Berry, anybody out there hear us? So Aristides, what you might try to do is jump off the call and jump back on, and we're going to presume other people can hear us.
I cannot hear anybody, so I don't know what's going on.
Okay, so let me send him a private message here on Skype. But you hear us, right, Ollie?
Well,
yes, I do. Both of you.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Good. And we're going to presume other people can hear you and I. Okay. Aristides, jump off call and jump back on. Jump off call and jump back on. Jump back on. Maybe. Jump off call and jump back on. Maybe. Okay. There.
Are we still on?
Yeah. We're still on. Yeah.
I can hear you.
Okay, I could. Yeah, I stopped hearing. Okay, so I'm here. All right, I thought we lost it.
Okay, so the two of you were talking about green vitality or something
Yeah,
of that
green,
nature
yeah.
before.
What's the green stuff
It
called?
wasn't much. We were just filling time.
Okay. Well, before I jump into monologue, Holly thought you were. She was asked. She. I don't know if she knows. Do you even know, Holly, what that stuff's called, or not? You know.
What do you call it? It's green vitality or something.
Okay, all right,
Oh.
fair enough. Yeah, I
Oh.
used to do a green powder thing. I think it was macro greens. It's been around for a while.
Uh-huh. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
I still do it
believe that.
occasionally.
Because I'm not juicing like you. Anyway, it's not anything to overly dwell on.
Understood. And
We're doing okay.
yeah, and everybody, the Skype is not doing okay because Skype is dying, and they're just unplugging all the servers, and nothing's working anymore with Skype. And we will, like I said, oh yes, so this is what I must remind myself of. Now that Holly is with us and everyone else is with us, we are going to move into Google Spaces. And Jesus, we should have remembered this while Aaron Tice was with us, so hopefully he reviews this and listens to it later. But we're all going to ask. Now, I sent out an email to you, Holly, through Gmail. So if you open up your Gmail, there should be an invitation to join Google Spaces. And then you open that
Very
up.
good.
Yeah, you open that up and then try your best to download the Google Spaces app. So maybe you can explain to her how that worked, Aaron. Or just tell her what you did.
Yeah.
Yeah, with the Google app.
It's pretty easy.
Yeah. Yeah, it wasn't bad. We got to try it out. I did install it.
Yeah.
So.
Okay.
Okay, and so that having been said, I guess I'll talk to everyone tomorrow morning about that. Send a text message to Aaron Tice, but basically to everyone out there who listens to Team Dietrich, we are transferring to Google Spaces, and we'll try and make that work. And I'm sure it will, and we don't have any other choice. And so that having been said, Trump's chaos has shielded Israel's violence in the Gaza while Pope Francis's death is being processed. In other words, I look at Pope Francis's death differently than other people. People are looking at his death in terms of his legacy, but I'm looking at this as basically a incident which is being exploited for the Israelis to expand their arena of violence, as his death is their diversion and Trump's chaos is it's their smoke shield. So this is an exercise in smoke and mirrors, not conspired but opportune. In other words, the Pope's death has presented an opportunity for two forces of evil to conspire in terms of taking advantage of his sudden departure to basically do whatever the hell they want to do. It's basically, you could say that until another pope is elected by the College of Cardinals, you're going to have the gates of hell open, and the forces of Abaddon and Apollyon and Apophis, the world-eating worm, are loosed upon the earth. At any rate, this week, President, I can't even get out this title. It makes me so sick just to say his name. This week, President Donald Trump hits the 100th day of his second midterm with only some 1,360 days left to fucking go. Mr. Trump has undoubtedly had the most consequential first 100 days of any modern American president. He is leading a revolutionary project that aspires to remake the economy, the bureaucracy, culture, and foreign policy, even the idea of America itself. Mr. Trump's belief in unconstrained executive power, the idea that, as Richard Nixon suggested, if the president does something, then it's legal, is pushing America to our limits. This mercurial extremism has already undermined things that actually make America great. Look at what's been happening to the United States dollar. Will there be resistance? Voters, investors, the courts, and Congress can impose, well, they can all impose varying degrees of restraint upon Mr. Trump. This week, there have been new signs that the markets have clout. Elsewhere, the revolution seems remarkably unchecked. Over time, that is likely to change. The question is, how far and how fast? Well, this week, the Trump administration's attacks on free speech, especially for those advocating for Palestinian freedom, continued to escalate. We have seen an increasingly aggressive effort to silence dissenting voices, from pro-Palestinian students to organizations working to end the occupation and the apartheid regime that the Israeli government maintains. Now, resisting Trump should be the baseline, not a radical horizon. And the recent Harvard breakfast reveals our global hypocrisy in this regard. There's been a recent post making the LinkedIn rounds among privileged circles celebrating a day of diplomacy, a breakfast with Denmark's ambassador to these United States, followed by an evening with a former United States ambassador to Denmark and others. On the agenda, the future of United States-Nordic relations, Grönland, and shared strategic collaboration. Sounds innocuous enough. Just another day in the halls of Harvard Kennedy School. But it's in these exact moments, in the careful language of respectability, that we see the mechanics of global injustice more clearly. It keeps up the facade of portraying a sense of deep care for the world, while actually doing a greater disservice. The Post praised strong alliances and downplayed Trump's infamous rhetoric towards Grönland as unnecessary bullying. It closed with a tidy affirmation that days like these make Harvard feel pretty special. I mean, I hate to say it, but the word special education does come to mind here. Because for the rest of the world, those living under drone warfare, resource plunder, and debt traps, there is nothing special about it. Just the same old colonial script as we see continuously in the global South colonialism, which is still present to this day, dressed in new suits and filtered through polished optics. Now, the global North empire doesn't just bomb, it brunches. Let's be honest, what exactly is being celebrated here? While Gaza faces annihilation, while Sudan is torn apart by foreign-fueled violence, and while Congolese communities are devastated by extractive economies designed to serve Western techno-giants, we're supposed to applaud the deepening of ties between the U.S. and Nordic states? We're supposed to pretend Grönland is just a diplomatic talking point rather than a living, breathing indigenous land, systematically surveilled, militarized, and subjected to centuries of Danish and American imperial colonial diplomacy? Let's not forget, Grönland was never meaningfully decolonized. In 1953, Denmark unilaterally declared it part of the kingdom, bypassing the United Nations' formal decolonization process and denying Grönlanders a real vote. There was no referendum, just diplomatic theater. The illusion of consent became the legal cover for continued control. And while Denmark gained praise for being progressive, Portugal would later use this exact maneuver to justify its own colonial grip on African territories. The system learns from itself. This is the cruelty of global North discourse. Its ability to erase violence through polite conversation. Its obsession with optics over accountability. Its capacity to speak endlessly about cooperation while remaining silent on the asymmetries that the cooperation rests on. Yes, Harvard students are resisting, and that matters. It's important to acknowledge that these events are unfolding along something truly powerful: the growing wave of student and faculty resistance to Trumpism on campus. From walkouts to teach-ins to demands for transparency and accountability, we are witnessing a collective refusal to normalize the politics of authoritarianism, racism, and imperial nostalgia. That is worth celebrating. But let's be clear, resisting Trump is a baseline, not a radical horizon. Condemning crude authoritarianism while cozying up to liberal empire does not make us morally whole. It just makes the hypocrisy more subtle. We cannot critique Trump's bullying of Grönland while staying silent on the everyday structural violence of, well, that the normal United States-Nordic alliance entails. If we only call out the rhetoric and not the machinery, then we are defending the system that made Trump possible in the first. Neoliberalism equals colonialism with a smile. I've spoken before about how the global north continues to extract from the global south under new names: development, security partnerships, green transitions, foreign investment. Whether it's cobalt in the Congo, surveillance tech in Palestine, or climate finance that never arrives, our partnerships are designed to preserve access, not justice. This is the age of neoliberalism in formal wear, where power is no longer imposed through direct rule, but through boardrooms, bilateral trade deals, and choreographed diplomacy. The language has changed, but the logic has not. We still control. We still exploit. We just do it now with press releases and diversity panels. And the most insidious defenders of this world order are not the far-right ideologies. They're the progressives who know how to talk about equity while quietly preserving neoliberalism. Labour in the United Kingdom is an excellent example of this, still unawarely following Margaret Thatcher's chant, which, to quotist that verbatim, went, "There is no such thing as society." The spotlight on individualism has never been brighter, and it's tearing society apart. Day by day, we look less like a community and more like a crowd of lone survivors. This slow unraveling began in the 1960s and 70s, fueled by the neoliberal philosophies of Margaret Thatcher and Ronald Reagan, the everyone for themselves mantra, propped up by myths like the self-made man, the rational economic actor, the American dream, and the hollow promise that hard work alone maketh you rich. Just more slogans and fairy tales for the elites and the plutocrats, which, because I get emails asking me what that mean, what that is when I use that term, plutocrats. That's a society that is ruled or controlled by people of great wealth or income. The well-spoken politicians and diplomats who sprinkle their speeches with concern but never question the foundations of their power. Trump is only a symptom. Something else caused it. And the cause by now is undeniably neoliberalism. and the obsession of growth, which has caused inequality to rise and foster Roosevelt Bolshevism. We saw it in America after the 1930s Great Depression, and we are seeing it now after the 2008 financial crises, in a time of record consumer fear. Oh, by the way, Brendan, just jump on the call and say, I was away from keyboard, and ask, is it all good? Don't be afraid to just jump in and interrupt. Honestly, it would be welcome. But Holly, of course, and Aristides were holding the fort, and they did okay. They did good. They did good. I'm proud of them both.
Did the numbers plummet?
My nose! Don't make hot tea go up my nose.
That sounds like a yes.
You did okay. You did okay.
Some nights are better than others.
The numbers didn't climb, but they didn't dive either. Probably Brendan can't talk. I mean, if you can talk, Brendan, go ahead. But Aristides, yes, you were going to say something? Brendan.
Yeah. Sorry, we did our best, like she said.
You did okay. The numbers were okay. They were okay.
Okay, right. I was not upset. Moving on.
Just busting our balls.
Look.
Anyway, you're red hot, man. Don't break your stride.
Yeah. But I want you both to know, there's times that Brendan Zogit was talking, and the numbers went down to 0, and that's just impossible. Okay, so just remember this. The enemy fucks with the numbers because they basically, Google is a government contractor, and I am shadow banned, and there's been a surface limit put on the number of subscriptions at around 3,400. We get a few subscriptions over 3,400, and then it unsubscribes people. It's like there's a whole what we are experiencing in terms of phenomenon is not what you see on the face of it. So just take heart in that. It's obviously, we spoke about this the other day when Brendan brought up the fact that I have impacted Cho Chocolate so catastrophically. And I've brought up the whole history behind Cho Chocolate and the fact that they're not exploiting a minority group. They are run by a minority group of vicious, cannibalistic pygmies from Southeast Asia. And this destroyed Cho Chocolate. So somehow people are getting the word out. They have to be listening. Nobody else says what I said. Go on, Brendan. Yes.
Or they're voluntarily pulling back. That's the only other option, right?
Yeah. But why? Yeah, why would they do that except for what I'm saying?
You know how they have those those little, those little awards or whatever on the side of the package that say like woman-owned business, black-owned business. Yeah. What are they supposed to put? Evil pygmy tribe-owned business. Yeah. I'm sure that'll get some sales up.
It would. It would, like you and I said, if they took that angle and just ran with it, then they'd be the major seller on the American market. I mean, everybody'd want in, but especially if they said, and we put human ganglia in it too, and oh man, kids would be buying it up. But
so has it faded out of the stores?
Well, tell her, Brandon.
I haven't really noticed, but I haven't seen it either.
It used to have its own section at the stores I shop at. Yeah. But now it's like they whittled it down to like 2 slots. And then last I went to the grocery store, they had it on like, blowout clearance or, discontinuing it. So I think it's pretty much being taken offline. Yeah. Probably going to be like one of those boutique brands.
Yeah. But honestly, it has to be because of what I'm saying, and it's because, of course, they can't afford to tell the truth behind what's going on with their chocolate, and it was originally a front,
Hell no.
yeah, for all their drug smuggling and all the rest of that. And when I brought it up, I've never brought it up from a moral, judgmental perspective of, oh, it's a front for drug smuggling and just money laundering and all the rest of this stuff, and but they were obviously putting shit in the chocolate that gave you a buzz. There was shit in there that
Oh
just,
yeah, guaranteed.
yeah, and that was what made it popular. One of the factors. But when I started telling people, hey, look, this means black magic in the most serious sense and whatnot, somehow the word got out, and somehow it wasn't getting out in a positive way. And like I was saying, it was, look, there's this whole negative deal going on behind it, and it's really dark, and and everything we've been saying all these years, it's had its effect. So somehow what we're saying is getting out there. Now we know the authorities listen because every once in a while, like in England, they'll come up with a policy recommendation which they claim is original but is just everything I've said verbatim. And it happens elsewhere as well. Obviously the authorities have always listened, but as for the popular, the baseline population, most of them haven't heard of me, yet somehow what I say gets out there. So we can count on that. We're succeeding. So just remember, this is what I'm trying to tell Holly and Aristides. The numbers really don't matter all that much. The fact that we're just here, that's victory enough. And so I was just telling them that because they were asking if the numbers went down. Then I told them there was one time you were on, Brendan, and the numbers went down to 0. And we know that's just manipulation. We know that there's no way it would go down to 0. But Brendan was there and he saw that. It's not like everybody would just turn off their, their machines and walk away.
Did the whole show
I
go
could have been
offline?
talking about something vile or something. Who knows?
Yeah, no, you weren't. You were not. And
I wouldn't imagine that.
Yeah, and no, the show did not go offline. If the show goes offline, it just goes offline. But that just goes to show how much they can manipulate, the show. But yeah, so while you were making your elixir, Brendan, Holly and Aristides did the best they could, and they were holding it. And then they knocked Aristides off. He couldn't hear for a while, and so they were fucking with his, and let Aristides and Holly know what happened when you and I were trying to talk about your old girlfriend and how we just couldn't even use Skype. The Skype just exploded. It became unworkable.
Oh yeah, it shut down everything and it was glitched out and all this shit. And then dropped like 4 times. There's like the call log between us is like ridiculous looking because of all the dropped calls, and we had to exit and re-enter.
Sunday, or the last show that happened to
Exactly.
me on Wednesday.
Yeah.
I was about to give up, and I tried one more time. I was just going to go to YouTube, and it took, and it held.
Thank God. And yeah, I appreciate that. So with both of you again, and Aristides as well, just interject whenever you feel like it while I go into monologue. And so when it comes to, as I said, what we had with Margaret Thatcher and Ronald Reagan was presaged by the Great Depression and the resultant Roosevelt Bolshevism we saw in America. And we're seeing it now, again, after the 2008 financial crises. We're seeing now a period of record consumer fear. As U.S. President Donald Trump departed for Italy to attend the funeral of Pope Francis, the news at home for his misadministration was not good as the week came to an end. On the economic front, there is record fear among his constituents. American imperial consumer sentiment fell to one of the lowest readings on record. And long-term inflation expectations climbed to the highest since 1991 on worries over the domestic consequences from his tariffs. Economists see Trump's policies, and in particular his global trade war, as making the chances of a self-induced recession a coin flip. An ABC Ipsos poll found that 7 in 10 Americans feel the Republicans' tariff campaign will drive up inflation, the main issue he campaigned on during last year's presidential election, no less. And a New York Times average of polls reported Trump's overall approval rating has fallen steadily since he took office and is now at 45%. And finally, a majority of respondents to a New York Times Siena poll expressed disapproval over Trump's efforts to gather more power to the executive. In markets into this weekend, a dollar gauge was on track for its worst performance during the first 100 days of an American imperial presidency in data going back to the Nixonite era, when America abandoned the Bretton Woods monetary agreement system that pegged the United States dollar to the output of Saudi oil, thus creating the petrobuck. All of this, however, is really indicative of the violence of omission, which is, of course, what my entire program of what the government considers to be enemy transmissions is all about. Critical omissions. What's most troubling about posts from LinkedIn, like the one that I've been referencing, is not what they say, but what they leave out. Not a mention of American imperial colonialism, no mention of postmodern U.S. imperialism, no acknowledgement of climate injustice, of forced displacement, or should I say mass displacement, of Grönland's colonialized status, or shall I say colonized status, as many Danes live there, basically the professional class. No reflection on what these alliances actually do to those outside the room. And when you have access, when you're in the room holding the mic, your omissions are political. They're not neutral. They are complicity. Because when war crimes are happening in real time, and you post about strengthening ties without a single word of critique, you become part of the machinery that makes silence possible. You help launder violence through civility, something we see in every leading government and diplomacy in the global north today. So, what if we cut the ties? Instead of talking about how to strengthen EU-US relations, we should be asking, what would it mean to cut those ties when they're tied to extraction, militarism, and climate collapse? What would it look like to divest from fossil economies instead of doubling down on energy security deals that poison indigenous lands? What would it mean to restructure diplomacy around repair and reparations and planetary survival rather than growth and security and geopolitical influence? These aren't rhetorical questions on my part. They're demands. And they should be central to any conversation about the future of international cooperation. So Harvard may feel special about their little breakfast club, but the world isn't feeling so lucky. If we really believe in justice, then we have to stop romanticizing elite diplomacy as a neutral good. We have to start naming the systems: capitalism, colonialism, white supremacy. We have to stop laundering power through soft words and soft lighting. Because, well, some of us enjoy croissants and coffee with ambassadors. Others are mourning their families under the rubble. Others are watching their rivers poisoned for rare earth minerals. Others are buried in debt they did not create. This is not a call out of any person. It's a call in to all of us who live in the global north. We need to stop congratulating ourselves for being on the right side of history while continuing to live off all of its wrongs. Let's stop performing progress. Let's start practicing rupture. Let's check on what was entered here by our dear Brendan entered some One Piece images that I'll happily download. These are One Piece characters that are obviously the two favorite characters. To me, these are the reasons to watch One Piece.
The fan favorites.
Yeah, of course. Yes, the eye candy and their personalities. Give us a brief description of how the personalities are different from each other.
Oh, well, Nico Robin is like the archaeologist, but she's also like got this dark. She's very like subdued and has this dark side. And every time some shit's about to happen, she's always like, serial killer-esque. She's like, I wonder how much blood it would take to color the ocean red and shit. Like, these are some of her lines.
All right. Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, but she's also an archaeologist and she's into history. So she happens to be my favorite character.
Well, she's like yourself, an archaeolinguist.
Yes.
She reads ancient languages. Yes.
Exactly. That's her. She's like the MacGuffin for that part of the storyline.
Yes.
Without her, they wouldn't be able to, understand the ancient language of these ancient kingdoms that they're dealing with. And then Nami is just this money hungry, crazy woman,
Cool.
But she's like the comedic relief for the main crew.
Yeah.
And she also is essentially the I guess the original idea of the creator Oda, Ichiro Oda. He like based her off of some kind of archetype that he liked, and ended up marrying some lady that played Robin in like some kind of live action.
Cool.
So he like manifested his own wife.
Cool.
So
well, we all hope
that's how
to do
high
that.
level he is.
All right, that is high level. Well, we all
he
need
did
to.
it.
Yeah.
He did it.
We all need to aim to
She
do
was
that.
like playing.
Yeah.
She was playing like a burlesque version of Nami, who like at first was all obviously underage, but somehow because this dude's such a perv, he found her.
All right. I can
there you
relate.
go.
Yeah. That's.
I bet you can.
Yeah.
But he's openly perv, he's cool with it.
Yeah,
He's
people,
accepted it.
So yeah, some people would say that about me, but that's it's just a matter for discussion, I suppose.
Well, you're degenerate. That's,
Yeah.
that's like a different genre. But I mean,
Jaded.
and
Yes.
what?
Jaded. I said I'm jaded. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. But we've exposed that basically all the mangaka are all hentai artists.
Yeah.
And people used to make fun of that, saying, "Oh, you guys are all pervs watching anime," but that's what sells. Sorry.
Thank you.
That's how they would make their money.
Dude,
early
that's
on.
what makes it worth watching. I mean, Jesus
Yeah.
Christ, we all watch for that. That's like,
Of course,
yeah,
especially
obviously.
the teenage boys.
Yes, that goes without saying. So,
Later on they became gooners, but that was like I guess the unfortunate result of that. But it is what it is.
Oh yes. Oh, that reminds me. Later on, I'll remind myself to do it after I upload tonight's episode. I'll share with everyone that sigil or that or what would we call it? Aeroglyph. I guess we could call that whole mural an aeroglyph of Maga, the demon, the actual demon Maga. Yeah, and Apophis.
In alliance with Apep, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, in alliance
to subjugate the world. Yeah.
Yes, or to destroy it. Yes, to render it chaotic and violent, and it's definitely where we're at. And so thank you for jumping back on and sharing that. And of course, thank you, Holly, for your input. And let's get back into it. We'll dive back into the subject at hand. There is resistance, of course. Students are far ahead they're far ahead of their institutions, and certainly of the politicians who are just clutching their pearls. The kids are all right, as they say, and continue to lead the struggle to protect all of our civil liberties and civil rights. They need our support. This repression is not limited to the United States. An unprecedented wave of deportations targeting activists and their supporters is underway in Europe as well. Anti-genocide activists in countries like the United Germany and Greece are being pushed to the brink as governments respond with draconian measures to disrupt popular support for Palestine. As the American empire withdraws from its previous international commitments, Israel has seized the opportunity to escalate its campaign of ethnic cleansing in the Gaza. The Israeli government has abused the political chaos generated by the Trump misadministration to further its genocidal agenda. Israel has destroyed the southern Gaza city of Rafah as it moves on its long-term plan to erase Palestinian life from the territory, turning it into a massive buffer zone across the Egyptian border. The situation in Gaza has reached catastrophic proportions, with more than 65,439 plus Palestinians dead, already surpassing the entire population of Grönland, not including 14,000 plus missing and presumed dead, with all the indirect deaths never counted yet, likely multiple times higher, and the death toll rising every goddamn day. Yet, this ongoing genocide remains tragically overlooked by much of the international community. The deadly realities of Gaza are being live-streamed into the hands of Americans, but all too many are more inclined to mourn the death of abstract ideals than to confront the devastating loss of human life that is unfolding before our very eyes. The passing of Pope Francis deprives us all of a moral giant whose unwavering advocacy for the Palestinian people provided a vital counterpoint to the apathy and complicity that all too often define international responses to Israel's crimes against humanity. The Pope's death is not only the loss of a religious leader, but the loss of an important ally for Gaza's Christian community. Pope Francis's relationship with the Catholic Church in Gaza was a beacon of hope in the darkest of times. This is a personal loss for many in Gaza, whose connection to the Pope was not merely symbolic, but profoundly human. Pope Francis's advocacy was more than just a moral stand. It was a call to the global community to recognize the injustice of Israel's oppression, its annihilation of the Palestinians. But Israel has a right to self-defense! Now, this otherwise commonsensical statement is repeated everywhere. I should say regurgitated as a religious axiom by state officials and media outlets, by commentators and anchors, other than Douglas Dietrich, of course. It seems so basic and so self-evident that, well, no one other than the son of Adolf Hitler could ever argue with it. But allow the son of Adolf Hitler to tell you what you need to hear. No, Israel does not have any right, not a single goddamn one, to defend itself. But indigenous occupied people do. The facts seem to elude the propagandists, or they just don't care, and likely both. Israel's right to defend itself is relentlessly invoked by its supporters. But international law mandates that Israel cannot simultaneously occupy Palestinian land and attack it as a foreign threat, nor treat those resisting as enemy combatants. So, to reiterate, no, Israel does not have a single goddamn right to self-defense for its occupation under international law. And this goes to Bernie fucking Sanders. Read up, you senile old communist. Because he's the motherfucker who stands up waving the Israeli flag saying they've got a right to self-defense, which tells you all you need to know about Bernie fucking Sanders running around passing out free tickets to what essentially amounts to a rock concert without music. And no!
Wait, I did believe he'd been staunchly pro-Palestinian.
No, he stood up and he said every time Israel has a right to self-defense, because that's the mantra. Otherwise, you can't say anything in Congress. That's the thing they ask. Do you agree that Israel has a right to self-defense? Oh, Bernie was the first up in line. He raised his hand and said yes.
Yeah, but that follows with a but.
There's no but to
Yeah, I
it.
agree with Israel. But you can't be doing this
Oh, God,
to the
please.
indigenous
Oh,
people.
please. Honey.
Okay, I'm not going down this road.
Yeah,
No,
we can
siree.
go
Never mind.
that later.
Keep walking.
We can go that later. We can go there later. Because Bernie Sanders
no,
isn't worth our
there.
attention. He really isn't worth our attention. But
Fine.
yeah.
Yeah.
But as for, I'm already getting emails here. No, Israel did not defend their own on October 7th in 2023. So a quick review. We know, per ABC report, Israeli militant commanders were aware there was activity by Hamas before October of 2023. Multiple citizens and militant fighters informed authorities of suspicious activity. We know, per BBC Breakdown, reports emerged some of the militants were unarmed at the border and it was understaffed. In other words, Israel has paramilitaries. However, at this time, they were drawn down, understaffed, and unarmed before the break-in. Per CNN Breakdown, Netanyahu and Israeli intel knew for at least over a year, and perhaps more, that there was a plan by Hamas to break through. And by all accounts, it goes back to 2014 after the 50-day war. Per Haaretz, this means Israel left the border grossly unattended, with insufficient protection and security, conspiratorially provoking the Hamas breach. Rather, providing the incentive in order for it to happen. We also know, per iCenter, all, and I mean all, of the women killed in Israel by Hamas were militant operatives. We know this because all of the adult women had at one time been part of Israel's required draft service. There is no such thing as an Israeli non-combatant. They have a universal draft. You must serve in the military, except for a bunch of religious turds who are half the population, but none of them were victims here. Isn't that interesting? Instead, all the women had served in the Israeli military, which means that, yes, they were combatants, and none of them were innocent. And, per Al Jazeera, Hamas was targeting militant forces. Exclusively. It asked combatants. That means they were either actively in service or veterans of service. The Hamas leader has condemned any target of innocence and still maintains the breakthrough was an act of resistance. And per my cross-referencing of both Democracy Now! And The Intercept, there were no mass rapes or beheaded babies. This has been irrefutably deconstructed, and I will not argue it. To the denialists, the research on this is easy. Per the Times of Israel, Hamas sought hostages for an exchange deal, as has been done in the past, and the offer was given in the first couple of days, after Israel then rejected it. Or rather, it was given in the first couple of days after the attack, but Israel immediately rejected it, and did so multiple times thereafter. Per Haaretz, the Israeli newspaper, the Israelis released their Hannibal Directive, which issued commands for Israelis to kill Israelis. So we do know that many of the people killed, in fact, all of the innocent ones, were killed by the Israeli military forces, the actual standing army of active duty service personnel. We know this because the rounds used were part of heavy armor rounds, ordnance, and weapons issued regularly to the Israeli military. So, this puts everything in a new perspective. As an American, you should have known in the first. But like with World War II, you don't know shit. Now, under international law, according to United Nations Charter 51, it says the United Nations impairs the inherent right of individual or collective self-defense if an armed attack occurs with member states. As an occupier, Israel has no right to self-defense. It's not on its own land. It is not a recognized nation state. It is a white settler regime. It is a colony. By invoking self-defense, Israel perverts the conversation from its colonial crimes against the Palestinians to the injuries it has itself incurred as a result. As Israel was invading and bombing Jenin this week, AIPAC, the American-Israeli Political Action Committee, was pumping out a simple message. Israel is right to protect its citizens from terrorism. Others echoed the same line, often including the false theory that Iran, which supports and backs Palestinian armed militant groups such as Hamas and Islamic Jihad, actually controls the Palestinian resistance, implying ridiculously that but for Iranian malfeasance, Palestinians would never be fighting against Israel's occupation. Israel's message from its own leaders makes the same case, with slightly different language. Opposition leader Yair Lapid, for example, put it this way: "Our children are being slaughtered, and Israel has every right on earth to defend itself, and we from the opposition support the Israeli Defense Force and the Israeli government on this matter." Now, Lapid made that statement in English, meaning it was the version of Israel's message that was meant for foreign audiences, specifically Americans. Members of Congress were also sure not to miss any opportunity to support the mass slaughter of Palestinians. There was Josh Goldheimer, the New Jersey Democrat. "Israel has every right to defend itself, especially as the PA, meaning the Palestinian Authority, loses control of Jenin, which has become a hub of Iranian-backed terrorist activity in the West Bank." And there was the Florida Democrat Debbie Wasserman Schultz. "Israel has the unequivocal right to defend itself against perpetrators of violence and terrorist attacks." And of course, several Republicans chimed in with similar support. The so-called progressive Democrat, Richie Torres of New York, would never let such an opportunity to pay back AIPAC and similar groups for their largesse pass him by. He tweeted, "The Palestinian Authority has all but abandoned Jenin, leaving behind a power vacuum that has been filled by terrorists. In the past 6 months, those terrorists made Jenin a launching pad for more than 50 shooting attacks against Israelis. Israel is responding with a counter-terrorism operation aimed at surgically removing these terrorists and their terror infrastructure. There's a word for this: self-defense, which is the right of every sovereign country, including Israel." Now, the mantra of Israel's right to defend itself is repeated incessantly and never questioned. Even Palestinians and Palestine advocates are often reluctant to debate the right to self-defense. From the beginning of Israel's existence as a state, this rationalization has been abused to deny Palestinians the right to their property, to their homes, and to their freedom. It was abused to justify the theft of Palestinian property in the wake of both the 1948 and 1967 wars, and to excuse the imposition of martial law on Palestinians inside the new state for nearly 2 full decades. And now the mantra of Israel's right to defend itself is invoked at virtually every turn, not only by Israel and its supporters, but also by friendly governments in these United States, Europe, Canada, Australia, and other places. Too many to recount. So here's the news flash. Israel actually does not have the right to defend itself at all in terms of the West Bank and Gaza. It has the right to protect its citizens, but does not have the right to abuse overwhelming military force against people under its occupation. And instead, Israel abuses self-defense as its key rhetorical tool for war. By invoking self-defense, Israel changes the conversation from its colonial crimes against the Palestinians to the injuries it has itself incurred as the result. Yet it is precisely because Israel is denying Palestinians their human rights, including the right of self-determination, that it cannot claim self-defense as any legal justification for the abuse of force. In fact, Israel's conduct is clearly part of a state-driven occupation project for which it is criminally liable. And as the son of Adolf Hitler, I promise, if ever granted secular power, I will make certain that Israel is held criminally liable. There are two main reasons why Israel's self-defense premise is flawed. First, self-defense does not apply to an occupying state's wars against those it occupies. It is not relevant for Israel in relation to the Palestinians. Second, what Israel does in Gaza violates all known conditions for self-defense, especially the necessity of war when peace is easily available. Discrimination between soldiers and civilians, and the proportionality of harm inflicted in achieving military aims. As a justification for war, self-defense is based on Article 51 of the United Nations Charter, which specifies, "Nothing in the present charter shall impair the inherent right of individual or collective self-defense if an armed attack occurs against a member of the United Nations, until the Security Council has taken measures necessary to maintain international peace and security." Barring Security Council authorization, this is the only legal justification for the use of force by states against other states. No mention is made of non-state actors here. Nor is the analogy between individual and state rights that informs it conceptually unproblematic. States do not have the rights of individuals. Because of this intrinsic lack of clarity about the legal parameters of Article 51, many legal scholars do not see it as fit for purpose. Aggressive states have turned Article 51 into a mechanism for justifying violence rather than prohibiting the abuse of force. Every war is now a war of self-defense conducted in the name of securing the state against threats, from the American imperial invasions of Afghanistan and Iraq to the Russian invasions of Chechnya and the Ukraine. As Noam Chomsky once put it, if we had records, we would probably discover that Attila the Hun was acting in self-defense. Since state actions are always justified in terms of defense, we learn nothing when we hear that certain specific actions are so justified.
Yeah, but yet Japan and Germany were not self-defense, right? They weren't defending themselves. They were just violent explosions of evil.
Yeah, according to the United Nations. That's the whole United Nations rationale.
Yeah,
yes?
The blockade of the Japanese and removing their oil rights and all that shit. Yeah, that had nothing to do with it.
Yeah, no, I thank you for that input. I mean, it shows the absurdity of the stance of the United Nations, which does not follow its own claims. Obviously, the United Nations needs to be dismantled and reunited under new auspices. In other words, everyone needs to withdraw from the United Nations now, if for no other reasons than Russia and Israel and Red China are members. But, and at this point, the United States as well. Yes, for the reasons that these people are not only members, but the majority of them, other than Israel, are on the Security Council. There's no reason for anyone to belong to the United Nations. So, yes.
Well, yeah, they're an organization to start wars. They're nothing to do with peace.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Absolutely. And it cannot be overemphasized. So thank you for that input.
And I think your biosire actually said that. Well, whatever it was at the time, the League of Nations.
Yes.
He essentially...
But don't forget, I'm certain he referenced the United Nations as well, because the United Nations was established in 1941, as we know. So, yes.
Yeah, there you go.
And again, I cannot overemphasize that today, because it's still well before midnight here. I do want people to understand that today is the 74th commemorative date of the signing of the peace treaty between the Allies, minus the Soviet Union, and the Japanese, that ended World War II in Japanese imperial victory. And of course, Brendan Zokit can bring up his own review of that peace treaty and how it's worded in such a way that it makes it sound like the Americans are making demands when all they're doing is opening up their markets, which was the Japanese demand that led to the Americans blockading Japan and bankrupting Japan by freezing all of its assets and leading an economic act which led to World War II, et cetera, et cetera. So do go on, Brendan. Yeah.
Yeah, and am I remembering that right? That they blockaded the Philippine oil fields and basically cut Japan off immediately before the war even started?
The way to remember it is that it was called the ABCDE encirclement. So the ABCDE acronym is for, no, it's not a alternative lifestyles acronym. I love the emails responding immediately to that. That's, is that an alternative lifestyles acronym? That's no. It stood for America, Britain, China, and the Dutch East Indies, DEI.
Yes,
no,
that's
DEI
right.
was not diversity, equality, and inclusivity as it is today. It was the Dutch East Indies, which was Indonesia and Malaysia. So basically, all of these cut off all oil to Japan, and of course, Japan would have its civilization would have collapsed.
I'm pretty sure it was pre Pearl Harbor. Actually.
Yeah, that was all pre-Pearl Harbor. That was all pre-Pearl Harbor. People can look that up. Yeah.
Yeah, literally. We learned that in school.
Yes,
it was like 1939 or something, wasn't it? It was something early. It was early on.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it was very early. It was
and then they said the Japanese randomly attacked, like it's like savages. That's just like so crazy.
Well, like I said, in the book, which I can no longer recommend because all the money goes to Peter Moon and he doesn't give me a dime. But we'll have to just rewrite the book, and of course, just a tremendous waste of time. And I'll have to work with the. Anyhow, we'll see what we can do. We'll scare up something. But as for people who don't understand, in the book I explained the great details of what provoked the attack, and it was all on the American side, to the point where the Americans were going to bomb Japan under Chinese colors. They were going to launch the so-called Chinese Air Force, which would be flown by the Flying Tigers to bomb Japan. And again, this is readily accessible to anybody who looks it up. Of course, it'll probably be so butchered in its conveyance, people won't recognize what they're seeing. But
well, I remember PBS and
yeah.
these,
yeah. Go on.
like years ago.
Yeah.
They brought up that the White House was getting telegrams, like, I want to say weeks in advance, saying the Japanese are going to attack, and there was even a response by FDR or something. He even responded to it, and then, just they didn't do anything. They allowed it to happen. So at the very least, they were complicit.
Yeah, but it was
just to be able to jump into the war. Yeah,
but of course it was well beyond that. The Americans were planning to bomb Japan under Chinese colors, so that the Chinese would take the blame, using the mercenary force of what was called the Flying Tigers, and that's what provoked what necessitated the Japanese preemptive surgical strike. So,
not to mention the the indigenous Hawaiians begging for mercy, begging to be relieved of their captors and shit.
Absolutely. No, this is all true.
And I brought that up to some Hawaiians, and they agreed. They said, that's why we're cool with Japanese people. Like, basically, Oahu is all Japanese. Americans lost that shit.
Yeah, and that's Pearl Harbor. That's where Pearl Harbor's at. Yeah.
Pearl Harbor's the ghetto of that island because that's where the Americans are.
Yeah, that's right.
They basically say, let them have that shit.
Yes.
And the Japanese economically support Honolulu. It's all the signs were in Japanese and shit. All the high-end stores were all Japanese run. All the boutique, we're talking like Ferragamo and Louis Vuitton and Cartier. They were all the workers were Japanese.
Yeah.
Catering to Japanese clients.
Yeah. That's well, certainly no Americans or Native Hawaiians can afford that shit. So there you go.
Well, they're rich Americans, but they can't tell they're Japanese because they speak perfect English. But I knew, because I heard them speaking Japanese, and then when you'd walk in, they say, "Hello, sir."
Yeah.
They'd like switch immediately.
Yes.
So it's like this covert rule, where somehow the Japanese, it's almost like they don't, like the normal Japanese people don't know it, but the government knows that they secretly occupy economically everything that America wanted.
Yeah.
They're there.
Absolutely. And it's
running it.
It's the Yakuza's backyard. As a matter of fact, they were portraying that even in the 60s with Hawaii 5-0 when they had
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Both Japanese and Chinese villains that they were showing on that TV show. Thank you.
Yeah, and in the in all the Chinatown areas, they have statues to like Sun Yat-sen. It's totally Taiwanized.
Yes, thank you.
So, it's just
I'm so glad.
Brilliant.
I'm so glad that you spent time there. I mean, honestly, why did you ever come back?
Oh yeah, because it's like self-flagellation. It's like whipping myself.
Yeah.
What are those monks called?
Oh, the flagellants. Yeah, that's
like I was just like
penitence and flagellants.
Penitence. Yeah, it was my form of that.
Yeah,
I was like, come back.
Yeah.
Be a slave. For no reason. Yeah.
Oh.
Anyways.
No, I appreciate.
When I was there,
yeah,
it was Howleys, Japanese, and Samoans.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And everybody hated each other.
Wow.
But there was a lot of intermixing and breeding between them too.
Mm-hmm.
The Hawaiians and the colonizers, if you will.
Yes.
And so that's why you have, how many generations of mixture that is native, because they were born there.
Yeah, no, it's
right.
just really sad.
It's all getting mixed up, kind of. And the actual Hawaiians definitely are getting beat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So
Well, I mean,
Well, economically, they're like frozen. I mean, the minimum wage is $10 an hour, and it doesn't matter how many jobs you work, you can't afford to live there. So it's just they have to move to mainland, like
yeah.
oh,
LA
yeah,
or whatever.
in droves.
Yeah.
So it's very bad. I don't know what's going on with Ni'ihau.
Well,
No, that story.
Ne'ihau.
What?
Go on.
The island founded by a white cattle rancher as an indigenous sanctuary.
Right. Yes.
Oh yeah, well that's there. It's there still, but it's just it's just like farmers and fishermen. There's nothing.
Yeah.
They
It's
can't.
still
They were
absolutely
allowed to do that because they couldn't leverage it economically. That was their. So it was like a sleight of hand. The businessman said, "Oh, we're going to help these people," but the stipulation was you can't build anything remotely, tourist related, and
corporate
So-
or nothing.
what point is that when,
And
like it's good for
absolutely- and it
conservation,
still exists.
but
Yeah.
then they're locked into not being able to be a participant in the modern economic sense, like a side of the world. So there you go.
It's like basically.
They are kind of in the Garden of Eden. So
That's almost they really rose tinted that wherever you heard that.
Yeah.
well, I know the oceans are dying and the crops are dying and shit's catching on fire, but you can subsist there. You can subsist there without,
By the way,
Like it's like a
you
drop.
gotta-
It's a drop in a bucket. It's a
Yeah,
drop.
you've got to really get close to your mic, honey, because the weather
Sorry.
or something is causing just glitch after glitch. We can barely hang on to
Really?
anything you're saying.
yeah, it's the connection. Yes.
Yeah. Just make certain to
It
get
should
the
be.
microphone very close to you, and
I know.
yeah.
You're getting snagged up too, though. I hear it
Okay.
every once in a while. Your voice, glitches.
Well, that might also be the reception
but
in
I'm
your
trying.
area. I'm hoping that's just the reception
Indeed.
in your area.
It's stormy,
Yeah. Okay.
so that can happen.
Yeah, okay. But definitely, for people who don't know the name of Ne'ihau and this island, look, I do appreciate the fact that it exists, and the people there are forced to live in pre-colonial manner because that's the stipulation of being allowed to live there. So at least you get a hint of the hell on earth it was before the colonists came and made it a fresh sort of hell.
Yeah, very much. Yep.
Yeah, that's the way to look at it. As for the name, because I'm getting some people asking me, what's the name of this treaty? The name of the treaty is San Furan Shisuko. That's San Francisco. San Furan Shisuko Nippon Koku to America ga shukoku to no aida no haiwa to aizen hoshou joyoku. That's the San Francisco.
Oh, that was good.
Thank you. That's the San Francisco Peace and Security Treaty between Japan and the United States of America. So that was signed 74 years ago, but did not go into effect until the year thereafter. So that means World War III did not end until this day today, 73 years ago. Did I say World War III? I meant to say World War II in the Pacific. Yeah.
Second World War.
Yeah, the Second World War, which veered into the Third World War by the time of the Korean conflict anyway. But so it's the Korean conflict went into ceasefire. It never ended. It went into ceasefire in 1953, but that was the year after the Pacific War ended legally, except between Japan and Russia, which are still legally at war. So there we have that. And I've gone into that before. And for anyone who doesn't believe Japan won World War II, ask yourself, how are they still at war with Russia? You certainly can't claim the Russians won World War II if Russia and Japan are still legally at war. So there you have that. And again, 74th San Francisco Peace Treaty Day. And but like I said, I've given you the full
the only
name.
war they won was the friggin' Russian Civil War, and they botched the rest of that.
I would say they lost the Russian Civil War with the communists taking over. That's a loss. Yeah,
that's what I mean. It's just with all that, whatever wealth was there, they fucking ruined it.
Oh God,
wasted it,
Oh,
squandered it.
Oh God, it was awful. It was awful. And for those of you who don't know, they went through their own period of Latinization of their language, which the Vietnamese did violently and succeeded in Latinizing their language. For those of you who don't get it, there was this concept under communism that the old imperial system was degenerate, debauched, corrupt, and therefore you needed to purge it. And because they believed that the Russian Orthodox Church and the nobility were all part of this horrible system that the communists were going to overthrow completely, including culturally, the Greater Soviets' cultural revolution called for Latinization of their language. They did Latinize their calendar, like Mao Zedong also Latinized the Chinese calendar. So the Chinese calendar actually operates internationally based on the Gregorian calendrical system, as does the Russian Empire today. They all use the Gregorian calendrical system for interfacing with the outside world. But obviously, they have this rich tradition, which is hidden underground, of the Julian calendar in Russia's case, the lunisolar calendar in China's case, and no one in China, for whatever reason, has ever made clocks or calendars that combine the twain. Like, here's a synthesis, so you can tell what day it is or time it is, lunar time and solar time. No one's ever done this. It's bizarre to me. Oh, yes, important point. So bring up this link for all of our listeners concerning California, dear Brendan. And this is a real important point for those of you who don't appreciate California. So take it.
Just the fact that California says it has overtaken Japan as the 4th largest economy on Earth.
Yeah. Yeah.
There you go. The U.S. state of California has said it officially overtaken Japan to become the world's 4th largest economy in terms of nominal GDP, which reached $4.1 trillion, surpassing Japan's $4.02 trillion. These figures place California only behind the United States, China, and Germany in global rankings.
Thank you. Yeah.
And then this is a quote from Schnusum.
What's that, Holly?
Not trickling down too good.
Yeah.
Half of that $4 trillion is just Apple and the other tech companies. So don't get too excited.
Yeah. They don't pay taxes.
Yeah, but it still counts towards our numbers. That's all that's happening.
Right.
They do provide some jobs though. Like all their workers are the highest paid workers on Earth, and they all pay taxes.
That's right.
But it says here,
Okay.
while we celebrate this success, this is Schnusum, Governor Newsom.
Gruesome Newsom,
yeah. While we celebrate this success, we recognize that our progress is threatened by the reckless tariff policies of the current federal administration. So he's, I guess, taken a stance, that we're going to have to sever at least.
But that's like saying shit stinks. That's like saying shit stinks. I mean, it's like, how could anyone not say that? You'd have to be Republican or out of your mind, which is a prerequisite for being a Republican.
Well, I don't know. At this point, I think a lot of states are probably going to just say, like, we're just going to deal with it ourselves because there's no trusting these people. I mean,
that's
like he's kind of signifying that he doesn't want to go MAGA.
Yeah. Oh, honey. It's like, what good is that to us? That's not good enough.
Yeah.
No. It's just the point. He's, signifying, putting it out there.
Yeah.
That they'll call him woke for it. It's so stupid. I mean, it's all meaningless.
What's interesting is I haven't heard any rebuttals. Like even Fox hasn't came out and said, "Oh, California's lying," or
what can they say? What can they say?
They haven't said they don't want to publicize it, obviously. But also, I noticed. Did you notice the wording where it says the Japanese said California? What does it say here? Says it has. Yes. They don't say California has. So maybe there's some kind of something that we don't know.
Well, that's basically Japan's got a bunch of hidden money that's sequestered away. Obviously,
A lot in California.
Yeah.
With the real estate and all.
Oh, I see what Holly's saying. Holly's saying with Japanese investments in California that much of this is due to Japanese input. I think it's
Yeah.
less so these days, but basically Japan is really referencing other secret monies looted
Yeah.
from all over Asia by the emperor, etc. You know, it's like there's
Oh, yeah,
that.
not only that, but I think because of they have the economic bushido,
Yeah, of
so they're
course.
shielding a lot of their their actual cash in China under the yuan, but they have an even trade policy, so they can pull it out anytime with no. Essentially, they can trade it, without any, what is it called, exchange rates. The
Yes.
exchange rate was basically nullified. So it's some secret deal that China and Japan had from 2019 on, where they can literally freely exchange their currencies in this like economic bushido. So is what I call it, where they can deflect, like you said, they can deflect parts of their economies to shield it from the West.
Use the term economic aikido as opposed to bushido for that
Yeah,
for that
yeah,
particular phenomenon.
exactly,
Yeah.
economic aikido.
Thank you.
So that's what they're doing, and like you said, that's why they don't want to straight up say, well, where you're getting these numbers. They'll just say, congratulations,
Yeah.
California or something. Yeah.
Hey, thank you. No, this is all very important. And by the way, we hope to see. I of course would like to see a part of California become an independent nation state. I've given it much thought, but not all of California. Certainly, many areas of California, so far as I'm concerned, should need to be integral to other economies. But certainly the Central Valley region, of which Sacramento is the capital thereof, that's an agricultural basin that can help to feed the world. That alone could feed a large part of the world. They could actually afford to be an independent nation state, a California. Well, I would call it an ecotopia. We'll speak more about that in the future. But obviously, I see other parts of California as being integral other economies. As for it's important to have an independent California in the world, I believe, and because the economy is so vast, the real estate can fragment a bit. It can afford it. But we'll see more of that. We'll get back to that topic. As a matter of fact, I'll inescapably have to address some of these techno moguls tonight. But as I was saying earlier, I have my qualms and my own, shall we say, ambivalence about Noam Chomsky. But Noam Chomsky, even a stuck clock can be right 2 times a day. Noam Chomsky being essentially an ideological communist, and just to reflexively and robotically anti-American imperialist in this dogmatic sense, where he's just lost in a Marxian diatribe. But his insights, of course, are correct if you take them individually and discard all of his dogmatism. And as he said, if we had records, we would probably discover that Attila the Hun was acting in self-defense. He's being sarcastic here, of course. He's being ironic. And to continue with this quote, he said, since state actions are always justified in terms of defense, we learn nothing when we hear that specific actions are so justified, except that we are listening to the spokesperson for some state. But that we already knew. Now, the Palestinian human rights organization Al-Haq has already criticized Israel's abrasive and abusive lawfare, as opposed to warfare, this is lawfare methods, in international law. Over the invasion of Gaza in 2008 through 2009, it argued that Israel could not invoke self-defense as a justification for war because it contravenes both Israel's obligations as occupier in effective control already of Gaza and the legal principle of military necessity as the exclusive legal justification for any operation. Indeed, despite the widespread acceptance of Israel's pretext, the legal status of the OPT, or the Occupied Palestinian Territories, excludes the application of Article 51 of the UN Charter as a result of the prolonged occupation. Now, this is supported by scholarly analysis of international law in reference to Israel's numerous invasions of the Gaza. Norman Finkelstein has proven that Israel, and he's a Jew himself, most obviously, but he is no Zionist sympathizer. And he's proven that Israel, his words, has no legal mandate to use force against the Palestinian self-determination struggle. Of course, you may ask, why? Because you might be stupid. Because Israel cannot pretend to a right of self-defense if the exercise of this right traces back to the wrong of an illegal occupation / denial of self-determination. Ex injuria non oritur jus, or ex injuria non oritur jus. No legal benefit or right can be derived from an illegal act. Now, the national Palestinian rights are paramount and protected by law. Israel has, therefore, ergo, no lawful basis to go to war against occupied Palestinians. The opposite is true. It has obligations toward them and has to end its own violations of Palestinian rights, not add to them. In other words, to take the reality that I'm articulating, this is not an argument, it is the simplicity of fact. Israel, based on ex injuria non oritur jus, no legal benefit or right can be derived from an illegal act, does not have any right to conduct violence against Palestinians, but instead, the opposite is true. It has obligations to serve them and to end its own violations thereof. This is precisely how it can rightfully protect its own citizens and secure them from indiscriminate Hamas rockets, by solving the conflict politically and achieving peace sans or without occupation, ending the siege of Gaza and allowing Palestinians a modicum of human dignity would be a good beginning. Now, Israel may take measures to protect its own citizens. One of the most obvious would be to desist from putting them in harm's way by planting settlements in the middle of fucking occupied territory. It may also protect them using the police powers an occupier must have, powers which, it must be emphasized, are primarily in place to maintain law and order and protect the safety of those under occupation, not the other way around, for whom Israel is ultimately responsible. It cannot sign an agreement like the Oslo Accords and thereby remove that responsibility for the welfare of people under occupation from itself. Palestinian Authority or no, the occupier remains responsible for the welfare of the people under occupation. There ought to be Israeli doctors and nurses all over Palestine. There ought to be Israeli teachers teaching their schools. Not that they would want that on second thought, but... Now, it can feel counterintuitive to confront this reality of international law and norms that it takes the son of Adolf Hitler to explain to you, when it was first pointed out to myself simply by Palestinians' rights activists. You could imagine that everyone around myself, and this we're talking back in my school days, like involvement with City College, State University of San Francisco, which was known by the CIA as the Little Red Schoolhouse, where I majored in politics and international law and ideology, where everyone found it Well, everyone except for myself was shocked. And in fact, they all pushed back against the notion. Yet international law is clear on this point, and as someone who is pretty much a legalist, and I know because, well, let's just say I have to know the law because I've acted the greater part of my life out as a criminal, I can tell you that, yes, the law is clear. On the fourth day of Israel's 2012 onslaught against Gaza's the Palestinian population, President Barack Obama declared, "No country on earth would tolerate missiles raining down on its citizens from outside its borders." Now, in a parrot's echo of Israeli officials, our house nigger president sought to frame Israel's aerial missile strikes against the 360 square kilometer strip as the just use of armed force against a foreign nation. Israel's ability to frame its assault against territory it occupies, and the correct term is actually preoccupies, as a right of self-defense turns international law on its very head. I mean, I can go into perverse example after perverse example, but it's only going to make your brain explode. Honestly, it's like catching a pedophile, raping a child, and they say, "Oh, but because as an adult they're going to learn to love this, that it's okay, that it's somehow preconditional and justifies itself." That's, at any rate. A state cannot simultaneously exercise control over territory that it occupies and militarily attack that territory on the claim that it is foreign and poses an exogenous national security threat. In doing precisely that, Israel is asserting rights that may be consistent with colonial domination, but simply do not exist under postmodern international law. Admittedly, the enforceability of international law largely depends on voluntary state consent and compliance. Absent the political will to make state behavior comport with the law, violations are the norm rather than the exception. Nevertheless, examining what international law says with regard to an occupant's right to use force is worthwhile in light of Israel's deliberate attempts since the year after I was delivered into this world, 1967, to reinterpret and transform the laws applicable to occupied territory. These efforts have expanded significantly since the eruption of the Palestinian uprising in Anno Domini 2000 of the Communal Era. And if successful, Israel's reinterpretation will cast the law as an instrument that protects colonial authority at the expense of the rights of civilian non-combatants. Again, to reiterate, why does it take the son of Adolf Hitler, a quarter vampiroid no less by my heritage, why does it take someone who's not even fully a human being to show you how inhuman you are? Israel has a duty to protect Palestinians living under preoccupation. Military preoccupation is a recognized status under international law since 1967. The international community having designated the West Bank and the Gaza Strip as militarily preoccupied. As long as the preoccupation continues, Israel has the right to protect itself and its citizens from attacks by Palestinians who reside in these occupied territories. However, Israel also has a duty to maintain law and order, also known as normal life, within territory it preoccupies. This obligation includes not only ensuring but prioritizing the security and well-being of the preoccupied population. That responsibility and those duties are enumerated in occupation law. Occupation law is part of the laws of armed conflict. It contemplates the military occupation as an outcome of war and enumerates the duties of an occupying power until the peace is restored and the preoccupation ends. To fulfill its duties, the preoccupying power is afforded the right to use police powers or the force permissible for law enforcement purposes, as put by the United States Military Tribunal during the hostages trial. That would be the case of the United States of America versus Wilhelm List et al. Now, international law places the responsibility upon the commanding general of preserving order, punishing crime, and protecting lives and property within the preoccupied territory. His power in accomplishing these ends is as great as his responsibility. The extent and breadth of force constitutes the distinction between the right to self-defense and the right to police. Police authority is restricted to the least amount of force necessary to restore order and subdue violence. In such a context, the abuse of lethal force is not allowed, and the use of lethal force is legitimate only as a measure of last resort. Even where military force is considered necessary to maintain law and order, such force is circumscribed by concern for the civilian non-combatant population. The law of self-defense invoked by states against other states, however, affords a broader spectrum of military force. Both are legitimate pursuant to the law of armed conflict and ergo, therefore, distinguished from the peacetime legal regime regulated by human rights law. But that's what brings us to when it is just to begin to fight. You see, the laws of armed conflict are found primarily in the Hague Regulations of 1907, the four Geneva Conventions of 1949, and their additional protocols 1 and 2 of 1977. This body of law is based on a crude balance between humanitarian concerns on the one hand, and military advantage and necessity on the other. The post-World War II, or rather, shall we say, the World War II, since we are still legally at war with the Third Reich, the World War II Nuremberg trials defined military exigency as permission to expend any amount and kind of force to compel the complete submission of the enemy, so long as the destruction of life and property is not done for revenge or a lust to kill. Thus, the permissible use of force during war, while expansive, is not limited, or rather I should say, while expansive in disambiguation from expensive, because I can already hear the confusion cropping up from the dullards out there, while permissible use of force during war is expansive, it is not unlimited. So, in international law, self-defense is the legal justification for a state to initiate the use of armed force and to declare war. This is referred to as jus ad bellum, meaning when it is just to begin to fight. The right to fight in self-defense is distinguished from jus in bello, or just conduct in war, the principles and laws regulating the means and methods of warfare itself. Jus ad bellum aims to limit the initiation of the use of armed force in accordance with United Nations Charter Article 2, I believe it's line 4. Its sole justification, found in Article 51, is in response to an armed attack or an imminent threat of one in accordance with customary law on that matter. The only other lawful way to begin a war, according to Article 51, is with Security Council sanction, an option reserved, in principle at least, for the defense or restoration of international peace and security. Now, once armed conflict is initiated, and irrespective of the reason or legitimacy of such conflict, the jus or jus in bello, the just conduct or justice in war legal framework is triggered. Ergo, or therefore, where an occupation is already in place, which is known as preoccupation, the right to initiate militarized force in response to an armed attack, as opposed to police force to restore order, is not a remedy available to the occupying state at all. The beginning of a military occupation marks the triumph of one belligerent over another. In the case of Israel, its occupation, or rather its preoccupation of the West Bank, the Gaza Strip, the Golan Heights, and the Sinai Peninsula in 1967 marked a military victory against Arab belligerents, which doesn't mean they're the aggressors, mind you. It means they're the participants in conflict. Occupation law prohibits an occupying power from initiating armed force against its occupied territory. By mere virtue of the existence of military occupation, an armed attack, including one consistent with the United Nations Charter, has already occurred and been concluded. Therefore, the right of self-defense in international law is, by definition since 1967, not available to Israel with respect to its dealings with real or perceived threats emanating from the West Bank and Gaza Strip population. Did you hear what I just said? Not just imaginal threats. That's actual threats from their occupied population, meaning when they're attacked, Israel has revoked its right to self-defense because it preoccupies the people attacking itself, meaning they are simply fighting for their freedom, and therefore Israel has no right to be there. However, defensive measures, regardless, can neither take the form of warfare nor be justified as self-defense in international law. So Israel just has to fucking pull out and leave, or allow others to come in to police both itself and the occupied Palestinians, which is what I've always recommended. As explained by IN2, and anybody can look up IN2. This is an individual that I'm referenced for the sake of helping to posit an education for all of you. Leanne Scobie, I mean to say. And Leanne Scobie, or Leanne Gervin Scobie, is a British scholar of international law who is the chair of international law at the University of Manchester, where he lectures. So Professor Scobie maintains a special interest in international humanitarian law, international adjudication, particularly the role of the international courts. So he's someone that you can put faith in. If you don't take my word for it, then by God, you've got to take his. And what he says is, to quote his team, to equate the twain, is simply to confuse the legal with the linguistic denotation of the term defense, just as negligence in law does not mean carelessness, but rather refers to an elaborate doctrinal structure. So self-defense refers to a complex doctrine that has a much more restricted scope than ordinary notions of defense. Basically, to translate his legalese, to argue that Israel is employing legitimate self-defense when it militarily attacks Gaza affords the occupying power the right to abuse both police and military force in preoccupied territory. An occupying power, or in this case a preoccupying power, cannot justify military force as self-defense in territory for which it is responsible as the occupant. The problem is that Israel has never regulated its own behavior, or rather misbehavior, in the West Bank and Gaza as in accordance with occupation law. In fact, this brings us to Israel's attempts to change international law itself.
Has DC issued an arrest warrant for Netanyahu?
Yes, an arrest warrant has been issued for Netanyahu. Thank you for bringing that up. Continue with your question.
And nobody listens to them, or they don't seem to. But I guess he can't go to wherever.
Well, he can't.
based.
Well, he came to America, and nobody arrested the son of a bitch.
Hell no. No, he was wined and dined.
Yeah, we live in a Zionist occupation government. We live under Zionist occupation. And what does that mean? It means literally the Jews are responsible for taking care of all of us. We should not be giving reparations to Israel. Israel needs to be giving us a universal basic income.
Totally agree. But as a digression, I wanted to ask, did not Boy George Bush wipe his ass with a lot of these standards and regulations going into Iraq and that debacle?
Well, that
because
goes.
That seemed to be completely outside any kind of legal framework in terms of provocation.
Yeah, well, that goes sans saying. Basically.
But I just see the parallel there, which Netanyahu is taking to bold new heights.
That's for sure. I was about to say it almost as bad as it is, and it was egregious.
As bad as it was.
It almost doesn't compare. So let me try and articulate that. I'll get to that then. And what I'll base it on is 9/11. So let me get to that. Let me think on that a bit. I'll get right back to it. But in the interim,
it just jumped out for me.
Well, thank you. No, it's a legitimate point. Otherwise, I never would have thought of it. So I do need to address that. But in the meantime, let me digest that, and then I'll get back to it after trying to explain Israel's attempts to change international law, which is, I'll do this briefly. Basically, since the beginning of its occupation in 1967, again, the year after I was born, Israel has rebuffed the applicability of international humanitarian law to the OPT, or the Occupied Palestinian Territory. Despite imposing military rule over the West Bank and Gaza, Israel denied the applicability of the Fourth Geneva Convention relative to the protection of civilian persons in time of war, which is the cornerstone of occupation law. Israel argued because the territories neither constituted a sovereign state nor were sovereign territories of the displaced states at the time of conquest, that it simply administered the territories and did not occupy them within the meaning of international law. Now, the United Nations Security Council, the International Court of Justice, the United Nations General Assembly, as well as the Israeli HCJ, or High Court of Justice, have all roundly rejected the Israeli government's position. Significantly, you heard me right, the Israeli HCJ, the High Court of Justice, recognizes the entirety of the Hague regulations and provisions of the 1949 Geneva Conventions that pertain to military occupation as customary international law, meaning that the High Court of Israel should condemn its entire government. And that's paradoxical if anything ever has been. Now, Israel's refusal to recognize the occupied status of the territory, bolstered by the American imperial, well, the United States' resilient and intransigent opposition to international accountability for Israel within the United Nations Security Council, because we're all under Jewish occupation state status here as much as the Palestinians are, has resulted in the condition that exists today: prolonged military preoccupation. Whereas the remedy to occupation is its cessation, such recourse will not suffice to remedy prolonged military preoccupation. By virtue of its decades of military rule, Israel has characterized all Palestinians as a security threat, and Jewish nationals as their potential victims, thereby justifying the differential and violent treatment, or rather mistreatment, of Palestinians. In its 2012 session, the United Nations Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination described current conditions following decades of occupation and attendant repression as tantamount to apartheid. Of course, that's fucking stupid. It's not apartheid. It's fucking genocide. I would say it is tantamount, and yes, I can say this, to Holocaust. Now, in complete disregard for international law and its institutional findings, meaning the institutions of its own nation, Israel continues to treat the preoccupied territory as colonial possessions. Since the beginning of the Second Palestinian Intifada in Anno Domini 2000 of the Communal Era, Israel has advanced the notion that it is engaged in an international armed conflict short of war in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. Accordingly, it argues that it can 1. Invoke self-defense pursuant to Article 51 of the United Nations Charter, and 2. Abuse force beyond that permissible during law enforcement, even when an preoccupation exists. But coming back to what Holly brought forth, the topic Holly broached, the Gaza Strip is not the World Trade Center. To justify its abuse of force in the OPT, the occupied Palestinian territory, as consistent with the right of self-defense, Israel has cited United Nations Security Council Resolution 1368, which was established in 2001 via September 11th, and United Nations Security Council Resolution 1373, also established the same year of 2001 for the same reason. These two resolutions were passed in direct response to the quote-unquote Al-Qaeda attacks on the United States on the 11th day in September of 2001. They affirm that those terrorist acts amount to threats to international peace and security and therefore trigger Article 51 of the United Nations Charter permitting the use of force in self-defense. The legal rationalization for what Bush did. Get it, honey? Holly gets it, I'm sure.
Yeah, but it wasn't exactly a targeted response. It was another kill them all response.
Oh, you're preaching to the converted. You're preaching to the converted here.
That's what I'm saying. So I just, listening, I felt parallels to that because I felt like we'd already been there.
Yeah. So,
doing these things, resulting in rendition and torture chambers around the world.
Absolutely.
I mean,
absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, and believe me,
Anything went.
yeah.
They got to do anything they wanted.
Oh, everything and beyond. I mean,
And
Holly
the public response was huge in opposition. Didn't matter a whit.
Yeah, yeah. Holly and I are standing shoulder to shoulder on this. I want people to know that Holly and I are back to back on this. We're a united front here. But let me expound further. How would I say this? Israel has therefore, because of these twin acts abused by George Bush Jr., has therefore deliberately characterized all acts of Palestinian violence, including those directed exclusively at legitimate military targets, as terrorist acts. That's the difference, or here's where the difference begins. Secondly, Israel frames those acts as amounting to armed attacks that trigger the right of self-defense under Article 51, irrespective of the West Bank and Gaza's status as preoccupied territory. The Israeli government stated its position clearly in the 2006 HCJ, or High Court of Justice of Israel case, challenging the legality of the policy of targeted killing. That was Public Committee Against Torture in Israel, et al. Versus the Government of Israel. Now, the state argued that, notwithstanding existing legal debate, there can be no doubt that the assault of terrorism against Israel fits the definition of an armed attack, effectively permitting Israel to abuse military force against those entities. Ergo, therefore, Israeli officials claim that the laws of war can apply to both the occupied territory and to territory which is not occupied, as long as armed conflict is taking place upon it, and that the permissible use of force is not limited to law enforcement operations thereby. Now, the HCJ has affirmed this argument in at least 3 of its decisions. Public Committee Against Torture in Israel et al. Versus Government of Israel, Hamdan versus Southern Military Commander, and Physicians for Human Rights versus the IDF, or Israeli Defense Force Commander, in Gaza. These rulings sanction the government's position that it is engaged in an international armed conflict, and ergo, therefore, that its abuse of force is not restricted by the laws of occupation. The Israeli judiciary effectively authorizes the state to abuse police force to control the lives of Palestinians, ergo, through ongoing arrests, prosecutions, checkpoints, and military force to pummel their resistance to occupation. And the ICJ, or the International Court of Justice, dealt with these questions in its assessment of the permissible use of force in the occupied West Bank in its 2004 advisory opinion titled Legal Consequences on the Construction of a Wall in the Occupied Palestinian Territory. Now, the ICJ, International Court of Justice, reasoned that Article 51 contemplates an armed attack by one state against another state, and Israel does not claim that the attacks against it are imputable to any foreign state. Moreover, the ICJ held that because the threat to Israel originates within and not outside the occupied West Bank, the situation is thus different from that contemplated by Security Council resolutions 1368 of 2001 and 1373 of 2001, and therefore Israel cannot, in any event, invoke those resolutions in support of its claim to be exercising any right of self-defense. Consequently, the International Court of Justice concludes that Article 51 of the Charter has no relevance in this case. meaning Israel has no fucking right to defend itself, has no right to self-defense, as it is the occupier. Okay, Jewelry Bunny, love this. And
that was a recent decision?
that
Or
was
back in 2006?
yeah, no, that went all the way back. We're talking about that was the 2004
God.
advisory opinion. Yeah,
Jeez.
geez, long time
Yeah,
ago.
boy.
Now,
And Israel just did nothing but double down. Ooh.
yeah, see, despite the ICJ's decision, as Holly has just articulated, Israel continues to insist that it is exercising its legal right to self-defense in its execution of military operations in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. Since 2005, 20 years ago, Israel slightly changed its position towards the Gaza Strip. The government insists that as a result of its unilateral disengagement in 2005, its occupation has come to an end. In 2007, the year of my late and sainted sire, my legal sire's murder, the government declared the Gaza Strip a hostile entity and waged war upon the territory over which it continues to exercise effective control as an occupying power. So this is the only way to see it. On October 7th of 2023, Gaza broke out of prison. In the early morning hours of Saturday, October 7th, in the year before yesteryear, Palestinians across the West Bank woke up to the sounds of explosions. No one really knew what was happening until reports started trickling in that fighters from Gaza had taken control of Beit Unun crossing, the only one through which Gaza residents may reach the rest of historic Palestine on the extremely rare occasions the occupier allows them to. Soon information appeared on social media that the wall that Israel had erected around the Gaza Strip to keep its 2.3 million people permanently imprisoned there had been breached. And then came the images and footage of that broken wall. In one video showing a bulldozer bringing down the wall, a Palestinian man can be heard chanting in exhilaration, "Yes, go! Allahu Akbar! God is the greatest! Hit it, guys! Rest in peace, wall!" It was unbelievable. It felt surreal. We all wondered how it was possible that the people of Gaza had broken out of their prison. Few in the world would understand their feelings in that moment. Perhaps political prisoners might. The vast majority of the Palestinian population remaining in historic Palestine has been born in prison and knows only prison. They only know the walls. Gaza is completely
My
sealed.
understanding is there are 60-year-olds born within view of the ocean that have never seen it in their lives because of that wall.
Thank you. Thank you, honey.
Never seen it in their lives. All my life, this has been the case.
Thank you, honey. That's so important. I appreciate your interjection. Gaza,
Thank you.
As-
I had to get it in there.
thank you. As Holly has just articulated, Gaza is completely sealed off from the rest of the world by Israel's apartheid wall and subjected to a debilitating siege in which its neighbor Egypt happily participates. In the occupied West Bank, all entry and exit points of every Palestinian village, town, and city are controlled by the Israeli occupation forces. Palestinians, unlike the Israeli settlers stealing their land, have no freedom of movement. Their imprisonment also features prison labor, with the Israeli occupation suffocating the Palestinian economy and the resulting high unemployment rate. Palestinians were forced to seek work from their prison wardens. The Israeli authorities, of course, strictly controlled this process, issuing Palestinians work permits and often arbitrarily revoking them. As in a real prison, they were also subjected to round-the-clock surveillance through cameras in public places, drones, the tapping of phones, and telecommunications, a network of infiltrators and spies. etc. And of course,
And
yeah.
all those bloodthirsty settlers at their back.
Armed to the teeth, no less. All licensed.
They're surrounded.
Yes.
Getting them out of prison to send them out there.
Yes.
And there's a big thing with the sheep herding and how that's been used to take over all the land already.
Tell us about this.
Through sheep herding. It's a thing. I can't bring it to mind exactly right now. I'm dazzled by you are a shooting star.
Oh, bless you, honey.
But yeah, the main point was they got Israel in front of them and the cannibal settlers right behind.
Yes. Yeah. But like a man in prison.
What a squeeze.
Yeah, like any man in prison. Yeah, they're between a cock and a hard case. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah. And and of course, just like prisoners, they were punished for misbehaving. In Gaza, punishment always meant indiscriminate bombardment of densely populated areas that intentionally resulted in the mass killing of civilians. In the West Bank, they are subjected to search and arrest raids on a nightly basis, where occupiers invade their homes, brutalize their loved ones in front of terrified children, and take them away, oftentimes the children themselves, to detain them indefinitely without charge. This is called human child trafficking in any other nation on earth, except here it's done by the state. Shooting Palestinian civilians dead in those raids, parents who resist their children being taken away, of course, is a regular occurrence. In this context, seeing those images and videos of the prison wall torn down in Gaza was liberating. Their symbolic power cannot be overstated. They felt the same exhilaration back in 2021 when they heard the news that 6 Palestinian political prisoners had broken out of Israeli prison. They had dug a tunnel out of a jail using spoons, pieces of metal, and loads of patience. That prison break became an emblem of Palestinian perseverance. Palestinians cheered on the prisoners as they evaded their prison wardens for days. They celebrated their simple acts of savoring freedom, eating a prickly pear for the first time in 20 years, hugging a cow, walking in the hills of Nazareth, where Jesus walked. They breathed freedom with them as if they were also finally free. The liberating feeling of breaking out of prison had also come from their brave imprisoned hunger strikers. In 2011, the year of my mother's murder, Hadar Adnan, who had been detained by the Israelis on and off without a single charge for over a decade, started a hunger strike against yet another unjust detention. He was joined by hundreds of Palestinian prisoners. Despite threats and beatings, rape and mistreatment, he also persevered until enough pressure built up and Israel was forced to release him. His people also celebrated Adnan's freedom as if it were their own. Brendan, come on for a few minutes and tell us, before you say goodnight, tell us goodnight verbally, please, if you would grace us that. And so hopefully...
I gotta go soon too, Doug.
Oh, yes. Well...
to hell.
Yes.
How's your
Yes, gute Nacht. I have to sleep, but it was good.
Well, dear Brendan, well, before you go, there must be some horror stories you can share that your relations have shared with you about Zionist aggression, occupation. There must be something from your past with your Levantine background.
Nothing that I can recount immediately. Let's
Okay.
put it that way.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I told you before, my grandfather was quite fond of Judaism in general.
How did that happen?
Just because of the
Christian. He was a Christian.
him having.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's Christian, exactly. So he had to deal with. I mean, he really, he does not like Islam. Let's just put it that way. Like he considers them like the worst of the worst. So But rightly so. I mean, they killed his entire family, so it's just it's hard. It's hard to really get perspective from something like that.
And no, forgive me. Was this Lubnan? This was Lubnan or Suraya?
Syria.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
And thank you. That's an important point. And Holly wants to say goodnight now or in a few minutes. Holly, you going to hang on for a few minutes?
Well, it's just so fascinating. But yeah, I do kind of have to go, but I don't want to, abandon you.
Well, that's deeply appreciated. But how about this? Just whenever you go, just say I have to go, and just let us know. Interject. Then Brendan's doing that now, and well, we love you dearly,
Yes.
Brendan. So Holly, let's say goodnight to Brendan and Aristides too.
Good night, Brendan.
Yeah. Good night, Brendan. We love you dearly. Stay safe and be well.
Night.
Okay.
Yes, you as well.
All right. Blessed be. Gosh, he sounds so tired. I feel so bad for him. God, Holly, it's
about
awful.
Tonight. Yeah.
Yeah, and but Holly, I hope things go as well as they can with what you're dealing with as well. And but you sound like you're handling it well enough. You sound emotionally like you're in a pretty stable space.
Yeah, I try and be as non-emotional as possible, if you know what I mean. Better to use my brain in a lot of these situations.
Yeah. Okay.
The emotions can mislead.
Yeah.
So I've become aware of that in my life.
Okay. Well, that's important.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Well, if I edge out, will you carry on?
Of course.
Okay.
Well, I don't
All
have
right.
a choice.
I know you will. Yeah, I know you will. And you're just fine without any interjection.
Well,
You've been blazing.
Well, thank you, honey.
And I am eternally grateful. Thank you. I thank you to everyone else, and please support Douglas Dietrich.
Okay. Thank you, honey.
Once I get home, I'll check out on YouTube and see what's going on.
Please do. And as always, if you feel compelled to interject at that time, go ahead if you can. All right. Love you dearly.
You.
And
Thank you.
yeah.
You're a treasure. Okay.
Thank you, honey. As are you, I assure you.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad to be here.
Thank you. Now, all these brief moments of rupture in the reality of imprisonment that I've just articulated are at once terrifying and exhilarating. Of course, they are always short-lived. Brief instances. Yeah.
Douglas, hello. It's
Oh,
George.
welcome aboard,
Hello.
George. So, how
Yes.
long are we gifted with your presence tonight, George?
Yes, I've got about half an hour, Douglas. Thank you. I have jumped on a couple times, but I left because I didn't want to interrupt your monologue.
Oh,
I know you were going so deep.
Don't be
So-
like that. No, next time just interject by all means, please. I can
Thank
always
you.
to return
Yes.
to subject. No, I wish you had
Appreciate that,
interjected earlier, and that way you
Yes.
could have joined Holly and Brendan in some conversation. Well, as you well know, Emperor Hirohito's birthday is coming up on Tuesday.
Yes.
That'll be before our next episode, and today,
Yes.
today is the anniversary date, the 74th anniversary date for the peace treaty, which the full
Yes.
name thereof, just so people know, again, in front of our dear George here, the full name is San Furan Shisuko Nippon Koku to America ga Shukoku to no aida no haiwa to Azen Hosho Joyaku, or the San Francisco Peace and Security Treaty between Japan and the United States of America. Yes.
Yes.
And
Yes.
this, of course, though it was signed 74 years ago, did not go into effect until 73 years ago, 1 year later, on the birth date of, birthday eve day. In both cases, it was signed on
Yes.
such and went into effect on such, the birthday eve day of Emperor Hirohito. So by all means, share with us a report on how you're doing, whatever you feel comfortable sharing about a personal, your personal status update, please.
Yes, Douglas. Yeah, no, I'm all right. Thank you very much. Yeah, of course, it's the start of a new week. So here we go again. So it's going to be another busy week. So I'm doing all right. Thank you, Douglas. I've got, nothing else up to update you on. Obviously, when we speak privately, we'll, I could probably dive into more depth with my current situation. But yeah, other than that, I'm all good. Thank you very much. Yes. And yes, that's why I was adamant to coming on the show only because of the commemoration date of today. Yeah, it's the 28th. Yeah, where I am, I believe you're just entering in it, or you already have entered the. No, I believe you're still the 27th. Is that correct, Douglas? Or you're on the 28th now?
No, we're still on the 27th until midnight, which won't be for over an hour yet.
An hour, yes, perfect. Yeah, and so it was just I found it was vital that I come on just to for the commemoration day. It's so important that this is the anniversary of the peace treaty of San Francisco that went into effect. And when I was on last week, I mentioned about the late Queen Elizabeth II's birthday being the official 21st, but it's effectively the 20th, the same date as our father's birthday. But I can always remember the day she died was on the 8th of September, which is when the peace treaty was signed. Yes. But that was in 2022. So she was born on a significant date and she died on a significant date as well. It's always easy to remember those dates. It's it's certainly a date worth celebrating in my eyes, Douglas. I felt compelled to come on to so we can celebrate that, and to just bring forth that information to the listenership because it's so important about today's date.
Yeah, and bless you for it.
Winter Enton, yes, thank you. And I really appreciate what you were saying about Gaza as well. I was just listening to the background, what you were saying, and it was so important as well, Douglas. It's you're projecting the reality to the world, whereas the rest of the world don't see it like that. But it's important that the world does see the situation in Gaza for what it is. They're conducting genocide as a state, and they're conducting this on a state level, which the rest of the world wouldn't tolerate. But people do tolerate what Israel do.
And none of that makes sense without what I've articulated that Aquino shared with myself, the nuclear weapons that they've planted under every capital city in the West. As their blackmail against the West that forces the West to bend its knee. Now, across the Black Atlantic on your island, Nigel Farage is once again upending politics with what I think are grave implications for Great Britain and its role in Europe. And this is all because his second act threatens to be more audacious than his first. As with Trump, he wants to ape Trump in the return of the criminal to, shall we say, the fox to the hen house, except there's no foxiness here. This time, of course, it wouldn't be the pursuit of Brexit, but of power. And so I want people to understand that where George is at, Mr. Farage's party, the RUK, or RUK, the Reform UK, is it's neck and neck in the polls with Labour and the Conservatives. And of the trois major parties, Labour is in a stronger position for as long as the vote on the right is split. It may find that power comes its way more easily, but voters will eventually tire of Sir Keir Starmer and his uninspiring record, possibly as soon as the next election. And that could be Mr. Farage's moment. Now, I can't understand how somebody who's been debanked as a traitor to the Russians, how is this even, but then again, it should never have been possible that Trump came back either. So he's banking on the Trump, repeating the Trump process. Tell us what you feel is going on here and whatever you can share with us, please.
Oh, no, Douglas. As far as my understanding goes, it's pretty much on par. But thank you for bringing that to the people's attention and also to mine as well, because I know that they are, neck and neck, tying with both parties. And like I emphasised in the last transmission, people voted for the Labourite Party as the opposition to the Tory Party. They were sick of the 14-year reign that under the Tory Party, under the Tory leadership, they were sick of their policies, so that's why they voted in to power the Labourites, and they didn't care what policies they were manifesting. They just needed a change, and what they got, they quickly they withdrawed and retracted their original view, their original vote, and they basically what's the word I'm looking for? They just automatically repealed, their original vote. They just didn't. They made a mistake in their eyes, so to speak. And so the opposite to that, so the alternative is the Reform Party, which I know many people who did vote for the Reform Party, who voted for Nigel Farage. Yes, yes. Individuals did vote for him. Yes.
And
again, it's the same. It was the same with Brexit. Again, Nigel Farage was the leader of the Brexit Party, and it was all a lot of Russian disinformation that he was projecting. He was broadcasting, which a lot of the elderly generation was susceptible to that disinformation, and they truly believe that we're controlled by Brussels. Brussels have a higher influence or hold on British policy, and we're not autocratic, and we are not self-governing, and we cannot implement any of our own policies. So therefore, you have to vote Brexit. So therefore, we can have our own policies. But all that really ultimately resulted in was us losing the ties and severance from the European Union. It didn't grant us any more power than what we had on that. So again, it's the same lies that are being projected again, but this time even more furiously, I would say, is the immigration, the problem with immigration. And so we've got this people think that we are being invaded and that they're going to start a war with us. And this is the what you would call it. This is the stance that Nigel Farage is. This is what's his number one policy. He's going to give with the NHS everyone who is a British citizen the rights to access to the National Health Service, but immigrants have no rights with that. And so that is what he is. That's one of the policy he is stating. Douglas. So,
good God, talk about inhumane, but go on.
Yes, exactly. And so again, I can see a repetition of this. I can see, history from what it was projected before. But once the Democratic vote came in with the referendum and Brexit was established, that we were going to leave the European Union eventually this was after the votes in 2016, and when they came in, Nigel Farage celebrated, and then where did he run to? He ran to Donald Trump. He ran off to the United States to rendezvous with Trump.
Jesus Christ.
Yes, I remember that very well. He celebrated and he ran off, and then, where's Nigel Farage now? And he just disappeared. You never saw him again because this job was done. And then all the elderly generation then basically redacted their original statement. They regret for what they had done, and it was. But that was our original stance, wasn't it, Douglas? And then we saw what could Britain do from now, and of course it's to establish a third greater British Empire. And so there is that as a positive from such a horrific.
Such a stupid maneuver. We have to make the most of it. Yes, you just have to make the best.
To leave. I mean, it was just so ridiculous. I mean, like Brendan was saying, only last transmission or the transmission before. Excuse me for not remembering correctly.
No worries. We're all dealing with so much. But go on.
He was emphasizing how strong the pound sterling is.
Yeah.
And we were a member of that European Union. And we were allowed to keep it. And then it was just the lie of, we are not self-governing. We have no power. It's just like, how could you not get any more powerful than that?
Yes, thank you.
How could you not? Yeah. It was just a complete facade, the whole thing. But the younger generation knew that. They realized what was going to happen. They were actively protesting against the older generation because they knew they were going to lose. A lot of the younger generation knew that this is detrimental for their future, whereas the older generation who are in retirement, they don't give a crap. They don't care. And so it was them in the majority because the younger generation were all under 18 that knew this. They couldn't vote, whereas the older generation in retirement all went in with their ballots into in the poll stations, and they handed in their votes for Brexit. And a lot of the older generation have said to me personally that they made a mistake, and they basically they've made a massive mistake, because they've realised, oh crap, we've just become far worse off.
Yeah.
Kind of like, with my dad when I was a child, he used to emphasize what his grandparents were telling him, that we would have been far better off if we had a government under the Third Reich.
Absolutely.
We would have been far better off.
Yes.
Because we suffered years of austerity after World War II because of losing that war.
Yes.
And so, yes, it was. Yeah, it's the same with this, Douglas. I hope I've done.
No, you've done wonderful. I mean, I'm proud of you, and all such being said, oh yes. So I don't know if you can find it inside of your personal messages, but let's see if I can get this to you now. This is an image here for you, and let's see if first thing I'm going to do is I'm just relaying this to John Warrington, who was in. He's been following the Cardinals' conclave for electing the new Pope. He's very much behind a certain individual who doesn't seem to have much chance of becoming the new Pope. But let me see what I sent to you. You had sent myself, of course, the link to that interview with Michael Aquino. And now let's see if I can send you this image as well as this link. So if you take a look at what you had sent me, beneath that, there will be a link about an academic article on the demon MAGA, the actual diabolic entity of Egypt known as MAGA. And here you'll also have what I've just entered, an image that was provided by, of all people, Cephicus the Bozo. But this is an actual archaeological aeroglyph in Egypt of, on the right is Set. On the right is Maga, the son of Set.
Yes.
And Maga, the demon who is the son of Set. Yeah. No, it's not an acronym. It's an actual name. It's his actual name. Yeah.
What I was going to say, Douglas, is apropos MAGA, what Trump always, make America great again.
Yes, that's right. And the acronym, it's really a call out to this demon who is the son of Set, that was worshipped by Michael Aquino.
So when everyone's shouting MAGA,
it's really a cult, and they're too stupid. They think they're all good Christians and shit. But as you can see, he and the other creature is Apophis, the demon worm entity, the massive worm that wants to devour the earth in the night, and is portrayed quite well in the film Gods of Egypt. But in the terms of them both, they're both holding hands across the abyss, and they both have puppet strings with which they're manipulating the kings, that have puppet strings manipulating their generals, that show armies at war, and over them all are the slaves and the oppressed beneath them carrying their throne, or the lost and the damned. They're holding. But notice the kings are also holding hands across the abyss. In the end, they're all united as Edomites in pursuit of chaos. This is the forewarning from the Egyptians of where we would be today. So very important archaeological aeroglyph to share with you. And so that being shared, when it comes to my taking a look at that interview that you were kind enough to share with us. Yeah, that's so did you ever have a chance to review the interview in and of itself? Only
once, Douglas.
Okay.
Yes, which was last time I was trying to recite and to basically what was being relayed in that interview by Aquino to the interviewer. And of course, I pointed out that he was using terms, references like accolade and robes. He uses, and there's a high priest. Whereas before, when he was on Oprah Winfrey, he was saying to the young man that he basically assaulted live on television, that there was no such thing as a high priest. There's only a grotto leader, and with the Church of Satan. And so it was just very you knew he was being disingenuous a lot of the time.
To say the least. Yeah.
yes, when he was asked, have you ever casted a spell or a curse on anyone? And he just looked away, and like he always fluctuated his eyelids very furiously. And he would do that. That's one form of manipulation. That's people don't understand that. That's a form of, you know, when someone is blinking, you can't not notice it. You pay more attention to the eyelids flickering than you do what the person is saying, and that's a form of binding, I would say.
Absolutely.
To mind control manipulation. So and then when he was doing that, he turned away and looked the other way. You knew he was thinking of a comeback. You knew he was kind of thinking of a response. No, I haven't. I haven't felt the need to. It's like, yeah, come on. I remember, learning, Douglas, about at Marjorie. No, it was not Marjorie Cameron. It was what's the other? The woman who was she associated herself with Anton Szandor LaVey.
You're not talking about Xena, his daughter, are you? Or Xena, the daughter?
No, the woman that he decapitated.
That's yes. That's Joe. Excuse me.
Yes.
We're talking about that beautiful lady who was like Marilyn Monroe. She was
like Marilyn Monroe.
She was like Jane Mansfield. Jane, that's
it.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's the lady. Well, they claim that they put a curse on her because she was like still in affiliation, or she was still accomplishing like her boyfriend. And Anton LaVey made a statement that we can put a curse on you, and that was their claim. And the poor woman, she had half a head decapitated.
Yes. All her head decapitated. Yes. Yeah. It was. And by the way, the term that you're looking for that Michael Aquino was using is acolyte, to be disambiguated from accolade. Acolyte.
Yes.
Yes. I have acolytes. Yes. Go on. Yes.
Yes, much appreciated, Douglas. Yes. Thankfully, I'm not familiar too much.
Yes, certainly not by experience. Certainly not by any experience.
Not by experience. Yes. But yes, and so that was their claim, that they could project curses onto people. And James Mansfield is I hope I pronounced the name correctly.
Yes,
she was a subject. She was a subject to a curse.
Yes.
By according to their own claims.
Yes,
absolutely. And that's because she was rendezvousing with her boyfriend, seeing LaVey.
Yes.
Yeah,
that's right. And actually, LaVey, in all fairness, had warned her, don't go back to the abusive boyfriend. I've put a curse on him. And
that's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
Because she was approaching him about her problem boyfriend, and he was someone who, he was like, that meth head is to Brooke I almost said Brooke Gibson. And anyhow, that should make them both angry to hear that conflation of their names like they're married. But no, Brooke Gibson has that meth head she keeps returning to. It's kind of like how Jane Mansfield was about that loser. And then
just kept going back to him.
And it's so sad. It happens all too often. But so such having been said, now we Brendan Zogut's giving me the finger. Brendan Zogut's giving me the finger for saying Brooke Zogut. Life is like that. Anyhow, now that I think about it, they'd be a nice couple. Well, maybe not. Such being said, sorry. That's silliness on my part. I'm just being silly. So back to serious subject matter here. Do you have any chance at all to review any of the past episodes that are just no chance yet?
Yeah, no chance yet, Douglas. This weekend was so busy as well. I had a real busy weekend just gone, but yes, it is on my agenda. It is on my bucket list, so to speak. But I was going to just say as well, Jeffrey, what's her name? The lady who was
she must have been murdered. We forgot to bring that up. The Epstein victim. I'm sure they fucking murdered her. Yes. Tell us about this.
Yes, but do you know what? Everybody knows that, and I don't think I've seen a comment underneath any of the under the headlines saying that this was just she took her own life. Nobody buys into that anymore. She was bought off. She was paid off by the monarchs. The royal family paid her off. Paid her millions to keep her silent. And of course, that wasn't going to last very long. And then she had a freak car accident, which has been repeated that same operation has been conducted multiple times in the past.
Yes.
We know freak accidents with cars,
Yeah.
and nobody buys into that she killed herself because of trauma and abuse, and just as a victim of mental abuse and physical abuse from Epstein. And so that's what they're projecting.
Yeah.
That's their cover story, that she was she seeked help.
Well, remember, Peter Moon killed his own
therapy.
parents using this kind of automotive crash conspiracy. So it's
Exactly.
yeah, it's
Same
quite
with Epstein killing himself. It's just like, he was murdered. This young lady, she was 41 years old, she was murdered. They kill these people off so to stop them from talking or speaking again. So it's that's the reality, Douglas, and it's to protect this Prince Andrew.
Yes. Oh my God, Randy Andy, and just the it's pathetic, but at the same time, it is what it is. We're cognizant of the world is obviously corrupt and not perfect, and these sorts of tragedies happen, and we can only hope that. How was it they said she killed herself? What was the claim?
It was literally she suicide. She had a car accident. And just through trauma of years of abuse. Now, this happened years ago when she was a minor, or she was in her adolescent years, when she, she was there with, what's her name? It was Jeffrey Epstein's. You would call it I don't know if you call it a handler. She was the accomplice to him. Oh, I forgot her name. She's in prison now. She's
Yes. Oh God, her name is almost impossible. So it's like
to remember.
Willian. That's let's look it up, Jeffrey. I'll just look it up, but it's not something that I think it's so important you brought this up, of course. But
his names is just purged from my memory, Douglas. I do apologize. I should retain them, but
there's no need for you to waste.
I don't think of them until we speak of it. Yes. Of course, this is the latest in the what's been
Ghislaine Maxwell. Ghislaine Maxwell.
Yeah, Ghislaine Maxwell. That's it. I knew it was given with a G. Ghislaine Maxwell. Yes. That's
And
reasonably remember, but Ghislaine Maxwell. Yeah, there's an image of Prince Andrew, Ghislaine Maxwell, and Jeffrey together, and that was the evidence brought against the charges against Prince Andrew, and that it happened. And of course, Andrew's when he conducted that BBC interview, and he said, "Oh no, I was at a Pizza Express restaurant in Reading. I was in Reading with my children at that time." And he goes, "I remember it very well because it's very unusual for me to be at a Pizza Express on like a Wednesday, a midweek." Yes. Yes. And people are not buying that whatsoever.
Oh, it was so bad. It was bad.
Awful. It was like they cut him loose and they said, "There you go in that room." And he didn't have any of his
minders. No minders.
Yes, none of his adults. He was no longer under adult supervision to tell him what to say. He was on his own, and they cut loose and they left him in that room to be conducted an interview. And he just basically discredited himself completely during that. Yes.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
But what else is there that's important? There's a lot of important things that come to mind. Aside from that, which is important, I do want people to know we'll probably be returning to that subject. We will be returning to that topic inevitably. Anything else that you can think of to bring to mind, please go ahead and bring it forth. I will also try and throw out whatever I can remember that we should have been bringing up, but there's just so much to keep track of. I mean, we're always under a kind of sensorial assault from multiple topics, but obviously with yourself. How about work? Are you like your fellow workers? Like any opportunity to speak to them about any of these subjects, or
well, it's funny, Douglas, because I only bring stuff up now if topics are mentioned or questions are being asked. The people who know what I'm saying is genuine, and because everything we say is fact and genuine, it's the people. There are a lot of people out there who, as you know, what you've articulated, when people undergo cognitive dissonance, where they become so uncomfortable to what they're hearing, they no longer want to speak of it. And I've always brought up, you know, with that guy during my years at the hotel working in hospitality, when he praised me for reciting World War One, but when I started to talk about World War Two with the Japanese situation, and when I brought up that they were adhering to the Geneva Convention laws, he automatically, you know, went into a tangent and said they never signed the Geneva Convention. And I was like, I never said that.
There.
And from that point onwards, he never ever, and he was at the bar every single night, but after I said that, he never ever attended that bar ever again. I never saw him ever. Instead, he would order everything to the bedroom, because what it did was it completely pulverized his paradigm. It completely destroyed his own outlook on the world and his own perception, because I think his family suffered heavily at the hands of the Japanese, according to what I was gathering from what he was saying. But I relate to him, so did my family. My mum's cousin ultimately died, not by the hands of the Japanese, but because of what he was experiencing under conditions as a prisoner of war. He was so emaciated, so deprived of any sustenance, that he was just like skin and bones, like a Holocaust victim. He was so emaciated because they were under conditions where they were not eating anything in line of what they would usually eat at home. They were so malnourished and deprived of food that they completely just turned to skin and bones. And there's nothing. And so when he was released, he then overindulged himself and he died by overeating. That's what killed him, because he became so overweight, so obese, because he suffered so much trauma from being starved to death. And so I emphasized that to this individual, and he said just how brutal they were, and that was his stance. Of course, if I was going to explain it, I'll give the rationale behind everything. Just like with the Holocaust, just like with the conditions, like with the rape of Nanking, there is a explanation for all of it. But people don't go by that. They always project, oh, they were the evil ones, and that's just their paradigm. But of course, when you explain it, that shatters that. It destroys that paradigm. And so, like this, and so I think a lot of the colleagues or people who are around me, they don't want to indulge with that. They don't want to speak of it. And so, I'm silenced or censored. Nobody wants to speak. This is why I don't get many assaults on myself. It's because they're relying on the people around me to shut me down. They're not relying on anybody else.
That's right.
So I'm more aware. I am more cautious about the people around me than anything else, because it's them that's going to turn on me. And so I've got to be careful who I engage with.
Absolutely, and you know this all too well. All
too well, and it's happened multiple times. I can bring up multiple examples where I am under assault constantly. I've got people against me, and people trying to discredit me and badmouth me, and that happens all the time. And of course, they are just on an attack. They're on an assault. So I've got to protect myself. And so, and it happens, relentlessly, Douglas. So I don't think so to go back to the question, I don't get many people bringing stuff up unless they want to know something, and then all too well they just go silent, and then they kind of like comprehended what I've just said, and they try to absorb it, to digest it, and then to sink it in. And it was just like, with, for example, with Gaza, why they're leveling Gaza to the ground, because of the Abrahamic Accords, this agreement, this pact between, the United States being the mediator between Israel and the king of the house of Saud. The first time in history where a Arab country became in an alliance with Israel, a nuclear armed nation state, a rogue renegade state, to obliterate and level a section of Israel known as Gaza. It's a prison system. It is basically how it was described by a former prime minister. I'm trying to think which prime minister labeled it as basically what you want to call it, an open air prison.
Yes.
Where they have missiles and weapons of that basically what do you want to call that don't adhere to international law.
Thank you. We would say true
like
weapons of mass destruction, like the neutron bombs, etc. Go on. Yes,
exactly, Douglas. And they deploy these weapons of mass destruction. Weapons violate international law, goes against laws of using weapons and conducting actions of crimes against humanity over the Palestinians, and they get away with this. And when I explained to a couple of my colleagues that the reason for that is so they can have a what you would call a connection line, or what do you want to call it, like
a railhead,
an outlet, like a literal a rail line, a connection point between Israel and
the link. Link would be another word for it. Rail link, between Israel and Neom. By the way, have you heard the latest that Trump is considering Puntland, and people can look this up. As a matter of fact, I'll look this up right now so I can give our friend George Knight here a look at it. Let's do a screen share here. Gonna start screen sharing. And if you look up Puntland, and let's take a look at this. So here's a map of Puntland, and Puntland is the corner of the Horn of Africa. And so the corner of the Horn of Africa is home to this default or ad hoc de facto independent state that is not internationally recognized. And this is where Trump wants to dump the Palestinians. This is incredibly ironic. And it's just absolutely bizarre, and but I do want people to be aware of this, that this is seriously being considered here. And but this is but what we have pointed out is that we know what's going to happen. They're not going to go to Puntland. It's going to wind up in Neom, and Neom is, of course, where the people are already been killed by the thousands.
27,000. Yes.
Yeah.
27,000. And that is just the conservative number. That is what's registered. What's unaccounted for would be far higher. Yes, it's act of war, Douglas. Well, it is. Yeah, the amount of deaths is
already an act of massacre, if not genocide, of indigenous Bedouin populations. Yes, continue. Yeah, by all means. And,
this is where people and. We've brought up, the problem with like Holocaust denial, and the people like David Irving, who tried to make the claim that the Germans were not the bad guys during World War II, is to make the claim that a Holocaust never took place. Now, everything we are emphasizing with the Dis War period, and with everything, the genocide conducted against the Palestinians, it's when people start denying deaths and start to deny fatalities. That's on the level of Holocaust denial.
Yes.
And it's to try to make out that they're not the bad guys. And it's just like, when I've, I'm completely, all I see ever, whenever I've conducted any research, Douglas, on the whole Dis War period and the years preceding that, afterwards, post, people always claim that no one has ever died. That UFOs have never.
That's so outrageous.
Yeah.
So outrageous. Yes.
That is complete denial of reality. A complete. But I see.
Beyond offensive.
Constantly.
Beyond offensive. Yes.
It is. Yes. That is truly, and it's psychotic delusion.
Yeah.
And it's just for people to not even comprehend that, to not even. To say that no one has ever died, that is just a complete denial of reality. It's a complete advertisement of ignorance, and they project all this blame on the others, without emphasizing the true reality. And so it's like when I've spoken to there's a particular individual when I said about what's happening in Gaza and what's happening against the Palestinians. And his response was they shouldn't have done what they did on October 7th. And it's like, Jesus flipping Christ. And thank you for, bringing it up earlier, Douglas, mentioning about October 7th.
Thank you.
When they finally, yes.
So did you hear me earlier when I pointed out that Israel has no right to self-defense because of the situation that it's engendered? If not, I advise that you review that later at your leisure. Again, I'll timestamp it when it's published. Yeah. I'll timestamp when the monologue begins. Yes, but continue. Yeah, it's.
There's so much to go over. Yeah.
Yeah. And
so much,
and there's never enough time for it, but
no.
But all such having been said, so obviously, like you said, people aren't really approaching you. But how is work, by the way? How's work going? I mean, just in general.
Just really, really busy, Douglas. Like I said last week, they are trying to get 60,000 installs done a week.
Mm-hmm.
A week. Yeah. Throughout the whole of the UK, so they're really rolling out fibre. A few years ago, they had the government put out this government scheme and a deadline and objective to get so many millions of households completed by a certain date, and that date keeps on getting pushed further forward, actually. But the ramifications of not completing that, the company would have to pay to the regulator £1 billion if we fail.
Mm-hmm.
So
wow.
you can kind of get the impression that there's a lot of pressure behind the scenes. There's a lot of pressure from the top coming down, from the shareholders to the CEO to coming down that ladder, coming down that chain of command. And so and then it's the brunt of the toll of it is on us to get that completed. So it's a very busy time at this moment. Yes.
Okay.
And they are determined to complete that objective. They are. Yeah.
Well, you certainly sound like you're in good health. You sound like it's not taking its. Yeah. And how's your workouts? How are your workouts going?
Yeah. I've been having a little bit of a break lately, Douglas. I haven't been able to attend so much. So about 2 or 3 workouts a week, which is enough. Oh. Yeah, that's all you need.
Yeah.
But yes, it's other than that, it's just been very, very busy, and of course, conducting my father duties as well at this moment. So it's been busy.
Oh, great, busy time. Great. Yeah, I hope you've been enjoying that. That's been
absolutely
rewarding.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
No, absolutely, Douglas.
Okay.
But of course, we'll we can speak privately more. We'll go into more. More
of course.
Into that.
Of course, yeah, and good. Okay, so I know to expect that, and I'll we'll try and make some time for that. But are there any good days? I guess we'll try and just hit or miss. I mean, I'm not quite sure what days are good for you to try and talk to you privately.
And also we'll try and get a time where I could come on the show for a lot longer as well, Douglas. That's
of course. Well, that goes without saying. I mean, those are very important episodes where, of course, and of course, good God knows. I mean, the biggest problem is that we're all in our own way working for a living, so there's no time for us to really put our energy into making the books that need to get done. And that's the sad part of our lives, really, is that what we have to share is so important. And I
wish I did. You know what? And a lot of the time when I'm by myself, I have this, I'm compelled that I need to start writing, get down and start writing, dedicate several hours in order for me to sit down and dedicate a lot to the book, but it's just so hard. It really is hard. I mean, if I can't even sit there and listen, it's awful, really, because it needs to be done. And it will be done. And I want it to be done sooner. I want it to be out, within this year or the following year, but I want it to get out there, and I said that last year. But I want it to be done, Douglas, and it's so important. But also, that's my passion, is to share that with people.
Yes.
Yes.
And Either way, we know that you and I have the best of intent, and we'll do what we can. We're just gonna do what we can when we can. That's all we can do. Yeah, we're only human, and we're operating under completely constraining circumstances. Honestly, this is where you would envy people that we know that have wound up in prison. One thing that you do in prison is at least you've got time to write. If only we had that kind of time.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh,
and that's why, with taxes, one thing I learned from yourself years ago, it's make sure you pay your taxes, because you're more vital outside of prison with that.
Yes.
But of course, the benefit of being in prison is that you get all that time to do things like that. That's where a lot of artists, don't they? Like a lot of, like Charles Bronson, one of the most famous inmates in the UK, he became like an artist. Like he was writing poems, and because he had a lot of free time.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, he wasn't doing it outside, but he was doing that inside, and became quite infamous for that. Yeah, but obviously I always advocate that pay your taxes, abide by the law, and stay out of prison.
Yes.
Because you're more useful outside than you are inside.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, we're only speaking on a conceptual and theoretical level when we say that's obviously there's too much negativity going on in prison to really make it worthwhile. Charles Bronson, of course, he's like the exception where that's all he knows. Poor son of a bitch. That's all. But all that being said, I want you to know that with everything that has been going on this side of the Atlantic, I've just been, doing my own thing with the, what I do. I teach for blood. I'm working for food and tutoring the young lads that I do. And then, when I'm at home, I am here to do the show. It's then there's sometimes when we have a break in these holidays and there's not the cultural rationale for my teaching the Blood Boys as I do on cultural holidays, that oftentimes other members of the staff, who are oftentimes Asian, especially when it comes to teaching math and science, often take their breaks during those holidays. That's when I do my teaching. But there's sometimes a break in those holidays, and then I spend my time here in the crypt, and basically I try to spend that time sleeping when possible. So it just is what it is. I wish I had more to report on, say, for instance, mutual friends of ours like Brooke Gibson. She did have that problem with the crooked police department in South Carolina. This was ultimately going to come to a head in court. I'm hoping that, all worked out well for her. I asked for a report from her daughter, but haven't received a response. So we can only just pray everything is going as well as it can. Other than that, not much else to share. You seemed so when you tuned in tonight and started hearing me talk about Israel and the Gaza.
Yes.
What part did you come in on? What was I talking about by the time? Snippets, Douglas. You would say I only caught snippets, but of course I was very much appreciative of you bringing that up of that topic, because it's so important that we do cover that, as often as we can on the show for people to understand the reality and the situation. It's something, even before I discovered yourself, I was in tuned and acquainted with myself. And that's ultimately we've always been on the same side. We've always been on the same side even before even known each other. It's I don't know how else to I've tried tonight to express myself well. That's one of my biggest flaws, is I'm not very good at expressing myself. Oh no, believe me, you do yourself a terrible injustice. You express yourself quite well. It's just how would I say it? The only thing I try and do is I try to polish it a bit, and believe me, you've got a baseline that's very good. You've got a solid baseline, and such having been said, I understand that what you might have is a sense of insecurity simply from the lack of the higher levels of university education. But that's,
Yes.
we can't all have that, and sometimes that's not really all that important. For a situation like this is beyond the need to be academic. Obviously, we try to be as academic as possible when we're trying
Yes.
to articulate intellectual subject matter, but it's far more important that you just get the message out. Far more important
Yes.
you simply be a
Yes.
messenger, and actually your lack of higher levels of education makes what you say more accessible. So it's actually more
Yes.
accessible, and that's
And
important.
understandable.
Yeah,
Yes. Thank
yeah.
you. Yes.
And in such having been said, of course, all I can say is that we are obviously pretty impacted here, of course, by the insanity of what's been going on with Elon Musk and Donald Trump. But on your side of the Atlantic, how are supplies? How are supplies holding up? Like shopping, are you able to find what you need these days?
Um, yeah, from certain stores, I would say, Douglas. Yes, I do. I do have to.
Go.
Yeah, unfortunately, say goodbye in a moment. But
Okay. Okay.
yes, but yeah, in order to find certain items, I have to go to different stores. So it's not too much of an issue now. I've noticed that, in the past, with once Russia invaded Ukraine, because it's the majority of the world's grain comes from the Ukraine. There was a shortage on eggs at one stage, and of course I know that's a hot topic at the moment with the rise in the cost of eggs.
Yes.
Even now, it's constantly being brought up in discussions, and but yeah, I've noticed that in the past. But yeah, there's certain things like with the gym I do, I love turkey mince. I can't really find much in certain stores. Only certain stores does it, but I noticed there's a shortage of turkey mince, and it was quite heavy after Christmas.
Wow.
Just
I
after
mean,
Christmas.
is this spelled like the bird? Turkey? Like
Yes, turkey. Yes.
turkey
Yes.
mince?
Great source of protein. So yeah, turkey mince. So
Wow.
yeah.
Wow.
Obviously,
Oh, wow.
but-
Cool. Oh, so it's the Turkish delight. It's this kind of like a cutlet.
Oh, the bird, the turkey, actual turkey protein mince. So the meat.
Oh,
there's a
mince,
shortage of
as in
that.
mince. Okay,
Mince.
got it.
Yes,
Oh, okay.
Mince, like minced beef. Yes,
Yeah.
mince. Sorry, excuse me.
Oh,
Douglas.
wow.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, so
Okay.
yeah, I've noticed I can't get hold of that as it's not as easy.
Mhm.
But yeah, when you go to the store, there's only like 1 or 2 packs left, and of course I feel bad, but I have to take both of them.
Right.
But-
Right. I get
I've
it.
got an incoming call, Douglas. but I
Okay.
do
We love you
appreciate having
dearly.
me on.
Stay safe and
You
be
take
well.
care of yourself.
Yeah.
Yes, and I'll join you on Wednesday's show. Thank you so much. Bye bye.
Thank you. Look
Bye-bye
forward
for
to
now.
it. Bye for now. Okay, so that's our dear George Knight, and so mince was MINCE, like minced meat. So now I get it. I thought he meant like cutlets, like from Turkey, the nation, which is fine. I love cutlets. I wish we had them here in the United States, honestly. But yeah, more often than we do. You don't see many of them in the United States at all, or I have no idea where to get them. I'll have to have people start ordering them for me online. Of course, I got more important things to worry about at the moment. I am going to return to subject, of course, and so everybody who's taking a break, do join us again. Everybody rally round, and I will get back into narrative. And hopefully you'll all be joining me right now. Let's get those numbers up again. And, we got good numbers, but I always want to do better. It's like when I'm telling Holly and Aristides, they say, how are our numbers? I say, it's okay. I mean, they're okay. It's okay. It's, they really were self-conscious about that. I was impressed by the fact that they held all right, that they held baseline. Now I'm trying to get it back to baseline, to be more, shall we say, motivated to continue. And but let's get back onto topic, and that's motivation of its own. I had given some examples of people who had either escaped or were released from Israeli prison, and how this was a shared experience by all Palestinians. So whenever Palestinians either escaped or actually found themselves released through momentous effort that this was something that all Palestinians took heart in. But these brief moments of rupture in the reality of imprisonment, mass imprisonment, as an ethnos, are at once exhilarating and terrifying. Of course, they're always short-lived, brief instances of Palestinian triumph before the unbearable weight of Israeli military domination comes back crushing them. So the initial euphoria of seeing the apartheid wall come down in Gaza on the 7th of October, the year before yesteryear, was quickly overtaken by the terrifying realization of what would come as next. They all knew war broke out the moment Palestinians in Gaza broke out of their Israeli prison. Their conversations with peers and friends, their group chats, phone calls, all were dominated by the same dark phenomenon. They're going to kill us all. They know from direct experience what Israel's policy of revenge means. They also know that no matter what savagery its army commits, the West will stand by it and point to Palestinian crimes. Israel has waged 5 wars on the Gaza, each time mass exterminating Palestinian civilians as Western leaders justify the slaughter with the familiar mantra, Israel has the right to defend itself. And of course, that is exactly what is happening now. Israel is carpet bombing Gaza. It has imposed a full blockade on Gaza with no water, electricity, food, or medicine entering the strip. Telecommunications infrastructure has been bombarded, effectively cutting off Palestinians in Gaza from the rest of the world. Meanwhile, the West Bank has been completely blocked. Checkpoints closed all across, effectively paralyzing the entire territory. Israeli soldiers are shooting Palestinians for sport and encouraging settlers to do so as well. And yet, the West is standing by its ally Israel and its right to defend itself from the people it brutally preoccupies and oppresses. Western nations are lapping up Israeli propaganda that it is fighting Islamic terrorism, that Hamas is ISIS, that Palestinians are subhuman, that they are beheading babies. All pretenses of morality, logic, and truth have been dropped in order to rationalize the mass extermination of Palestinians. Nearly 70% of the Gaza war dead killed by the Israeli army in the past 569 days are women and children. Overall, since the start of the war, 44% of the victims are children. These have been the most lethal year and 3 seasons since the United Nations began documenting fatalities in 2004 through 2005. All of this was expected. All of this is still painful and horrifying. All of this will go down into Palestinian history as yet another episode of resistance by the Palestinians and mass slaughter and ethnic cleansing by Israel. However, unlike other moments in Palestinian history, something is different this time. Not only did Palestinians manage to break free from their prison in Gaza, albeit for a short while, but also for the first time, they dealt a blow that will have a far-reaching impact. The Palestinians have struck Israel where it has struck Palestinians for more than 75 years. Lives and land. The Israeli arrogance and sense of security that it can oppress, kill, and steal land with impunity have been shattered. For Palestinians have been held hostages by Israel en masse for decades. They've been prisoners in their own land for generations. But that October before last, the wimpy kid finally got his punch, and the bully is now shaken as their oppressors are out killing indiscriminately in a blind rage. An uncomfortable feeling is creeping in among them that the prison they are holding their wards in is starting to crumble. And, in effect, Israel is distorting / reinterpreting international law to justify its abuse of militarized force in order to protect its colonial authority. Although it rebuffs the de jure application of occupation law, Israel exercises effective control over the West Bank and Gaza and therefore has recourse to police powers. It abuses those police powers to continue its colonial expansion and apartheid rule, and then in defiance of international law, cites its right to self-defense in international law to wage war against the population, which it has a duty to protect. The invocation of law to protect its colonial presence makes the Palestinian civilian population doubly vulnerable. Specifically in the case of Gaza, it forces the people of the Gaza Strip to face one of the most powerful militaries in the world, without the benefit either of its own military or of any realistic means to acquire the means to defend itself at all. More broadly, Israel is slowly pushing the boundaries of existing law in an explicit attempt to reshape it. This is an affront to the international humanitarian legal order, which is intended to protect civilians in times of war by minimizing their suffering. Israel's attempts have proven successful in the realm of public relations, as evinced by President Obama's uncritical support of Israel's more ancient onslaughts of Gaza as an exercise in the right of self-defense. Since international law lacks an hierarchical or an hierarchic enforcement authority, its meaning and scope is highly contingent on the prerogative of states, especially the most powerful ones. The implications of this shift are therefore palpable and dangerous. Failure to uphold the law will allow states to behave according to their own whim in furtherance of their national interest, even in cases where that is detrimental to civilian non-combatants and to the international legal order itself. For better or for worse, the onus to resist this shift and to preserve protection for civilians rests upon the shoulders of citizens, organizations, and mass movements who can influence their governments to enforce international law. There is no alternative to political mobilization to shape state behavior. The short of it, then, is that Israel treats Jenin, indeed the entire West Bank and Gaza, as enemy territory. In Gaza, Israel actually formalized that label in 2007, the year of my late and sainted legal sire's thanatization, his death processing, as the VA put it, designating the Strip enemy territory. It can't do the same in the West Bank because of the settlements dotted throughout that territory, and the attack on Jenin so long ago by now, at the start of the war, showed it didn't need to. The designation of Gaza was part of Israel's attempt to convince the world that, despite controlling Gaza's eastern and northern land border, coordinating control of its southern border with Egypt, controlling the sea on the Gaza's west, and controlling Gaza's aerospace, Israel's decision to withdraw its troops and settlers from inside the Strip and turn it into the world's biggest open-air prison meant that Gaza was no longer occupied. But Israel found that it didn't matter. They could fire missiles at Gaza, murder children, mass murder children on its beaches, and gun down people protesting on their side of the border with absolute impunity, just as it would in time of war, and could do all of that whether or not anyone accepted the argument that Gaza was no longer occupied, an argument most of the world rejected. Israel is now demonstrating that same elevated level of impunity in the West Bank, further diminishing the already meager restraint there has been on Israel's abuse of overwhelming force. As Diana Boutou, a Palestinian attorney and analyst who served as a legal advisoress to the Palestinian negotiating team from the years 2000 through to 2005, has explained, Israel is not defending itself. It is defending its colonial project. Israel's defenders elide this point by creating an alternative reality. One piece of that reality is that there is a Palestinian government that was created by the Oslo Accords and which governs parts of the West Bank to varying degrees. In the designated Area A, or Area Alpha, which includes Jenin, that governance is argued to be the same as any government. That's simply not true, as the repeated incursions, not to mention the regular closures and presence of soldiers and checkpoints around Jenin, make us clear. Israel, which has never declared its own borders, occupies the entire West Bank. It collects, and often withholds, taxes from the PA, the Palestinian Authority, while Palestinian security forces are focused primarily on coordinating with Israel to combat militants. In other words, Palestinian security is primarily established, set up to protect Israelis, and secondarily, the increasingly illegitimate and authoritarian rule of the collaborationist Palestinian Authority not to protect any ordinary Palestinians. Yet Israel then claims it has a right of self-defense. Of course, the fact that such a right does not exist does not mean it must sit idly while its citizens are attacked. But, again quoting the lawfarer Boutou, Israel has made it clear what it intends to do in the Gaza Strip, and nobody should be discounting their statements. They've made it clear that they intend to make the Gaza Strip smaller. They've made it clear that they intend to have fewer people in the Gaza Strip, and the only way that you can do that is through genocide. There is a distinction between the right, indeed the responsibility, to protect people under its authority, citizens and occupied people alike, and the right of self-defense in war, or something akin thereunto. While Israel's apologists like to characterize Israel-Palestine as a war, it is not. In the West Bank and Gaza, it is a preoccupation. In an occupation, the preoccupied people have a right to resist, including armed resistance, although doing so via arms means those individuals participating are combatants and not protected civilians. Not only is Israel shunning its responsibility to protect those under preoccupation, it is willfully putting its own citizens in danger by abusing them as a means to enhance and solidify its preoccupation, and by permitting citizens to take up arms and commit acts of violence against the preoccupied people. You cannot, on the one hand, maintain a draconian military preoccupation which, by definition, conveys the right of resistance to the preoccupied, and then, on the other hand, claim that you have the right to abuse overwhelming military force against the preoccupied people and consider those people an extraterritorial enemy. You get to have your cake or to eat it, not both. The distinction between a state acting in self-defense and one abusing force to maintain a military occupation can not be overstated. In Israel's case, its efforts to allow, to slowly annex the territories it preoccupies, instead of working toward a withdrawal and ending of that occupation, as it is legally obliged to do, mean that the occupation itself is illegal. Nonetheless, it is still subject to the international laws of occupation. As the former United Nations Special Rapporteur for the occupied Palestinian territories, John Dugard, has testified, a state seeking to enforce its occupation, like a state acting in self-defense, must comply with international humanitarian law. This includes respect for the principle of proportionality, respect for civilians, and the drawing of a distinction between military and civilian targets, and the prohibition of collective punishment. Both Israel and Palestinian militants are obliged to act within the confines of these rules. Both Israel and Palestinian militant groups violate the principle of distinction, but Israel has a much greater capacity to avoid this and fails to do so, despite repeatedly claiming it makes every effort to comply. Israel also routinely violates the principle of proportionality and collective punishment, which Palestinian groups, for the most part, are not capable of violating due to their vastly more limited military capabilities. The claim to self-defense sounds right. We feel like even if someone is in the wrong in a dispute, if that person is confronted by violence, they have the right to respond and defend themselves. But occupying states, or states engaged in armed conflict, are not the same as individuals. Occupying powers, in particular, have a responsibility to maintain law and order for all under their control, and to work to end that occupation. These guidelines are meant to work to minimize the causes of violence, and, to the extent they fail, the occupier has police powers to address this. But it does not have the right to treat those resisting an illegal and brutal occupation as enemy territory, as if in a state of war. And it really does not matter how many racist presidents, secretaries of state, or members of Congress say otherwise. all legal justification aside, what about how Israel actually conducts its so-called self-defense campaigns? This is increasingly better understood in public discourse and widely reported on by many human rights organizations. Since the Second Intifada, at least, Israel has abused disproportionate, indiscriminate, and unnecessary military force in violation of all international law. It targets civilian infrastructures, kills hundreds of children at a time, wipes out entire families, and inflicts widespread destruction and collective punishment on an entire besieged population. The record also shows that human shields are exclusively Israel's tactic. Israel's invocation of self-defense has a clear function, or should I say dysfunction. It facilitates Israel's preoccupation and boosts its settler colonial project. The new nation-state law of Israel maketh it illegal for Israel to allow Palestinian self-determination in Israel-Palestine. Only Jewish Israelis can exercise this right. Apartheid is now on everyone's lips, and Judeo-supremacy in Israel can no longer be hidden or ignored. Witness the lynch mobs against Palestinian citizens of Israel as its most recent incarnation. Israel also abuses force for what it calls military deterrence. How does this work? Hit Palestinians hard enough to reduce their political aspirations. Prolong the wars to bomb and destroy even more. And terrorize Palestinians to a resigned acceptance of their degraded lifestyle. If this tried and tested Zionist formula works as planned, it brings expulsion, mass expulsion, ever nearer to realization. For Palestinians and Israelis to live in peace, Israel should no longer be given, must no longer be given a free pass to package wars of aggression as self-defense. If the Israeli-Palestinian conflict is allowed to rage on for another 100 years, no one in the region will be safe. Okay. Fuck, our numbers are back. Jesus Christ. Okay. Well, let's go back to this side of the Atlantic then, where a conservative legal doctrine and his own stupidity could topple Trump. The Guardian Foreign Affairs commentator Simon Tisdale has writ that President Donald Trump has he's unique among tyrants, both in his cruelty and his stupidity. Still, Tisdale points to a recent op-ed and opinion editorial from the University of California, wherefrom the Davis law professor Aaron Tang, who last week wrote an op-ed in the New York Times, suggested that the Supreme Court tested major questions doctrine could bring Trump to heel. Um, again, to summarize his New York Times column, he said the Supreme Court tested major questions doctrine could bring Trump to heel. This is, of course, a Chinese ethnic in America, doubtless a United States citizen. Of Tong's analysis, Tisdall writes, the doctrine requires the government to demonstrate a clear congressional authorization when it makes decisions of great economic and political significance. Given Trump's massive effort to consolidate executive power, the Guardian Foreign Affairs correspondent Tisdall wonders if the president's, and here I will quote as Tisdall at length and verbatim, premeditated swinging of a wrecking ball at U.S. democracy, laws, values, and dreams can be halted, measured by willingness and capacity to harm the world's poorest and most vulnerable, wreak global economic mayhem, and threaten nuclear annihilation. Trump is uniquely dangerous, and ever more so by the day. How may what remains of the international rules-based system be salvaged? Or he goes on to say, and here I quote his T, who or what will dethrone him? Policy failures and personal misconduct do not usually collapse a presidency. Of all the tools in the tyrant-toppling toolbox, none are so potentially decisive as those supplied by Trump's own stupidity. Corruption on this scale cannot pass unchallenged indefinitely. Avarice alone may be Trump's undoing. All this points to one conclusion. As a tyrant, let alone as president, Trump is actually pretty useless. And as his failures, frustrations, and fantasies multiply, he will grow ever more dangerously unstable. Trump's biggest enemy is Trump. But right now, the best, brightest hope is that, drowning in hubris, Trump will destroy himself. But how does that afflict, impact, or impede the new legislators of Silicon Valley, the technoligarchs, imposing their prophetic visions upon us? There is, how do I say this? Let me gather my thoughts here. Well, I'll say we can probably continue this next transmission. Hey, I've turned in 6 hours. I used to do 12. I'll probably get back to doing that. But hey, why do I need to do it tonight? If anybody really wants me to continue, Nemo is invited to interject. Let me know. Otherwise, hey, we can always get back to this again. All too soon. We'll be back on Wednesday. And George says he'll join us. So, heck, why not go back? Why not wait till Wednesday night before we dive back into the fray? I think don't need to dilute the message that I've delivered on Israel tonight. Okay then. Need your help, need your funding, need your rental assistance, and otherwise, to those who support me, I love you all. And join us on Wednesday. We'll be back before you know it. In the interim, we need to raise 300 United States dollars. Whatever contribution you make, try and make it in the basic sum, nice round number of 100 United States dollars, and that will help immensely. Let me see if I've got any contributions for tonight that I can give people credit for. Otherwise, of course, we'll be back on Wednesday, and we can take it from there. And okay then, taking a look at my Google, my Gmail accounts, seeing if I've gotten any notifications from PayPal, and nothing yet to provide anyone credit for. But by God, I need your help, and I'll need it now. So make your contribution and make it $100. All right. Join us on Wednesday. Until then, to all those who love and support myself, stay safe and be well. Okay then, let's end it for tonight. Oh, hung up the call without hanging up the, without ending transmission. Let's end transmission. Okay.